I will. Yeah. Council members may participate by either method. Any council members joining electronically are reminded to enable video to confirm quorum. Meeting is being live streamed on the city's website and YouTube. Meeting progress will be updated on X and Threads at Van City Clerk. Though due to new posting limits, updates will only cover essential items such as vote results. Speakers are encouraged to monitor the live stream to track meeting progress, but please note it is, I think I got my sheets in wrong order here. Know that it is slightly delayed. Call in or arrive soon after receiving your reminder email so you're ready when your name is called. In case of an emergency requiring evacuation, there are 2 exits located beyond the glass doors and to the left. If the glass doors are blocked, please use one of the 4 additional exits within the chamber. Do not use the elevator, use the stairs instead. If you need mobility assistance, remain where you are and security staff will guide you to a safe location. A defibrillator is available at the end of the hallway outside the chamber. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. We thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I'll also recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver's team members who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Clerk, may we please have roll call?
Yes, Mayor Sim has a leave of absence for civic business all day. Councillor Kirby Young has a leave of absence for civic business from 6 p.m. to 8:30 p.m. Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Bly has a leave of absence for civic business from 5 p.m. onward. Councillor Fry. Councillor Montague.
Present.
Acting Mayor Klassen is in the chair. Councillor Meisner.
Present.
Apologies. And noting that Acting Mayor Klassen has a leave of absence for civic business from 5 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. and Councillor Meisner has a leave of absence for civic business from 6 p.m. onward. Councillor Joe.
Present.
Councillor Maloney. Councillor Orr. You have quorum, Acting Mayor Klassen.
Thanks very much. Before we begin, a few announcements. The public may speak in person or by phone, or may submit written comments to Mayor and Council. Speakers may only speak once and will have up to 5 minutes to comment on the merits of the application. Please state whether you support or oppose the application and if you are a Vancouver resident. Those representing 4 or more individuals or groups, including themselves, may speak for up to 8 minutes. Each person being represented must confirm their name and presence in person or by phone and may not speak separately. Written comments can be submitted through the Mayor and Council public hearing feedback form on the city's website. If you pre-registered with a presentation, say next to have the clerk advance your slides. The procedure bylaw prohibits council members from the use of words, tone, gestures that express negative views of individuals or groups. Members of the public are expected to follow the directions of the chair and not engage in improper conduct such as hateful, defamatory, or discriminatory language. Council members may raise a point of order if language is not respectful, and I may ask speakers to adjust their remarks accordingly. Pursuant to Section 1314D of the Procedure Bylaw, I am exercising my authority as chair to modify the procedures for this public hearing to move speakers who do not reside in Canada to the end of the speakers list. I direct staff to make the necessary inquiries to implement this change immediately. For that purpose, speakers may be asked to confirm whether they reside in Canada. Speakers who do not confirm their residency will be moved to the end of the list. A reminder, at public hearings, council acts as a quasi-judicial body and must focus solely on the merits of the zoning or heritage application. Members may ask clarifying questions of staff or speakers, including the applicant, but should reserve debate until the speakers list is closed. After hearing from speakers, council may 1. Approve the application in principle, 2. Approve the application in principle with amendments, 3. Refuse the application, or 4. Refer the application to staff for further consideration. Finally, if all speakers are not heard today, the public hearing will recess and reconvene tomorrow, Saturday, July 25th, 2026 at 1 p.m. We are having some technical issues just with getting people to call in, so we're just going to take a quick 2-minute recess to address that issue. Be right back.
Hi, Sonia, can you hear me? Hi, Sonia, can you hear me? We did the first. Hi, Sonia, can you hear me? Hi, Sonia, can you hear me? Hi, Sonia, can you hear me?
Welcome to TELUS.
Hi, Sonia, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Julie.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, we are back. So we're on to item 4 again, CD1 rezoning 75 East 8th Avenue. At the public hearing of July 23rd, 2026, council heard from speakers 2 through 162. Council subsequently recessed and will now continue hearing from speakers. Before we begin the agenda item, if anyone believes they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anyone have a conflict of interest to disclose? Speakers will have 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merits of the report being considered, unless the speaker requires and provides a translator in which they can speak once for 10 minutes. Our first registered speaker is Speaker 163, Stephen Toucher. Stephen, present.
Speaker 163 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker 164 is Ali Soriano.
Speaker 164 is not on the line.
Speaker 165 is Annika Hoffman.
Speaker 165 is not on the line.
Speaker 166 is Zoe Cower.
Speaker 166 is not present.
Speaker 167, Nan Gregory,
Oh, Speaker 167 is not present.
is on the line. Okay.
Is not present.
Does not. Okay. Speaker 168, Simon Hauk.
Apologies, Chair. I'm being told Speaker 167 is on the line.
And Gregory. Okay.
Thanks.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Okay. My name is Nan Gregory. I'm a West Point Grey homeowner, and I'm here to speak against CD1 rezoning, 75 East 8th Avenue, Myron Manor. This building is slated to be replaced by a hotel under the city's hotel development policy. Originally, this policy protected renters, stating hotel development should only occur, quote, where no purpose-built rental residential housing will be displaced, unquote. However, on May 19th, less than a month ago, and without public consultation, this policy was amended. The insertion of subsection 3.2.2.1d now allows tenant displacement for hotel development across 80 to 90% of Vancouver's developable land. Myron Manor, as part of the Broadway plan, is a testing ground for this new regime. Pass this motion, and 40 beautiful people, you've heard the list many times at this hearing, 40 beautiful people get thrown out onto the street. 40 beautiful people added to the homeless count. I can't imagine anyone in their right mind would consider that a good day's work. As a resident, I feel our city has lost its moral compass. We are replacing basic social conscience and compassion with policies that drive the heart and soul out of Vancouver, forcing ordinary people down and out. Myron Manor is but a small example, but it represents a massive, reprehensible shift. It's not too late to turn the tide. Please stand up for Vancouver renters and reject the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thanks for calling in. Speaker 168 is Simon Hauk.
Hello, can you hear me?
You bet. Go right ahead.
My name is Simon Hauk. I live in Vancouver, and I've lived here for about 12 years. I'm a member of the Vancouver Tenants Union, and I also work in tech, if that matters. I oppose the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue, and I ask Council to reject it today. Demoviction has become a way of life in the city. I've been demovicted myself, and I know many people who have too. The stress of trying to find a home you can afford is exhausting, especially when the home you're living in is set to be demolished. In this housing environment, you can never fully feel like you're at home. When you live in affordable housing, all you do is count the days before you let the letter in the mail tell you it is your turn to move. The idea of demolishing someone's home for profit has become so normalized. As tenants, this is our experience of housing. We are tired of it. We are tired of being the eviction capital of Canada. We are tired of being told there's no other way or that this is just how things are. Right now across town at Laurel and Oak, 70 people are being in the process of being evicted from their homes. An entire block is about to be razed so that the landowners can increase their wealth. They've been told there's nothing they can do. Some have already left out of fear. But today we're here to discuss another 40 people who are being evicted for a hotel. We have to beg to keep our homes while businessmen smile at us and speak in mission statements about positive community impact when we know ROI is the only thing they care about. The sad reality is that the people who own these properties do not see these units as our homes. They see them as their investments, and they see tenants as the annoying middleman between them and their money. Lotus Capital and Nicola Wealth want to demolish these homes so they can increase their revenue through an extended stay hotel. I'd also ask staff how many permanent jobs this hotel actually creates. What this sounds like is an apartment building without having to deal with tenants. An article in Lodging Magazine discusses the extended stay model as a business opportunity. The article has this to say. The line between guest and resident is eroding as consumer expectations evolve. Remote work, gig employment, and the normalization of flexible living arrangements has reshaped how people view space and time. Flexible living arrangements. This normalization has not been our choice. It's a reality forced on us that we have to navigate. This hotel brings nothing to this community. We are in an affordability crisis. People need homes, not hotels. Please reject this rezoning. Let these people stay in their home. Allow these families to raise their children in peace and for the elderly to live their golden years. If this hotel is approved, this is exactly the type of story we'll remember come October. And to anyone listening, join the Vancouver Tenants Union. Get involved in your community. Together, we can be so much more. These realities do not need to exist. Thank you.
Thanks for calling. Speaker 169 is Justin Huon. On the phone? Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. My name is Justin Huyn, and I am calling today to voice my opposition to the CD1 rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue. I am a renter in Vancouver. I completed my master's studies at the University of British Columbia, and I work in the civil engineering consulting industry, designing public infrastructure that serves local communities. I'm also a member of DALIA, Friends of the Filipino People in Struggle, an organization in solidarity with the people's struggle in the Philippines, as well as the millions of diaspora overseas, many of whom live here in Vancouver, including in Myron Manor, the subject of today's meeting. I'd like to remind the Council that each of you was elected to serve the interests of the people who live and work in the city. Contrary to what many believe, the everyday people who work tirelessly to afford living in one of the most expensive cities in the world are the ones responsible for running this city. Without working people, you have nothing. No food, no shelter, no public services. Nothing. This system has fooled so many into believing that capital investment from the ultra-wealthy is what brings value to a city. It is only through this backward logic that one could believe an extended stay hotel for digital nomads provides more value to a city than a residential building that houses dozens of residents. Developers do not have the interests of the people at heart. They have a bottom line to meet, and developments, be they housing, hotels, or commercial buildings, are a means to an end. For developers, profits win out over the people's interests every time. This is the logic of capitalism that deprives the vast majority of people of their basic human rights and dignity. Housing is a human right, and its commodification is a dead end that will only lead to economic collapse. The Council cannot continue to prioritize the interests of the wealthy over the interests of the many. If you truly claim to serve the people of the city, this is an unambiguous, unanimous no vote. Anyone who votes yes on this resolution makes their allegiance clear and is openly abandoning their duty to serve the people. The people of this city deserve affordable housing and dignified lives, and it is your responsibility as Council to make that a possibility. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thanks for calling in. Our next speaker is Daniel 170, is Danielle Curry.
Speaker 170 is not on the line.
Speaker 171 is Evan Morian.
Speaker 171 is here in person.
Okay.
Hello. I've lived my life in this neighborhood since
You
oh God.
You don't need to, you can raise the podium if you'd like, but you don't need to hold the microphone. There's a little switch just to your right there. Thanks.
Wow. I've lived in this neighborhood since I moved to Vancouver in 2007. I am a technical and data worker, and I have been dem-evicted myself. I'm speaking against this proposal, as it will replace permanent homes with temporary ones. and push permanent working class community members who contribute to society out in favor of transient white collar tech workers that don't contribute to their communities and have no intent to stay here long term. The council is even allowed to consider this type of proposal at all is a sign of a very profound and pervasive social and cultural sickness. The proposal and others like it are demonstrably harmful to ordinary people, but likely beneficial to a very small set of elite members of the political and capitalist class that control our city, and some of whom sit before me at this very moment. I believe, and hey, councilors, dare you to prove me wrong, that the people sitting in these chairs have already made up their minds about this proposal and are merely sitting here waiting for this perfunctory process to end, simply to further the illusion for the rest of us that this is in any way a democratic process. Some of you may even think to yourselves that you are impartial and that you are considering each comment.
Speaker, I'm just going to remind
weighing
you
them-
to speak to the merits of the application and not start talking about what people's motives or their decisions are. We are here to hear all the speakers, and then we will make our decision. Thank you.
But the truth is that your mind has been made up, and that as a member of the liberal democratic political class that serves the capitalist class, you will vote in the way that your class interest dictates. I think we should all be a bit more honest with ourselves and each other about what a perfunctory process this is. Again, I dare you to prove me wrong by voting down the proposal. The truth is, it doesn't actually matter what the people sitting in these chairs decide, and that the rest of us can stop them. And in fact, we can do anything to protect our communities and our neighborhoods, from attacks like this, provided that we are organized, united, determined, and motivated to do so. There's more of us than there are of them. So to council, I'll close by saying, not a one of you is free from sin. We've all seen your voting records. Long live Myron Manor. Go fuck yourselves. I yield my time.
Thanks very much. Duly noted. Obviously, those are the kinds of things that we don't want to see in this chamber. I think this is important to have the dignity of this process and respect the process as well. We hold public hearings so we can hear from the public and not disparage any of the members of the public. Clearly, that was outside the bounds of the decorum that we expect in this chamber. Thanks very much, and we'll now move on to Speaker 172, Meg Lakey.
Speaker 172 is not on the line.
Speaker 173, Mike Biscar.
Speaker 173 is not on the line.
Speaker 174, Peg Schumacher.
Speaker 174 is not on the line.
Speaker 175, Kabir Madan.
They are on the line.
Speaker, go right ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yep. Okay, hi there. My name is Kabir Madan. I'm a resident of East Vancouver. I'm speaking in opposition to this motion to rezone 75 East 8th, also known as Myron Manor. I'm a proud member of the Vancouver Tenants Union, and I'm also the manager of research at Carnegie Housing Project, based in the downtown east side. It seems that every time I speak to this council, I have to remind you, and I really have to remind you, that we are in a housing crisis in the city. Vancouver City has almost 3,000 homeless people, and somehow you're entertaining the possibility of displacing another 40 people to build a hotel for tourists and digital nomads. This project also violates, by the way, the Broadway Plan's own promise to minimize displacement impacts by ensuring renters can remain in the neighborhood at affordable rents. The city's own policy loophole has enabled this, and it must be closed. The city also, the city bylaws clearly have a loophole in the hotel development policy when it comes to area plans or quote-unquote community plans. If you rezone and build a hotel on this site, you would set a dangerous precedent for the rest of the Broadway plan, as well as other community plans, including the Rupert and Renfrew plan or the Downtown East Side plan. So I hope the council reconsiders and really considers our comments and votes against this motion to rezone. If there is anything you need to build, it is 10,000 units of shelter rate housing to house homeless and precariously housed people. So please build affordable social housing and stop trying to displace people. Your decisions and your decorum, for that matter, inside the chamber has to reflect outside as well towards the people you claim to represent. So I yield my time. Thank you. And thank you, Evan, for speaking.
Speaker 176 is Jin Lee.
Speaker 176 is not on the line.
Speaker 177, Jamie Robinson.
Speaker 177 is not on the line.
Speaker 178, Asia Moore.
They are on the line.
Speaker, go right ahead.
Hey, I just wanted to call in and voice my opposition to this rezoning of 75 East 8th. I live in Mount Pleasant. I was born and raised in facing Sunrise. I've loved living here. My family's here. And I think that there is certainly no tech hotel and certainly no financial compensation that can compensate for community relationships, relations with our neighbors, relations with our friends and family. I can think of 2 times in the last year that a member of my own family was, helped during a fall or a stroke by someone in their neighborhood, and that meant that I was able to intervene, in a time frame that really helped with their recovery and indeed kept them alive. And I think that if this proposal were to go through, we would be at an enormous loss in our city, and I think it's a very serious matter. Sorry, my neighbor's talking to me because I'm on the phone. And I think that's appalling that this is even occurring. I want to thank the members of the building who spoke and the other members of the city who spoke against this motion. That was really inspiring and kept me tuned in for 2.5 days. And I really, really hope that you will not approve this motion. And I just wanted to speak up about the social determinants of health, especially when it comes to seniors. I work in a shelter environment, and I think we see time and time again in the last few years how seniors are representing more and more of our unhoused people in our city, and the facilities we currently have are not equipped to support seniors at this level, and seniors shouldn't be on the street, and no one should be on the street. And please don't tear down this building and displace these residents for temporary workers in an industry that's damaging our ecology and damaging our social fabric of our communities. Thank you.
Thanks for calling in. Speaker 179 is Casey Way.
Hello?
Hi, go right ahead.
Oh, hey. Hi there. Hi, thanks. My name is Casey, and I'm calling to oppose the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue and to ask council to reject it today. I've lived in Vancouver for most of my life. I'm 40 now. I came here when I was 4. I grew up here. I've lived in Mount Pleasant on and off the road the last 2 decades, and I've seen how quickly and exponentially the gentrification has negatively impacted the city and the Mount Pleasant neighborhood in particular. I'm a artist, cultural worker, student, new mom, so this really rings dear to my heart because I feel like it could be any one of us, and it could be me, it could be my family, and as if this proposal goes through, it's just setting a horrible precedent like previous speakers have said. So for the tenants of this building to be displaced and for a digital nomad hotel to take its place, it's completely appalling. It's blatantly showing where, if it gets passed, it's blatantly showing where the city council's priorities lie. yeah, like I said, if it can happen to these renters, it can happen to any renter. And then, beyond that, it's like the middle class is shrinking. And this is just like one example out of many that is trying to like extract more wealth for the 1%. And the growing 99 is growing. So normal working class, middle class folks are being squeezed out of living in the city, and the council needs to know that it's not okay, and we're not putting up with it. I'm like such a tired new mom, and I'm calling in and waiting while my baby is screaming and needs me. But here I am. So yeah, there's been a housing crisis, like we all know, in the city for years now, and it's only getting worse through the city's development policy. And tenants should have a right of first refusal. That should be like in the law of this development, given that the city has even admitted that there will be no lateral move following this displacement with the folks living in the minor manner. The hotel is a gift to the ultra-rich who do not need any more gifts. The city does not need another tech bro hotel. It needs to prioritize the people who live and work here with a real stake in the community. So I'll just end it there. Thank you for your time. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you for calling in. Speaker 180 is Terry McIntosh.
I'm on the line.
Right ahead.
Thank you. It's really crazy because I kept hearing you feed people, and I'm going. Anyway, I'm a resident of East Vancouver, and I've lived here for 28 years. It's a great place. I'm a member of VTU, and of course, I'm against this whole development thing. The great majority of people, I think, that have phoned in are against it, and I think the great majority of people in the neighborhood around that, for many square kilometers, are against this. A couple of questions. Why was this site chosen and not a site where you don't have to rezone? I mean, there's tons of stuff around there where you could put up a hotel. A few blocks from there, there's buildings that are there that are a lot older than 1960s. One-story places you could easily get rid of, pay off or landowners, whatever. I don't know. I mean, how much work did you put into finding another place? The other thing is we don't need more hotels, motels, whatever. All these people that are coming in could find a place in some of the empty hotels. And downtown, much more, lots of fun. You can do all these things downtown, whatever. Anyway, why there? Why in a neighborhood? Why are you introducing all these people who are not going to add to the neighborhood? They're going to be there for a few weeks or a month. I don't know. But the main thing I want to say is there's an election coming up, and we all hope. Oh, yeah, you guys are done. Bye.
Our next speaker is Sean Owen, 181.
Speaker 181 is not on the line.
Speaker 182, Christina Figueroa.
Speaker 182 is not present.
Speaker 183, Haneen Gabari.
Oh.
Hi, go ahead.
Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Haneen. I am a renter and a tenant in Mount Pleasant. I'm a member of the Vancouver Tenants Union, and I work my day job with equity-deserving youth that live in East Vancouver. I'm here today speaking in opposition of the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue and ask that Council reject this proposal. I come here as a second-generation descendant of Palestinian and Lebanese refugees. My background and family history is no stranger to displacement and being removed from our home and our homes being demolished. And in addition to this, I've lived in BC for 12 years. I've rented here for 12 years. I've had countless experiences of housing insecurity, including them evictions and rent-evictions. I know the experience of being uprooted and in constant displacement for unjust reasons feels very violating, and to be in a constant cycle of being uprooted from your home, especially in Vancouver, is what brings me here today to speak in opposition, and I really urge council to reject this proposal. I've had the absolute pleasure and the honor of getting to know a couple of tenants and their children at the Myron Manor Collective, and I was just in disbelief to hear that this application had been submitted for a hotel, which would displace 40 tenants, families, elders, and long-term community members, and this just feels like a huge disservice to our community in Mount Pleasant. Affordable housing in Vancouver, and especially here in Mount Pleasant, is already extremely scarce, and the thought of displacing families and these long-term tenants who are ultimately pillars of our community feels antithetical to community building. To build a hotel for temporary tech workers provides no new housing, obviously, or affordable units in an increasingly gentrified neighborhood. There is no hotel crisis in Vancouver, and we saw that very clearly during the FIFA World Cup, which was one of the largest events that Vancouver has hosted since the 2008 Olympics. I also find it kind of interesting that a hotel for tech workers is being built close to around the corner of the proposed data center in Mount Pleasant, which is another highly contentious, unneeded, and unwanted development in our neighborhood. I've lived in this neighborhood for a year and a half. I've lived around Vancouver for a bit now, and the most meaningful relationships I've had and made are with long-term tenants and families and elders who know the neighborhood so well. The locals, especially, at Myron Manor, have this archive of knowledge and care for their neighborhood, and they're the very people that breathe life into this neighborhood. We need homes, not hotels, and I ask today that council opposes the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue. Thank you.
Thanks for calling in. Speaker 184, John Crowdis.
Speaker 184 is not present.
Speaker 186, Michael Mortensen.
Hello?
Hi, go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Hello, Mayor and Council. Just here as a citizen of Vancouver, longtime resident of Vancouver. I'm a landlord and I'm also a renter. I've had to move because of redevelopment, renovation before. I know moving is challenging, but I'm here to actually support this application on the grounds that the proponent is proposing relocation assistance for tenants. We're in an environment where there is some surplus rental supply. We're seeing, elevated vacancy given the sort of economic and migration changes that are happening in BC. And I do think that this new hotel will actually increase housing supply and reduce pressure on the overall universe of rental stock. But I do think it's really important to recognize that the proponent in this case is undertaking a program to help tenants relocate. It's an exception. It's not a rule. Overall, council has put in place enormous tenant protection policies for the entire Broadway Plan corridor through the rental tenant protection policy. And, I think in this case, given the industrial location, there's sort of a policy rationale for the proposal. Now, normally, we think about under the Residential Tenancy Act of British Columbia, under normal circumstances, it's a pretty let's just say light process, in terms of giving notice of redevelopment and sort of minor compensation to tenants. But in this case, I think the proponent is offering more. So I do think it will increase rental supply or take the pressure off of existing rental stock. And in this case, we have, I think, some reputable proponents who have a long history of business in the city and delivering great projects who are prepared to help existing tenants relocate. I don't think it's a precedent. It is an exception. So I just wanted to call in and offer some balance and thank council for their good work.
Thanks for calling in. Speaker 187, Paisley Woodward.
Hello?
Hi, go ahead.
Oh, hi. Hi, councillors. I I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I oppose this. I want to thank the councillors for listening so hard and working so hard during this public hearing and all the other public hearings. In reviewing the materials, I do see that Nicola Wells is a major philanthropist in the city, and I also read the legal opinion of the respected law firm Arve Finley, who points out that the city could redesignate the site to residential uses, general urban, under the Metro Vancouver Growth 2050 strategy. The council actually can do that if the site is less than 1 hectare in size, and the legal letter says the site is 0.1 of a hectare. So it points out the section of the Metro Vancouver Growth 2050 strategy that would allow council to make that change on its own. So that could result potentially in a win-win situation where a certain amount of the hotel space could be set aside for residential use. And I heard on July 16th the applicant doesn't plan or won't be able to get going on this development for a couple of years. So that would give time for staff to work out with Nicola a change that would allow for the redesignation of this industrial. I realize it's industrial use at the moment. To allow a certain number of the units to be for residential purposes. And given that Nicola has that reputation of being a philanthropist, it would seem that this move could prevent homelessness up front rather than them donating the services, money for the services later after the fact. In other words, prevent a fire rather than putting it out, donating money to put it out later. So that seems to be a win-win option that would be open to council in this. Thank you for listening. That's it.
Thank you for calling in. Our next speaker, 188, is Asura Ekbayar.
Hello, is this working? Can you hear me?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Okay, wonderful. Yeah, my name is Asura, and I oppose the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue and ask council to reject it today. I'm really grateful to be speaking here with not only all of the fellow speakers, but especially with the tenants of 75 East 8th Avenue, who I think have shown incredible bravery throughout the last weeks, months, showing up as the Myron Manor Collective and genuinely bringing Vancouverites together. Yes, so I want to really say here that many have commented previously on the technical details of this proposal, and I think we've heard especially from the tenants themselves about the heartbreaking reality of the proposal. And I just want to reiterate here that there's not a lot I can or want to add at this point. I wholeheartedly agree with the tenants and my previous speakers who reject this proposal. However, what I want to add and provide here is some comments on the proposal coming from my own experience as a renter in the city. I've lived in Vancouver for the last 8 years. I started at SFU, I finished my master's degree there, and the first 3 years of those 8 were in Strathcona, and then the last 5 I've lived in the West End. As a proud member of the Vancouver Tenants Union, I'm very proud to say that I try to talk to my neighbors. I try to be in my neighborhood. I try to meet the people who live, shape, and share the space with me, that I genuinely try to meet those people and talk to them. And I'd just like to briefly describe the kind of struggles that all of you are, I'm sure, aware that these people talk about, and those things that they do not mention. On a daily basis, in the city, you can hear about the threat and the danger of genuine displacement happening all over the city. There's redevelopments, there's whole buildings, apartment buildings torn down. There's landlords who are abusing their power, evicting tenants for profits. I hear a lot about the struggle of affording rent, food, or even just a life in the city. I hear about the struggle of people in finding community, which a lot of times also connects to the same struggles above. It is very hard. It is near impossible to grow a community, to connect with people, to thrive, to grow when you're struggling to pay for rent, when you don't have a home, when you keep moving, when you have to worry about your children's housing, shelter, and stability. And it's just so absurd that I, at this point, also have to add that I have not once heard a single of my neighbors, a single person in this city talk about a hotel crisis. It just absolutely confuses me that we're talking about hotels, that this is a genuine like talking point in the politics and the policy of the city. We're talking about tearing down an apartment building for a digital nomad hotel, displacing 40 residents, families, seniors, for a digital nomad hotel, destroying a complete thriving community. And once again, I want to say that the Myron Manor Collective is demonstrating what community means. They are showing up, they're living together, they are showing solidarity not only amongst each others, but with the city, with their neighbors. We're talking about destroying this kind of community for a digital nomad hotel. We're talking about gentrifying a whole neighborhood that houses a lot of these small communities in each of the apartment buildings and raising the living costs for people. We're talking about introducing more displacement. We're talking about creating more unaffordability. We're talking about destroying community in order to build one digital nomad hotel. So I really, really want to reiterate at this point, please reject this proposal. It's bad, and immediately revoke the policy in the city's hotel development policy that even allowed this kind of insanity in the first place. Finally, before using my time, I would also just briefly like to say that, there's a lot of Vancouverites expressing their opposition to this project. There's many more who are not calling in. I think, once again, anyone who, as I do, tries to talk to the neighbors will probably experience that most Vancouverites are against this kind of proposal. And I'm really struggling at this point here to not follow the example of my fellow speaker earlier and say things such as, go fuck yourselves. And I'm not saying this right now at this point because I'm obviously respecting the chamber here. And I'm also just saying that I understand why one would go that way, especially as somebody who's come to this chamber to speak previously. Once again, there's hundreds of Vancouverites expressing their opposition, and considering that we're talking about destroying a community for a hotel, I really struggle. I really, really, really struggle to genuinely believe that we are being heard. I struggle to understand whose interests are being represented, especially if it's supposedly the people, the workers, the renters, the tenants. Thinking about it, go fuck yourself seems quite respectful considering what is at stake here for the tenants, for the city, for the renters. I'm done. Thank you so much. Please reject it.
Council is going to take a brief 5-minute recess.
Okay, Council, we're going to resume with Speaker 189, Sandra Sanders. And just a reminder, do we have Sandra on the line?
Just checking the line, Chair. Oh, Speaker 189 is not present.
Okay, thank you. Just a reminder to any speakers that are waiting on the line or in chambers that we will not tolerate disrespectful commentary and profanities in chambers. So just a reminder to all. Speaker 190, Hannah Dempsey. Speaker 191, Sydney Ball.
Speaker 191 is just approaching the microphone.
And Sydney, you have up to 5 minutes to address council.
You can lower the podium on the right-hand side there if you need to.
Oh, got it. Thank you. Hello, Council. My name is Sydney Ball, and I am a resident of Mount Pleasant. I've lived there for the last 12 years. I'm asking you to reject the proposal at 75 East 8th today. There's been a lot of flimsy arguments, I think particularly in the staff referral report, this is, you need to tear down a perfectly good building that's been providing safe and affordable housing for the last 60 years and acting like that's somehow a problem that needs to be resolved. The staff report seems to insist that residential cannot be built here and that the city must now prioritize the construction of a mostly Airbnb-style complex to serve transient tech workers. It's one that will largely be staffed by kiosks and robots instead of workers, and one that looks like a typical rental building, but that only needs 10% vacancy to make more money than traditional rentals. So why is this an issue? I believe the only crisis that is being considered in the hotel development policy and the Broadway plan that's used to justify this is the crisis of developer profits. I'd ask why we're bending over backwards to fix the issue of not being able to build market rental or condo buildings during a market downturn. There's thousands of empty homes in Vancouver that developers can't sell. And to point one of the speakers earlier, there is actually an excess of rental supply in Mount Pleasant. It is only new builds, and it's only too expensive for people at Myron Manor to be able to afford. Too expensive for me to afford. It's too expensive for most renters to afford if 50% of renters make less than 50 grand a year. So why is it necessary that we make this parcel of land as profitable as possible to investors? There's already stable, affordable housing here, and everyone can stop working overtime for that to seem like a problem. We can leave it alone. Another speaker mentioned that approval would mean rezoning this industrial to CD1 to build non-industrial, which doesn't make a lot of sense. The claim is that this is an issue because Myron Manor is not industrial. The actual issue is that only a developer could ever actually spur council to make a change in zoning, it seems. Zoning changes only seem to happen when they need to facilitate capital. At any point in time, council could rezone Myron Manor under Metro 50 plan to general urban, and that would mean rezoning to protect residential. I want to be clear that I'm asking City Council to vote no on the rezoning, not to amend compensation or ask the developer for extra help with moving costs, and not to fix a Broadway plan loophole. We're not trying to make the permanent removal of long-term residents from this neighborhood more palatable. To make an impact on housing affordability and to ensure the city is livable for its residents, council has to vote no on this rezoning. Councillor Honor's motion earlier in June, there were some council members that assured during discussion that even though some tenants aren't covered by the right to return under the Broadway plan, staff was aware that this would be an issue in industrial zoning for a long time and that it was under review. So I'm also asking why, if staff has known for a long time that it's coming up now after years after the Broadway plan was passed, are we intending on waiting until everybody is gone for it to be an issue that's actually addressed? People can't actually wait until after they're evicted. And they certainly also can't wait if a hearing happens to be fast-tracked, where the tenants were first told it would be 18 months, then they were told it would be 12 months, and then now it's been only 8 months before when they got notified of the development before they were before it's come before council for this hearing.
Speaker, I'll just interject and just remind you just to be respectful of your comments about staff. I've had a councillor flag that for me, so just be mindful of those comments.
I would say that everything that I've mentioned about staff has been on the public record, so I'd like to be able to critique what's on the public record that I believe is untrue.
You can certainly have your perspective on what you've read.
Yes, thank you. I'd also like to say that they can't wait if the intention was to be able to pack as many redevelopments in the last 2 weeks as possible to desperately get through developments before an election and before summer break. These evictions will actually shorten lifespans. That's what all the data on evictions says. And you don't have to wait for staff to be able to prioritize an issue like this to ensure that people don't have to suffer from displacement and suffer from permanent removal from their communities. What you could do to prioritize residents and also to be able to prioritize affordable housing in Vancouver, something that's been in all of your platforms, is voting no on this proposal for rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much for your comments and appreciating. I will note that we had a bit of a differing schedule this summer, so that is in part why you're seeing a lot of applications at this time, whereas we normally would have handled more of these in June. So, but I appreciate the perspective you're bringing. Thank you. We're going to move on to our next speaker, speaker number 192, Leona Rothney.
Speaker 192 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 193, Keith Barry.
Speaker 193 is approaching the podium.
Welcome, Keith. You have up to 5 minutes to address council this evening.
Thank you very much. Good evening. My name is
Go ahead.
My name is Keith Barry. I have lived in Mount Pleasant over 25 years, and I am speaking in opposition to the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue. Council, you've heard from tenants of 75 East 8th on this issue. You have heard from technical experts, credentialed leaders, and business owners. You've heard from prominent community members, parents, and members of grassroots and heritage groups. I am none of those things. I am frankly a fairly boring and quiet person. I did not expect to find myself appearing here before City Council for the first time. I ask you to consider what it indicates about the significance of an issue when the boring, quiet people begin to show up and speak out. Housing units become homes when we treat them as such, when we feel secure in them, and when we rest in them after work, spend time with family and friends, create community, and enjoy the private parts of life in them. Your home is the antidote to the pressures and demands of the outside world. The laws that protect other people's homes are the same laws that ultimately secure yours. Everyone sleeps somewhere. As I understand it, the Broadway plan was carefully designed around this principle that homes are more than commodities. This principle is reflected in the plan's protections, which help displaced tenants remain in their community and eventually return to replacement homes with protected rents. The rezoning proposal for 75 East 8th asked Council to set this principle aside. Perhaps the proposal is technically permissible, perhaps it is clever, but it is not right. The situation is unusual, created as it was by unintended interaction between zoning and tenant protection policy. It is now being used to justify the permanent loss of people's homes. Rather than approve this proposal, the better solution is for Council to fix the policy gap that allows it to exist and to include these residents within the protection of the Broadway plans. I am not opposed to redevelopment. I am opposed to redevelopment when it asks us to treat some homes as being disposable because a more profitable use has been found for the land. I ask Council to reject this rezoning. I also ask the applicants to return with a proposal that respects the intention of the Broadway plan and provides the residents of 75 East 8th with the permanent rehousing, protected rents, and fair compensation that they deserve. If the applicants had acknowledged that, due to an unfortunate quirk of zoning, the tenants of 75 East 8th were not covered by the Broadway plan, but had submitted a proposal that treated them as if they were, then the boring, quiet people would not have come to speak. Please do the right thing and reject the rezoning and protect not only these homes, but the principle that protects all of our homes. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your comments this evening. Our next speaker is Speaker 194, Suzanne Zimmering.
Speaker 194 is not on the line.
Speaker 195, Sonia Magnuson.
Hello.
Hi, Sonia. Go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I want to say that I oppose the rezoning at 75 East 8th Avenue, and I ask the council to reject it today. I stand in solidarity with tenants and all tenants everywhere who face eviction for whatever reason. I work at BC Children's Hospital. I live between Oak and Main Street, and I'm a member of the Oak and Laurel Tenants Alliance. I have lived in this area for 36 years. For the last 10 years, I've been a vulnerable renter myself, as a big developer has progressed towards development on the block where I and my fellow tenants live. I want to say about 3 things. Number 1, there's no need for eviction, ever. Whether you live in a tent or in a relatively low rent apartment, eviction or the threat of eviction is devastating. The TRPP across the city is not meaningful engagement with tenants who usually have everything to lose with eviction, including their community, their safety, as well as financial losses at the time of eviction and after that as they face different rental realities. The relocation specialists appointed on the TRPP are essentially contracted workers for the developer. They do not represent tenants or tenant rights. Housing is a right, and evictions are abhorrent. Number 2, I want to say that developers are also morally obligated to uphold human rights. The legality around human rights and the right to housing is changing across our country, and I encourage you to look up the Waterloo decision in Ontario from June 2026. It is about governments upholding human rights. Number 3, the quality and quantity of the number of speakers opposing this rezoning is amazing. I'm very honored to be another voice to ask you to please reject this rezoning at 75 East 8th Avenue. Thank you very much for all your work and for this time today.
Thank you very much for calling in this evening. Our next speaker is Speaker 196, Mariah Habadi.
Speaker 196 is approaching the podium.
Welcome, Mariah. You have up to 5 minutes to address council this evening.
Thank you. My name is Mariah Javadi. I am a renter. I am a former tech worker, and I have experienced eviction. I'm also a proud member of the Vancouver Tenants Union Eastside Chapter. I wanted to begin just by flagging how folks heard yesterday from those in favor of this rezoning and eviction that they were emphasizing how important it is for visiting employees to be able to walk to their temporary work sites. Then, we also heard yesterday from a current tenant of Myron Manor that says that she currently walks to her permanent workplace. And not only would she not be able to do that anymore if she and her neighbors are evicted, but she might even need to find another job altogether if she has to move too far to find affordable housing. So, what we're being told is that it's so important for visiting tech bros to not have to, God forbid, travel, commute 20 minutes from one of the many hotels in downtown Vancouver for a week or a month. that 27 families have to give up their homes, communities, financial security, that affordable housing that they currently live in, all for the comfort of hypothetical visitors. And that's our number one priority in the city of Vancouver right now, under Mayor Ken Sim and the majority ABC Council. That's what it seems like. It's all part of the theme parkification of the city of Vancouver. That's what this decision, FIFA, the giant Vancouver sign, cops standing around on Granville doing God knows what for millions of dollars, rezoning the DEOD, freezing supportive housing in the city. I could go on. That's what it says. Cutting services residents rely on, all this says that we want to turn Vancouver into Disney World. We only care about our image for visitors, and Vancouverites, the people struggling to survive in this city, just have to accept it, even if it means that they have to move. Because the people who keep Disney World running, the workers, they don't live there. The guy wearing the Minnie Mouse costume, the Space Mountain operator, the person who cleans up the puke off of Space Mountain, they have to commute sometimes for hours each way just to keep the place running. And Disney World wouldn't exist without them, but it's not for them. And that's what we want for Vancouver. That's what it seems like if we're going to vote in favor of this. And that's what you're saying by voting in favor of this rezoning, that that's what you believe. So when you order your daily triple shot almond milk latte from the Whole Foods down the street, do you think your barista got to walk to work? I dare you on Monday, the next time you place your order, to ask them whether they think a visiting tech bro deserves to take their home. Because if you vote in favor of this rezoning and eviction, you might as well tell them that that's what you think. Now, I'm pretty sure that's what the majority council is going to say with their vote, but in the words of my friend Evan, prove me wrong. And vote no to this rezoning and eviction. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments today. Our next speaker is Speaker 197, Neil Vokey.
Speaker 197 is not on the line.
Okay, our next speaker is Speaker 198, Russell Chong.
Yes, they are on the line.
Yeah, over the top.
Hi, Russell.
Hello, speaking.
Hi, Russell.
Sorry, can you hear
You
me?
have up to, yes, we can. You have up to 5 minutes to address council on this matter.
Hi. Yeah, so my name is Russell Cheong, lifelong Vancouverite, speaking to oppose this rezoning. Yeah, I oppose this, the displacement of working class renters and families for the development of a hotel for transient tech workers, making multiple times the income of the average Vancouverite. I think we can't be tearing down existing housing without replacing it, and when land zoned industrial or redeveloped, we can't be allowing it to be rezoned out of industrial or replaced with what is essentially just a regular commercial land use that doesn't contribute to the resilience of our local economy. This proposal would do nothing to ease the housing and affordability crisis and would simply use the displacement of working people of Myron Manor as a subsidy for developers. The residents of the building are not being offered sufficient protections against displacement or losing housing, instead facing the prospect of moving into insecure and lower quality housing, as staff have noted there wouldn't be a lateral move, and the developer wouldn't be offering residents the first right of refusal in the new building. Further, the project doesn't even align with the Broadway plan, itself a huge boon to developers with weak tenant protections. And, if the lack of residential uses in the new building is being justified by the industrial zoning of the site, why try to sneak around it with a hotel rather than seek residential rezoning? Building a hotel here on our city's ever-shrinking industrial land base means less jobs in the city and less benefits for those who call the city home. Doing so by displacing working-class families, seniors, and people with disabilities makes this even more horrific. Now, I'll take a moment as well to address some of the points that I had, read through in reading some of the letters on this rezoning as well. So some points are easily refutable. For example, proximity to medical facilities. The developers have framed this project as catering not to those accessing medical services, but those here for work in tech. The proliferation of Airbnb, which should be addressed through strict regulation and enforcement rather than the displacement of other renters and Vancouver residents. And the shortage of other hotel space, something that's clearly disproven with the extreme vacancy rates during FIFA. On that note, I think it's important that we consider what developments are improvements in the city. We don't want this to be a situation like at Laurel and 18th, where the developer has had to come back and renege on its community benefits because it can't make the development work financially. Or like Little Mountain, which displaced hundreds of residents and households when replacement still hasn't been completed. In a city where hotel rooms are growing increasingly empty, why should a new hotel like this be approved in a way that displaces existing renters? I notice while that others have raised philanthropic benefits that they have received from the developer, I feel like comments provided in return for monetary compensation should clearly be disregarded. And so in sum, I hope that council will do the right thing and hope that they'll vote this down. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Russell. Thanks for calling in this evening. Speaker 199, Brian Baraga.
Speaker 199 is not present.
Thank you.
Apologies, Chair. We just lost quorum temporarily. One moment.
Okay, thank you. Just let me know when we do restore quorum. For council members of the public, we're going to recess until we restore quorum.
Chair, we have regained quorum.
Thank you very much, clerks. We'll continue with our speakers list. We were at, I understand Speaker 199, Brian Braga was not there. Speaker 200, Javier Ogier, sorry.
Speaker 200 is not on the line.
Okay, Speaker 201, Emma Lawson.
Speaker 201 is approaching the podium.
Okay. Welcome, Emma. You have up to 5 minutes to address council this evening.
Thank you. My name is Emma Lawson. I'm a renter and community member in East Vancouver. I oppose the rezoning of 75 East 8th and ask council to reject it. Given the city's housing crisis, it's astonishing that we're even considering a proposal that removes rental housing from the market and will displace over 40 residents, including seniors, children, immigrants, and people with disabilities. I'm an academic librarian by trade, so I wanted to see what does the academic literature say about housing displacement. Sydney referred to this earlier, but the data's bad. A 2017 article published in PLOS One showed that residents displaced from their neighborhoods through gentrification and redevelopment, such as the one proposed here, face significant adverse health outcomes. Displaced people in this study showed increased levels of stress and depression, were more likely to make emergency department visits, and were more likely to experience hospitalization after their displacement. A 2025 article from the journal Social Science and Medicine showed that housing displacement is associated with depression, anxiety, respiratory issues, heart palpitations, sleeping issues, panic attacks, significant weight changes, and worsening of existing health conditions. That study showed that while obviously severe negative health impacts are going to more strongly affect vulnerable populations, that exists on every socioeconomic level. And even if these displaced households find higher quality housing, maybe in some magical world they find a better place to live. I don't know how that would happen in the city, but even so, those negative health effects exist simply because of the displacement. Okay, even the United States CDC acknowledges the negative health impacts of displacement and urges anyone involved in community development and design to do anything they can to preserve existing affordable rental units, help residents who wish to stay in their neighborhoods, and promote community stability. Okay, I'm happy to provide citations for these things if people want more articles. This proposed hotel will only provide short-term housing for people who don't live here. We need to support the people who actually live here, who will face significant harm to the who will face significant harm. So people who know this community as their home, please reject the rezoning. Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much for addressing council today. Our next speaker is Speaker 202, Zachary Hooser.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Zach, and I'm a lifetime Vancouver resident living in rental buildings similar to the building in question. I oppose the rezoning of Marlon Manor for a variety of reasons. One is that the proposed development, like most new developments, does not serve the median Vancouverite and displaces housing that does serve the median Vancouverite, as well as additionally supporting chronically underserved demographics as well. The median salary in Vancouver varies depending on how you define it, but is generally upper 60,000s or lower. To keep people living and working long-term in Vancouver, the city needs to ensure that appropriate housing is available to meet the median need. The definition of appropriate includes affordable, stable, high quality, and is located in an area that is tolerable in terms of commute times and local amenities. Another important note is that this hotel is a manifestation of Vancouver's willingness to lean into becoming even more of a resort city than it already is. Resort cities are characterized by a shortage of employment other than low-wage service jobs, housing prices that are unaffordable for the local residents, and difficulty keeping a young and especially a young and educated workforce in the city, which is exactly to the T the current situation that Vancouver is in. This situation is going to be exacerbated by approving this development and others like it. The median salary in Vancouver is in the 60,000s or lower, and the city needs to ensure that stable and affordable housing is available for this and lower income levels as well if we want to secure the long-term sustainability of the city. According to the marketing materials of this specific project, the units are small and poorly equipped. The justification for this being acceptable is that it's an extended stay hotel and not actually an apartment or condo. Since this is technically a hotel, it is presumably also not subject to the protections of the Residential Tenancy Act. Effectively, this project seems like a creative way to produce rental housing which is not subject to tenancy protections and is also of unprecedentedly poor quality, even worse than the current dog crate condos being built, which already no one wants to live in and are not even affordable to the people who would maybe consent to living in them. This is the last thing that the median Vancouverite wants in their city, and I am genuinely scared that this unusual development will become commonplace and degrade Vancouver's precious remaining quality rental stock even further. Every older building with large, pleasant, affordable units that is destroyed forces more people into modern dog crate units that people clearly do not want to live in, judging by the current vacancy rates. This hotel, next point, this hotel is allegedly marketed for technology workers working nearby. I personally am a recent UBC engineering grad, and I can say that UBC and other universities locally has a huge output of talent which largely leaves Vancouver due to a shortage of appropriate local work and also due to an unfavorable housing market for people looking to set up their life here. Why are we pretending we need to import talent and try to put them in an overpriced and unpleasant living situation where they are also not building personal equity when we could instead enable local talent to stay in Vancouver through preserving actually desirable rental housing and also desirable quality starter ownership opportunities by not approving irresponsible developments such as this one. Another aspect is that this hotel is not only marketed to serve high-risk businesses, but it itself is also a high-risk business. Based on the fact that Vancouver does not have a shortage of hotels or shortage of poor quality residences, it seems optimistic that another exceptionally poor quality rental property could be occupied fully, which, as a previous speaker mentioned, is maybe not even the plan. The plan is to maybe let it sit mostly empty and it'll still be profitable. A very possible outcome is that it sits mostly vacant, in which case all this displacement and degradation was for absolutely nothing. For the people of Vancouver, at least. Considering that I have no recourse against this until October, I beg you not to sell out everything else in this city in the name of tourism and attracting foreign capital. Please do not wreck this city for my generation and following generations even more than you already have by approving goofy developments like this one. Thank you very much. That's it.
Thank you, Zachary. Speaker number 203, Becco Kai.
Speaker 203 is not present.
Okay, Speaker 204 is withdrawn. Speaker 205, Vincent Tao.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, Vincent. We need to confirm if you live in Vancouver.
Yes, I do. I do live in Vancouver.
Vancouver, British Columbia?
Vancouver, British Columbia. Yes, correct. Yes, not Washington. In fact,
Okay,
I live
thank
just a
you.
minute away from Myron Manor.
Okay. Thank you. You can go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much. My name is Vince Howe. I live right down the street from Myron Manor. I've lived in Mount Pleasant for about 10 years. And I'm calling in to voice my opposition to this rezoning, 75th 8th Avenue. I don't like it. I don't like it. I think it's going to be really bad for the neighborhood. And it's really going to be horrible for the people that live there, 40 residents, lovely people, families, old folks, people that care about each other. And this horrible development we've heard the rest of the cast talk about it. It's not good for the neighborhood. It's a complete scam. And it's really only built to generate obscene profits for the already mega rich. We don't need that in the neighborhood. In fact, we're losing a lot of housing. We've lost a lot of housing already. I've lived in the neighborhood for about 10 years, and I've seen a lot of change, right? And I would tell you where I live and how low my rent is, but I don't want the city staff to get any ideas. But I have lived very close by and seen yeah, a lot of changes in this neighborhood that, just the worst hasn't even come yet, right? The wave is always at the gate. But already we've seen, the densification of, our little community, just, on our block on 7th Avenue. What used to be a residential street is now, it seems to be a main thoroughfare, with, luxury cars driving through. In fact, our beloved neighborhood cat Archie was taken, and his life was taken away by, again, this influx of money and just running a complete monopoly on all our homes. And I'm really sad that so much of this conversation has just been about, our neighborhood, our friends and residents of Mount Pleasant having to take apart the obscure language of zoning and height ratios and all the rest, when we know that on the surface, that this, what is being proposed here is absolutely obscene. Like, there are 40 great homes and great families, communities that live right there at Myron Manor, and to bulldoze that home and to replace it with, again, what appears to be a corporate Airbnb scam it's an absolute joke. The fact that so many people, 200 folks, have come out today and spoke much more eloquently than I about the details of just how every way in which this project has been advertised, has been lied about to the community and to the rest of Vancouver. That we have to spend this time doing this. That we, the city staff have the kind of arcane language and measures of zoning and bylaws and whatever the Broadway plan. For us, these are our homes. This is our lives that we build every day with each other with love and care. And all of that actually kind of means nothing to the zoner's eyes, to the city staff, because apparently, in your language, the lives that we build together is not the highest and best use of the land. And in fact, the highest and best use of the land is a 6-story, I don't know, I don't even know what to call this thing. It's such a joke. And we all know it. You all know it. And I wish I could be there to see your faces actually of everyone on council right now, because it really, again, it pains me that I've had to come back to these councils. Well, I guess I'm calling in today, and see this happen over and over again, where the lives of people who build this city together, who make the value that all of the landowners and the developers that council serves, that they skim the top off of. They get all the the profit in the valley. All we want really is to live happily with each other, and you can't even give us that. You can't even let us live. Just leave us alone in our communities as we labor to pay your rents and to generate profit for your businesses. No, you can't even let us have a home. Like the fact that the council can
Vincent, can you just refocus on the application, please, Vincent?
Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah, I don't like it.
You've kind of gone a little bit off track.
I live down the street. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, I don't like it because it's not only going to rip up our neighborhood, and it threaten other, renters like me who still pay like a reasonable rents in these communities and neighborhoods. I don't like what this means as you as council, your power to just, again, trample democratic will.
Vincent, that is your time this evening.
And build a building
that's your
no
time,
one
Vincent.
wants.
Thank you very much for calling in this evening. Our next speaker is 206, Kaylin Terrell.
Hey, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Hey, everyone. My name's Kaylin. I'm calling in tonight to express my opposition to the rezoning of 75 East 8th. I speak today not only as a tenant living in Vancouver and a supporter of the Myron Manor Collective, but also as someone who's finding it increasingly difficult to stay in Vancouver simply because the city is not being built for poor and working class tenants in mind. Vancouver has communities where the lights never go out and people who care for their neighbors, but it also has a serious problem when it comes to finding affordable housing and an exorbitant amount of competition for just about everything. When I think about the time I've spent living in Vancouver, it's classified not by mass tourist events like the Eras Tour that saw my friends get evicted, or FIFA that saw Airbnb listings in my neighborhood for thousands of dollars a night, but rather through meeting my neighbors in my laundry room, learning the names of workers at my local market, petting the same cat on my street weekly for the last 3 years, and joining together to fight against displacement from their homes. I know all of these things ring true for many neighborhoods in Vancouver that tenants call home, and they ring even more true for tenants living in Myron Manor and those speaking up against their displacement tonight. At this point, hundreds of us have said it and will continue to say it. This proposal threatens the homes of approximately 40 residents, including seniors, people with disabilities, an Indigenous elder, immigrants from all over the world, and young families, all of which deserve to stay in their homes. We've heard from Myron Manor tenants themselves, and tonight I seek to further situate their experience as a part of a broader movement happening in Vancouver, in which tenants are being treated as collateral damage in pursuit of profit. A dear friend of mine, who happens to also be a tenant displaced under the Broadway Plan, recently defended her master's thesis on the Broadway Plan, tenant relocation and protection plans. From her research, which incorporates interviews with tenants facing displacement, I quote, "One of the biggest impacts on me of this whole thing is the sort of realization, at a societal level, we don't consider tenants to have homes. You know, that's really come through to me clearly. Well, that sense has been building in me for a long time, but the Broadway Corridor Plan has really driven it home. Like when I read numbers that say 2,000 moved in the near term out of their homes, I just think that would never, ever happen to owners of private property. And, you know, it's made me pay more attention to the fact that, like that, very, very few of politicians making these decisions are tenants themselves. So I wouldn't say that it's never occurred to me before, but it's really driving that idea home and laying it bare. And that has an emotional impact as well. I think there's an emotional impact to realizing you're a devalued citizen in at least one way. And for those who do not have heartstrings to tug upon, there's no policy solution to rectify this displacement either, much like there's no policy solution to rectify any displacement of any kind. Myron Manor tenants have been told they're entitled to the tenant relocation and protection policy, yet they are not entitled to right of first refusal of this new building. With this hotel intended for quote-unquote extended use, which is somehow different beyond an average hotel, which there is no shortage of, this is still somehow different from a standard apartment building designed for long-term tenants, like the current Myron Manor tenants, people who are already living, working, and part of the Mount Pleasant community already. Supporting people that want to stay in their homes is reason enough to vote no to the rezoning of 75 East 8th. So tonight I'm calling upon Council to vote no on the rezoning of 75 East 8th. Thanks.
Thank you very much for calling in. Our next speaker is 207, Amelia Linnett.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go
Hello.
ahead.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so my name's Amelia and I live in Fairview, just a few blocks southwest of Myron Manor. I'm here in solidarity with the tenants of Myron Manor to voice my opposition to the redevelopment of their building at 75 East 8th Avenue. We all know that the city doesn't need hotels for high-income tech workers. We need affordable, safe housing and the right to remain in the neighborhoods we have roots in. In a city known for its unaffordability, the last thing we should be doing is tearing down purpose-built rentals where many tenants are paying below market rent. This is a deeply unpopular proposal that would worsen inequality and further gentrify Mount Pleasant. We all know the idea of a hotel crisis is a hoax, comically out of touch with the realities of the city. It is, in a way, insulting to be sold this narrative of a hotel crisis when so many renters in the city know firsthand from the rent that gets increased year after year while the bare minimum repairs are neglected, that the real crisis is the landlord's ever-constant pursuit to maximize their profits at the tenant's expense. High-income tech workers are not in need of more housing options, particularly not the digital nomads who do not actually call the city home. Development corporations like Nikola Wealth are not in need of more profits. They already have more money than they should. What we do need is good quality, safe, and genuinely affordable housing with security of tenure, free from the threat of displacement. We often hear City Council telling us that they are taking measures to address housing affordability issues in the city to make it an inclusive and safe city for everyone. If you want to do the bare minimum to make good on these commitments, you can start by voting no on the redevelopment of 75 East 8th Avenue. In 2022, the city passed the enhanced protections for tenants in the Broadway Plan area with the aim of minimizing displacement and other harms of neighborhood redevelopment. Myron Manor tenants do not have the right to return to the new building due to the loophole in the TRPP when a residential building is being converted to a hotel. Without the right of first refusal, the temporary compensation under the Broadway Plan Enhanced Protections is a mere Band-Aid. All it does is delay the moment when tenants are pushed out of their communities, paying unaffordable rents, or forced into substandard housing. It would be unjust, given this gap in the protections, to allow this redevelopment to go forward. I work in a housing advocacy organization. I have spoken to so many long-term tenants who, after being evicted, face incredible difficulties finding a new place to live, given how much rents have gone up in the last decade or two. For someone on a pension and the guaranteed income supplement, average market rents for one bedroom could be more than 100% of their monthly income. And the waiting list for subsidized housing, as we know, is years long. Finding a new place to live is all the more difficult due to widespread discrimination in the housing market against seniors, racialized and immigrant renters, and renters with disabilities. I've spoken to seniors who have been living in their cars for months, people who can no longer go to their cultural center after being forced to move out of the city entirely, parents who are forced to take their kid out of their schools where their support structures are, all due to being evicted. I want you to understand just one fraction of the incredible mental and physical health toll that an eviction has on someone. And more importantly, you have heard from the Myron Manor tenants themselves about how this eviction would impact them and what the stakes are. There's absolutely no universe in which the construction of a hotel for tech workers could possibly justify taking away our neighbors' homes. As our fellow tenant union member Abby would say, moving is not an option. This is both in the sense that, practically speaking, there is nowhere to move to, and also in the political sense that we reject the idea that our homes can just be pulled out from under us whenever the land-owning class thinks of some more profitable use of the land or building. This vote sends a clear message to your constituents about who you see this city is for. Does council want to line the pockets of the extremely wealthy developer Nicola, or do the bare minimum to preserve the relatively affordable rentals in Mount Pleasant and prevent further displacement of working-class renters from the neighborhood? You know that there's an election coming up in fall. If you go talk to voters in the city, overwhelmingly, you will hear that people are concerned about affordability, about housing, about whether they can keep living here where their families and communities are. You want to send a signal to your voters that you do not care about the urgent need for actually affordable housing, that you are so far removed from the difficulties facing everyday residents of the city that the only quote-unquote constituents you are accountable to are the wealthy developers and the high-income tech workers who don't even live in the city. I urge you to listen to what the Myron Manor tenants are demanding and vote no to the proposed redevelopment of 75 East 8th. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is to await Tim Lee.
Speaker 208 is approaching the podium.
Tim, you have up to 5 minutes to address council this evening.
Thank you, Council. Good evening. My name is Tim Lee. I am a resident of Vancouver. I absolutely opposed to this rezoning and project on two grounds. First, it is extremely immoral. What I see is the developers super rich. They want people, Canadian residents, out without any option to return. They uproot them. At the same time, they want to exploit temporary workers who come here for 1 year, 2 years. So they can increase rent as they wish to. And those people come here, they don't know the law, they don't know their rights, they cannot defend themselves. So that's why what I see in this project is about abusing Canadians, residents. At the same time, they exploit the foreign workers. So that's how they make a lot of money on both ends. Secondly, from my own experience, please, the next slide, please. Last year, April, I come here on hearing, oppose a project where I live in, 461, 479, East 16th Avenue. Next slide, please. And the project run by Fabric Living, and the two owners come here right in of your council, promise a lot.
Perhaps the speaker could just pause for a moment while we see if there's a slide presentation.
The speaker
Yes. Well,
thank you. The speaker has
Clerks?
not provided slides prior to the deadline.
okay.
And
So, speaker, we don't have your slides, but you can continue speaking up.
Yeah, I
5
sent the
minutes.
slides and a video as well. And the
Okay,
city
well-
clerk said they receive it.
You know what?
Anyway,
We can
so
make sure
I continue.
they can be circulated to council, and we can review them as part of our materials.
Thank you. Yeah, and
Thank you. Go ahead.
and then the two owners, the CEO, come here, promise in front of you. Oh, Tim, we will take care of them. After meeting, they come meet me outside. They say, Tim, don't worry, we will take care. And what I go through the experience is like several times, the owner before that tricked me into the house I'm living in now, and then without telling me the project, and then the owner come here, promise to you right here, still on video, that they take care. After they get your permission of rezoning, they walk back right away. They only they tell you there's 3 tenants. Actually, there's 6 tenants on 3 units, and none of them know. Only one get. As I know, only one get the TRPP. And now all of them are out. I am the last one. And now they offer me to move out, and they give me moving expenses in 4 months. That's all they can give me. And you look in the video, there's the CEO, Jordan McDonald. He promised to you, and his partner, David, right here. And I want you to see what you do. They promise here, it's like they get the permit, they change right away, immediately. And now the project owner are moving out. They want me to move out, but they bring a new tenant in, temporary, a new immigrant to come on a short contract. So that they can kick out easily. And I want the council to look at what the decision is. Look at people behind that, not just listen to promises from developers. They all say very nice things, that's what you want to hear. And after that, they walk back right away. And the video, I say again, it was on the hearing on the 23rd. No, sorry, the hearing on the April 17, 2025. I want all council thinking of people behind that, not just following the rule. And that project was strongly approved by the city staff as well.
Thank you, Speaker. That is your time. And our clerks have just confirmed that they will circulate your slides to all of council, so they form part of the public record.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for coming in person. Our next speaker is Speaker 209, Kiara Harkins.
Hello?
Hi, Kiara.
Hi.
Go ahead, please.
Okay. I'm here to speak in opposition of the rezoning of Myron Manor because I don't believe there's any economic benefit or public value that a hotel could provide that's more important than the value of a stable, secure home. Like a lot of people my age, I've accepted housing conditions that I never should have had to accept. I've had basically no money in my bank account because I've given the majority of my paycheck to like landlords and property managers, wondering how I'm ever supposed to save money or plan for my future. And I'm actually incredibly privileged. You know, I still have a home. I'm fortunate enough to have a family who can support me, and they have supported me when I wasn't able to provide for myself while working full time. But so many people don't have that safety net. So many people are just one bad day away from losing everything. And that's why it's so frustrating watching what this city continues to prioritize. I constantly hear that Vancouver is taking the housing affordability crisis seriously. I hear that housing is the number one issue and everyone cares so much about protecting renters and making the city more affordable. But for some reason, we're still here pleading council to oppose projects like this. We're talking about demolishing an existing affordable rental building where people have lived for years, and somehow that's being presented as progress. I just genuinely don't understand how that can be justified.
If preserving affordable homes that already exist isn't a priority during a housing crisis, then what is? How are we supposed to believe it's not all about profit and corporate greed when existing affordable homes are being sacrificed for projects that are more profitable? In a supposedly progressive city, somehow it's a radical opinion to believe that stable and affordable housing is a basic human right. We've reached this point where an affordable apartment has become something that people feel lucky to find and terrified to lose. And instead of protecting the homes that already exist, we're debating whether to demolish them so that we can cater to wealthy tech bros. I personally think that's an embarrassing identity to have as a city. Every time council approves a redevelopment like this, it tells renters like myself, and I imagine most of the people speaking here against this project, that no matter how long they've lived somewhere, no matter how much they've invested in their community, their home can disappear if the land underneath it becomes valuable enough. So if affordability is really this city's priority, then this is the moment to prove it. So please vote against this rezoning and protect the homes and the community that already exist at Myron Manor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is 210 Eddie Pedrera. Is Eddie there on the line?
Speaker 210 is not on the line.
Okay, thank you. Speaker 211 Stanley Lee.
Speaker 211 is not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker 212 Autumn Dickinson.
Oh, apologies, Chair. That is Speaker 211.
Oh,
did I get censored?
Autumn or Stanley?
It's Stanley Lee.
Is 211?
Okay.
Is there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hello? Do I still have to
Yeah.
prove that I'm not a
Go ahead,
carpetbagger? Hello?
Stanley, we're simply asking to confirm that you're a resident of Vancouver.
I do live in Vancouver and I'm not a carpetbagger.
Stanley, you have up to
Although
5
you
minutes to
probably
address council.
All right, so okay, I oppose to this rezoning, and I know I gotta applaud with your patience, even though I know you're probably pissed off at the carpetbaggers. Although I know you guys are probably pissed off at the union carpetbaggers, but I guess the other ones are A-okay. Anyway, many people have already spoken about the 27 purpose-built rental homes that are going to be gone and how the project's non-residential hotel designation creates a loophole around the TRPP, right of return, and the rent top-up protections. I am, however, impressed with the planning gymnastics, though, especially with the industrial area definition. I mean, how much industrial area do we have left in Vancouver proper with, let's say, just Marine Drive and Grandview Highway? I guess the ODP and the Broadway plan aren't enough to prop up real estate and banking balance sheets. Apparently, the policy does not fit the project, so the project gets to borrow somebody else's policy. The staff's own analysis in the referral report that with the surrounding context and raises concern about the neighborhood character. The submitted industrial ground floor is too short, the public realm design is limited, and there's a blank wall condition on Quebec Street. And there's no urban design panel review required, which I think a lot of the previous speakers already mentioned. Look, I'm not denying that the town needs more hotel rooms and development near rapid transit. Fine. But transit proximity should not be the magic phrase that erases rental housing, industrial space requirements, and site-specific planning. You guys received hundreds of submissions, including a collective letter from the tenants. Please treat this hearing as something more than a procedural inconvenience and listen to them. Reject this application or send it back for a proposal that replaces the rental housing, provides a genuine right of return, and meets the industrial space expectations and respects the adopted plan. And lastly, to the Yes in Your Backyard activists celebrating another group of renters being cleared out, perhaps demand 3 additional public benefits like free language lessons, visa counseling, and one-way airfare for everyone your housing policies eventually drive out of Vancouver. I hope you don't have to doom scroll until 1 in the morning. Maybe this is useful for your fundraising. Muchas gracias, señoras y señores.
Thank you, Stanley. Next speaker is 212 Autumn Dickinson.
Speaker 212 is not on the line.
Okay, speaker 213 Emily Armitage.
Speaker 213 is not on the line.
Speaker 214 Emily.
Speaker 214 is not on the line.
215 Bo.
Speaker 215 is not on the line.
216 Zalita.
216 is not on the line.
217 Prath.
217 is not on the line.
218 Harge.
They are on the line.
I'm here.
Okay. Harge, before you begin, we need to confirm if you're a Vancouver resident.
I'm from Victoria.
Okay, right. You're Victoria, British Columbia. Okay, go ahead, Harge.
Yep.
You have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Okay, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Harge, and as I've said already, I'm a resident of Victoria. I oppose a proposal in front of the City of Vancouver to redevelop East 75th and 8th Avenue. The East 75th and East Avenue plan to displace 27 tenants who have had a place to live in Vancouver with reasonable rent. For them to be evicted so that a new hotel can be built doesn't make any sense. For them to be displaced at this time, how are they supposed to find a new place to live in a housing emergency? The tenants of Myron Manor will be forced to go and pay much higher rents, and the tenants themselves have told the council that they do not want to move. They are also citizens of Vancouver that need to be thought about. The hotel workers that will work at the new hotel will need apartments and condominiums to be built so that they can live in Vancouver. If there are a large number of new hotels that are built, but no workers can live in the city to serve the guests, how does this help in any way? Vancouver City Hall should be finding ways for more affordable housing to be built and to look after the most disadvantaged residents. That is what the government is supposed to be for. To look after the residents that need help, to invest in the everyday working person. For a city to succeed, there needs to be a space for everyone to live in the city and not to be forced to commute 1 or 2 or 3 hours away to work in hotels that are being built, or to work in coffee shops or restaurants, or to clean the streets, or to pick up the garbage. The people that have invested with power should protect the people that are weak. For the sake of the residents of East 75th and 8th Avenue at Myron Manor, please reject this proposal to redevelop this property. Please give this some thought as the residents at Myron Manor are counting on you. Thank you.
Thank you, Harge. Our next speaker is 219 David.
Speaker 219 is not on the line.
Speaker 220 Gulzar.
Speaker 220 is not on the line.
Speaker 221 Felicia.
Speaker 221 is not on the line.
Speaker 222 Gabby.
Speaker 222 is not on the line.
Speaker 223 Rowena.
Speaker 223 is not on the line.
224 Matt.
They are on the line.
Okay.
Hello?
Matt, hi, Matt.
Hello?
You can confirm.
Hi.
Matt, can you confirm you're a resident of Vancouver, British Columbia?
yeah. I was a resident in Mount Pleasant for a decade, and now I live in Collingwood.
Okay, great. Go ahead, Matt. You have up to 5 minutes.
All right, let me pull out my notes here. Okay, I'm calling in today to oppose this. It's actually quite humiliating to have to call in and talk to council and ask them to stop them evicting people. And no amount of amendments or phony baloney Band-Aid requirements that are put on this developer will matter in the long run. Hotels are not more important than someone's home. I really can't believe this has to be said. There is no hotel crisis in this city. The World Cup was the biggest event on the planet, and the hotels, the major hotels, were at 45% occupancy. 45% occupancy. That means hotel workers during the World Cup were part-time workers. Part-time workers. With this proposal being for a long-stay hotel, how many full-time, 40 hours a week jobs will actually be created here? Will room attendants clean the rooms daily? If not, with long stays, these jobs will be part-time jobs. And I'd hate to be the room attendant that goes into a long stay after some tech pro has been in that room for a couple weeks without cleaning. The sad irony is that a hotel worker could actually afford to live in Myron Manor. That's the brutal part of all of this. You are tearing down the only kind of housing a room attendant could reasonably afford in this city to build a hotel, where that room attendant will have to commute hours just to get to and won't be able to afford to live in Vancouver. I ask that you reject this proposal outright and you let the Myron Manor residents continue to live peacefully in their homes in Mount Pleasant. Lastly, I will ask council not to have a late night tonight. There are many families trying to call in, many people trying to call in, and there's already been a lot of delays. I ask council, please respect quorum, respect the rules of quorum. If there is not quorum, then the meeting should end. Have a great night, council, and please reject this proposal. Goodbye.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Speaker 225, Preet.
Speaker 225 is not on the line.
Okay, Speaker 226, Fay.
Speaker 226 is not on the line.
Speaker 227, Shaylin.
Speaker 227 is not on the line.
Speaker 228, Robert.
Speaker 228 is not on the line.
Speaker 229, Christina.
Speaker 229 is not on the line.
Speaker 230, Aaron.
Speaker 230 is not on the line.
Speaker 231, Jacqueline.
Speaker 231 is not on the line.
Speaker 232, Clint Burnham.
Speaker 232 has withdrawn.
Okay, withdrawn. Thank you. Speaker 233, Dr. Molly Holmberg.
They are on the line.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can,
Hi.
Molly. Go ahead. You have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Just before the speaker starts, I think we might need
Yes.
to have just a 1 minute recess.
We can certainly do that, Councillor Maloney. So council and to Molly on the line, we're just going to take a 1 minute recess. If you could hang on the line, please.
Sounds great, thanks.
Thank you.
Chair, we have regained quorum.
Thank you, clerks. Okay, so we'll go back to speaker 233, Dr. Molly Holmberg. We have on the line. Molly, you have up to 5 minutes to address council.
Thanks. Yeah. So, hi, I'm speaking today because I strongly oppose the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue and ask council to reject it today and vote no on this proposal. So, as a former tech worker and resident of Vancouver since 2017, I find it both deeply cruel and absolutely absurd that the city is proposing to evict over 40 long-term residents to provide short-term housing for quote-unquote digital nomads. I think we've established over the last couple hundred speakers pretty clearly the profound cruelty of the proposed rezoning. It's also an egregious point of procedural unfairness against the 42 residents of Myron Manor and of clear benefit to Nicola Wealth that this rezoning process has been fast-tracked from 18 months down to a mere 8. Then there's the fact that extended stay hotels can eventually actually sell rented units to guests, which negates the right of first refusal and return for current Myron Manor residents, to which they would otherwise be entitled. So doing an end run around the already very meager tenant relocation protections that exist and making the developer even more money in the process. As a Vancouver renter, this is absolutely infuriating. And then sort of adding insult to injury is the fact that it just does not make any sense to promote Vancouver as a digital nomad city when with the very high cost of living here. So not just housing, but food, recreation, all of it. All that makes it distinctly unattractive for the purpose of a digital nomad city because low cost of living is one of the key draws for places that are top cities for that. Plus, the one time a year that it's not rainy and cold here, we're increasingly just smothered in wildfire smoke, so real draw there. If you take a quick browse of any online list of top digital nomad cities or qualities that self-professed digital nomads are looking for, low cost and high value for money are consistently at the top. Like, do you really think Vancouver is going to be able to compete with cities in Thailand, Malaysia, or Costa Rica on this front? So-called digital nomads are literally leaving Vancouver to go live in places like this. I'm absolutely outraged and honestly disgusted that the city is proposing to evict a community of long-term residents, which includes seniors, disabled people, and Indigenous elder, and immigrants and from all over the place, and young families, to make space for such an absurd business venture and blatant cash grab. I want to be clear that it's bad enough that the proposed rezoning is cruel, which will be basis enough on its own for opposing it. It's that much worse that the proposal is also so ridiculous, so stupid. In closing, I'd like to remind council the widespread animus against landlords, developers, and their allies that already exist here, as expressed, for example, in the city's beloved East Van Panto the last couple years, and to consider how going forward on rezonings like this one would only pour gasoline on that kind of sentiment among their voter base. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is speaker 234, Jill Tipping.
Speaker 234 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker 235, Ro McNulty.
Speaker 235 is not on the line.
Speaker 236, Lawrence Roland.
Speaker 236 is not on the line.
Speaker 237, Alexandra Pisky.
Speaker 237 is not on the line.
Speaker 238, Natasha Henriksen.
Speaker 238 is approaching the podium.
Good evening, Natasha, and welcome.
Hi, good evening.
You have up to 5 minutes to address council this evening.
Thank you. My name is Natasha Henriksen. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I am strongly opposed to this rezoning. Before I begin, I would like to thank the attendance of Councillor Fry, Councillor Maloney, and Councillor Orr, and the noble sacrifice of Councillor South so the rest of the council can take this meeting virtually. I'm here today in solidarity with the tenants of Myron Manor. After all these brilliant speakers, what else is there to say? They have all done such an impressive job articulating not just the myriad of problems with this proposal, but also its sheer absurdity. These are working class folks fighting tooth and nail for homes, while the city genuflects to a developer promising more hotel rooms. Why are we prioritizing speculative profit over the disruption of human lives?
Relocation assistance is not as straightforward as it appears on paper, and it can never replace the lives of the tenants who have built their homes and their neighborhoods. Who in Vancouver is asking for this anyways? I'm sure the average Vancouverite who deals with the perpetual anxiety of living in a city that fewer and fewer people can afford will be elated to hear a tech hotel is being built in Mount Pleasant. Why is the city even entertaining this proposal? What does it actually offer? Local economy, local business, job creation. These are just vague buzzwords thrown around by the proposal to put a shiny coat of paint on the reality facing the 40 lives who will be directly impacted by this rezoning. Government exists to protect the interests more like, of their constituents. Prioritizing the interests of a private investment firm over long-term residents is decidedly not in the private or the public interest. I would ask Council to consider the tenants of Myron Manor, but that would take a degree of empathy not reflected in the voting records of this chamber. If anything, this is an opportunity to prove the public's low expectations of this council wrong. I would also like to take this time to reflect on the wonderful words of an earlier speaker. Decorum isn't limited to this chamber. Rage and profanity is completely justified when the voting records of this chamber have been completely antithetical to the immediate concerns of the people living in Vancouver. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Speaker 239, Tuja Jeffrey.
Speaker 239 is not on the line.
Okay, Speaker 240, Felipe Stonoga.
They are on the line.
Okay. Felipe, go ahead.
Thank you. Hello. I would like for the council to refuse the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue. As a lot of people have already pointed out, both today and yesterday, there is simply no need to build more hotels in Vancouver. Even during the FIFA World Cup, which I will remind you is one of the biggest international events on the planet, hotel bookings were way lower than expected, according to many reports by different local staffs. And even worse than that, this hotel is designed to be a, quote, extended stay, unquote, for tech workers. So even though it bears the hotel label, let's call it what it really is, a glorified multi-store Airbnb. A place that would generate little to no permanent employment, worsens the ongoing housing crisis our city has been facing, and only benefits the people that already have way more money than they should. I urge the councillors to push back on this. The people of Myron Manor and of the city, we're not naive. More and more, we're seeing what's being done to our neighbors. We're seeing our plights fall into deaf ears. And we see who is allowing this to happen. Our job is, your job is to listen to the people, not to corporations. Again, I strongly suggest you refuse this rezoning if you want to keep your jobs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is 241, Andrea Garza.
Hi, hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Hello to the council. My name is Andrea Garza, and I'm speaking today to oppose the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue and ask the council to reject this proposal. I've lived in Vancouver for 12 years, and I've lived in Mount Pleasant for 6 years. And I love living in this city and this neighborhood, and I want to see it improved for the residents that already live here. And I believe this rezoning and the building of a tech hotel would be a net negative for the community. As many people have already said yesterday and today, this rezoning would displace approximately 40 residents and members of the local community, many of whom have called Myron Manor home for many years, and many of whom you've heard speak to you yesterday and today. The Broadway plan is presented as being fair and just to renters, but the truth is that its policies are full of loopholes that allow developers to displace tenants without any consequences and without having to provide fair and equal compensation. This proposal includes one such loophole. Again, as many people have already said, displaced renters are supposed to get the right of first refusal on units in the new building taking the place of their home.
But as this is a tech project or a hotel project, tech hotel project, there's no permanent rentals available for them even to have the right of first refusal to. And with the way the housing market is, they will be priced out of any equivalent housing in the area. The city staff has even admitted to the tenants that this would not be a lateral move, which means that the city and the developers are aware that displacing these residents will result in a worse housing situation and quality of life for all of the affected tenants, and yet have plans to move forward anyway. And this is just not fair or ethical. And additionally, as a resident of Mount Pleasant myself, I don't have any desire to see an extended stay hotel take the place of a staple of the neighborhood. Mount Pleasant is a community where people know their neighbors and participate in the community and work together to make our neighborhood a better place. We don't need temporary accommodation for people to come and go without any connection to the place that they're staying in. And since this extended stay style hotel would not be required to have staffing and services offered at a traditional hotel, it also won't create any long-term jobs in the area. And because the visitors would, most of them, be working remotely, it also won't stimulate the local economy, as they won't be participating in the community and the economy like long-term residents. So again, I'm strongly opposed to this rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue, and I urge council to prioritize affordable housing for those of us who already live and work in this existing community. It's clear that the community is opposed to this project, and approving it, despite this concern from your constituents, would be irresponsible and a betrayal of your position as public servants. Please listen to your constituents, the people that you actually work for, and reject this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you for calling in. Our next speaker is Speaker 242, Paul Holden.
Speaker 242 is not on the line.
Speaker 243, Joey Lee.
Speaker 243 is not on the line.
Speaker 244, Eva Reger.
Speaker 244 is not on the line.
Speaker 245, Parker Mazal.
Speaker 245 is not on the line.
Speaker 246 is withdrawn. Speaker 247, Daffodil Jenks.
Speaker 247 is not on the line. Oh,
Speaker 2.
Apologies. Speaker 247 is
it's okay.
In person.
Okay. You can proceed to speak up to 5 minutes.
Hi, my name is Daffodil. I'm a resident of Mount Pleasant. I've been a resident of Mount Pleasant for over 10 years. I actually used to live in 75 East 8th for about 3 years before I was evicted because of the hardships of COVID, making me not able to afford my rent anymore. I want to urge you to oppose this rezoning and reject the proposal for replacing this affordable housing for a tech hotel. I'm a tech worker myself. I make video games. I run an independent game development company called Daffodil and Friends, and I make games that celebrate the neighborhood that we live in here. I actually featured the nearby old restaurant that doesn't exist anymore, the Wallflower, in my video game. And I really appreciate the history and culture that our community has built together over the years. So the people who live in 75 East 8th, I see them around the neighborhood all the time. I see my old friend practicing keep up on his soccer ball. I see Crystal and Michael, who were key organizers in this movement all the time, smiling at me at the grocery store. I remember the faces of all these people. Peter, the old caretaker of the building, before he passed away, I was trying to become the caretaker because I could tell that he was losing his capabilities. But of course I was evicted, so I wasn't able to follow through on that to be the caretaker of 75 East 8th. It is just kind of wretched to me to see a tech hotel be built instead of more housing, or just letting these people live and build housing in any of the vacant industrial buildings in the neighborhood. As a tech worker making video games with peers in the tech sphere in this city, we're all losing our jobs. There's been thousands and thousands of layoffs in tech in Canada alone in the past couple of years, especially those making video games. So I don't know who exactly this hotel is supposed to serve. because it's certainly not serving me and it's not serving my peers. The businesses and residences that make this community what it is are hemorrhaging, as in the case of the Wallflower, who no longer exists and had to close because they couldn't afford it anymore. And all of my peers who I used to see around the neighborhood, who have either died because they lived on the street and didn't have housing, like my friend John, who I would see on the meridian of Main and Broadway every day, and he would shout and say, "Hey, Daffodil." And all of the people who like make this community what it is, celebrating each other and seeing each other as familiar faces and not as these like strangers who are moving here because they are affluent and because they can do this work because they can afford to live here. Sorry, just getting this together. Yeah, 40 faces I won't see again if you displace these people. 40 friendly people who I see at the grocery store every day, who I practice keep up with when I see them playing with their soccer ball on the street. It's deeply sad. Like, your voting record has totally like gone against what the community believes. And I know that you're probably tired of hearing people listing off the policies and everything, but like, you are responsible for this. You are responsible for displacing us and making our lives harder and making it harder for us to find places to live. I'm lucky that I now live 3 blocks from 75 East 8th, and I worry every day that if I have to be forced out due to rezoning or due to changes in my employment, which I'm very much on the cusp of the risk, that I won't be able to keep living in this neighborhood that I've called my home for so long, that I've celebrated in my work, and that I have filled up my soul with through the connections we make as people on the streets. And I actually recognize some of your faces from the streets and from the grocery stores. So it just makes me sick to know what your voting record is and to know that you don't actually stand up for those of us who care about each other, who care about building community as a real movement through the actions we take every day and through the houses that we live in, that we're lucky enough to be able to rent. Thanks.
Thank you very much for addressing council today. Our next speaker is Speaker 248, Oliver Munsey.
Speaker 248 is not on the line.
Speaker 249, Yido Chun.
Hello?
Hi. Yido?
Yes,
You
I'm
can
here.
go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Perfect. Okay. Hi, I'm Yido. I'm a lifelong resident of Vancouver, lifelong renter. I moved to Vancouver when I was 2 years old with my family. And since we've arrived, we've been forced into different rental apartments here and there. I think until recently, I had lived in more rental properties than years I had been alive on the earth. I'm glad that I've been able to find more stability lately. I think having experienced displacement so many times, I really feel for the young kids involved in this rezoning application. I wonder if they will experience the same kind of instability in their lives, having to reorient around a new group of friends, a new neighborhood, a new reality, and likely more stress on their parents and less time for them to spend with their own kids as well. I live out the consequences of a life spent in this way, and I just really want to emphasize that it's not something that we should take lightly. I really want to emphasize the needs of these kids whose lives will be changed if they have to move in this way. I also was a renter in the Mount Pleasant area for several years. My experience in that neighborhood was that it was indeed a wonderful, livable neighborhood. The particular industrial sector that 75 East 8th Avenue is in, I find extremely charming, mostly because it's such a strangely zoned neighborhood with single attached housing mixed in with car garages, mixed in with breweries, mixed in with churches. Something about that texture is just what is so lively. And I think What is missing from that area is indeed a hotel, and we don't need that hotel there. It's simply not needed, as stated by many, many other speakers. I also want to speak in my capacity as a PhD student in chemical engineering at UBC, and I want to say that what has been disappointing as I continue my studies here is slowly realizing that if I want to work in my industry and if I want to work in a place where I can afford to live, I will likely have to leave Vancouver. This is not going to be solved by more extended stay hotels or even more Airbnbs. It's going to be enabled by more affordable housing for everybody, so that the people who live here that are doing their best to acquire the right skills to serve their community, the province, and the country can choose to stay here. I really do specialize in the kind of biomaterials, biotech business of a lot of these new exciting businesses in the area, and I just want to stress the workforce that is needed for those facilities is not going to come from these extended stay folks that have no commitment to the city or for these companies. I think just allowing a more livable city in general, a more affordable city, and more spaces like 75th East 8th Avenue, where our tenants can come together and create a space and create a community long term. I think that is what is needed to really produce the results if you really want to serve these businesses as well. I'll clarify that I'm speaking in opposition to the rezoning, and I ask that you reject the rezoning application at 75 East 8th Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you, Yito. Our next speaker is 250, Sandra Curry.
Speaker 250 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker 251, Susan Lee.
Speaker 251 is approaching the podium.
Good afternoon, Chair and Council. As both an experienced software engineer.
Susan?
Yeah?
Just before you go ahead, I just because you didn't note, are you a resident of Vancouver?
Yes, I am. I live in, I live in the greater Vancouver area. I live in Burnaby.
Okay, that's fine.
I also
Thank you.
received an email from you asking for my residency, which I thought was very interesting.
Well, if you followed the news in the last few days, so you'll understand why.
Well,
Go
I
ahead.
responded to your email, and I also received an email back saying that you got the proof of my residency, so I'm not sure why I'm being questioned again.
It's just protocol as part of our meetings. Go ahead, Susan.
I guess it's more evening now, so good evening, Chair and Council. As both an experienced software engineer and a resident of the greater Vancouver area for over 20 years, I am here today in firm opposition to the proposed rezoning of 75 East 8th. I stand firmly with the tenants of Myron Manor and want to speak to just how absurd and out of touch with reality the concept of a tech nomad hotel in the Mount Pleasant area truly is. The real estate developers who propose this idea not only have very little respect for the neighborhood they are trying to alter forever by demovicting the residents of Myron Manor, but also fail to comprehend the state of the tech industry in 2026 if they seriously believe that a tech nomad hotel would be a feasible business in any way, shape, or form. And I shall aim to explain to you why this is so. Firstly, I'm not really sure what, if any, research was conducted by Nicola Wealth if they think Vancouver has a booming tech industry. Vancouver has a notorious reputation for low salaries, unpaid overtime, and an extremely high cost of living. With the crisis of offshoring work, the local tech sector has been losing jobs while pay has gone down at an unprecedented rate. Many of the jobs I see now that are geared towards experienced software engineers pay less than what I was making as a junior a few years ago. There have been a record number of layoffs from big tech. Venture capital has been bearish, affecting the startup scene. And so many engineers and other tech workers find themselves increasingly unemployed. This is an issue of pure mathematics. If a company can afford, has the option to offshore someone overseas for $10 an hour, why wouldn't they? And it is a problem that will get worse, not better, as automation becomes more sophisticated as it is currently doing so. So when Nicola Wealth proposes a hotel for so-called tech nomads, I'm really unsure as to what demographic they're referring to. Vancouver is the polar opposite of a tech nomad hub. It is not Bangkok, Hanoi, or Medellin. It is expensive, pay is low, and there is not exactly a bustling social scene in the city. Tech nomads go to low cost of living cities while doing remote work to maximize their dollar. So what Nicola Wealth is really talking about is a hotel meant for short-term subcontractors, the most exploited population in the tech industry who have no choice but to relocate to Vancouver to work in person. Now, unfortunately, I have done my fair of this type of work, and I guarantee you that if I were offered a contract in Montreal or Toronto, the last thing I would want to do is to stay in a luxury hotel for months. Why? Because I don't want to go bankrupt when the prospect of more contracts coming up is not a guarantee by any means in this terrible economy. There are more than enough short-term stays, sublets, and other accommodations for transients. With material reality being as it is very difficult to imagine how these supposed tech nomads are supposed to magically appear in Mount Pleasant, seeing how there are actually no notable tech companies in the Mount Pleasant area at all. The entire business proposal is extremely dubious, but the human cost that must be paid is very real. So now I must ask, what must be sacrificed for this hotel? The homes of more than 40 residents who have built a community, bonds, and stability within their neighborhood. I think all the speakers before me have made very eloquent points about this, so I defer to them on the question of how important it is to protect the vitality of this community in the face of extractive real estate speculation. This rezoning, it will be another cut and a death by 1,000 cuts Vancouver is facing with dem eviction and the loss of affordable housing. So I implore you, council, to think beyond the short-term profits and really consider how damaging this will be to the social and economic fabric of the city if an unwanted and unprofitable hotel is built in the middle of Mount Pleasant, and what sort of a message this really sends to your constituents as well as to all Vancouverites. I can tell you that many young people, myself included, discuss frequently how much we want to leave Vancouver, how much we want to get out of here because the city is becoming increasingly hostile to its inhabitants, family and children. And we want to plant our roots elsewhere because even so-called high-paid tech workers do not actually make so much in this city. We can barely afford to live here. Many young people I know have left already. I love Vancouver, but it is dying. And if Myron Manor is lost, then it will die further. So I urge you all to do a simple calculus and weigh the pros and cons of destroying the lives of 40 working class residents versus building a hotel with an imaginary customer base. The city needs more affordable housing, not less. Please think about the Vancouver you wish to leave for your children. Is it to be a vibrant Vancouver shared by ordinary folk or an unlivable husk ripped apart by the ultra-rich, extractive businesses with no space left for young people and families? Thank you for your time.
Thanks for speaking. Speaker 252, David Robertson.
Speaker 252 is not on the line.
Speaker 253, Angela Ho.
Hi.
Hi, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Hi, my name is Ange, and I'm a community member to those in Mount Pleasant, and I do not reside in Vancouver, but I do reside in the greater Vancouver area as well. I'm here today to oppose this project. While I don't live in Vancouver yet, Mount Pleasant is a place where many of my loved ones live and where much of my life is conducted. I can't help but be moved by the things that Daffodil and the others have said and the very real impact that this proposal has on people. I wrote this whole thing and none of it I don't think will reach the ears that are listening to me right now because I'm realizing that this value is about monetary value, but I can't help but still want to plead to the humanity of the council today. There's nothing new that I have to say other than it's never too late to oppose something that like everyone has said will displace and irrevocably change 40 people's lives forever. So Vancouver and Mount Pleasant are what it is because of the people, as everyone has said before me already. So I ask that the council prioritize the people of Vancouver over the wealth of the corporations, and I oppose the rezoning of Myron Manor. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for calling in. Speaker 254, Hudson Lee.
Speaker 254 is not on the line.
Speaker 255 has withdrawn. 256, Kathleen Zaragoza.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. My name is Kathleen Zaragoza. I'm a cultural researcher and have worked as a community engagement consultant over the last 5 years, advancing initiatives built by, for, and with racialized communities. I am also a lifelong resident of Mount Pleasant, and I'm calling in today on behalf of the past 3 generations of my family who have called Mount Pleasant home for more than 25 years. I, like many others here, am asking council to firmly reject the rezoning of 75 East 8th. My grandparents lived in a ground floor apartment near Mount St. Joseph Hospital until 2005, and my immediate family has rented in the same apartment complex for nearly my entire life. Like so many families in this neighborhood, we built our lives here as renters. My family and I live about a 10-minute walk from Myron Manor. I grew up watching this neighborhood evolve, and I regularly walk down Quebec and Ontario Street towards Olympic Village, which means I often pass by Myron Manor. So when I learned about this proposal, it was heartbreaking to realize that one of the places I pass by almost every day could become another example of long-term residents being displaced. This redevelopment, as you clearly know, would force approximately 40 people from their homes, seniors, people with disabilities, an Indigenous elder, immigrants from around the world, young families. And for what? A hotel designed for tech bros, for temporary workers. The rezoning application makes it clear that this project is intended to provide extended stay accommodation for employees working in Vancouver's quote-unquote growing tech and biotech sectors. So this is clearly not housing for Vancouver residents, which we sorely need. Replacing affordable rental homes with accommodations for short-term tech workers sends the wrong message about whose place in the city is valued. We should not be asking long-term residents to sacrifice their homes to make room for temporary visitors. I'm also deeply concerned by the justification being used to support this proposal. City staff argue that Myron Manor no longer fits the surrounding industrial designation and that the redevelopment aligns with the Broadway plan. But the Broadway plan was introduced to encourage more housing, not less. Existing rental housing should not become collateral damage under policies intended to increase it. What troubles me most, however, is what this proposal means for the Filipino community. Nearly 1/3 of the tenants at Myron Manor are Filipino, where they live within walking distance of St. Patrick's Parish. My own family's story is rooted there. My grandparents became parishioners at St. Pat's before I was born, and they encouraged my parents to move nearby so that my brother and I could attend the parish-run school. I grew up across the street from the church in my elementary school, and because of this, our neighborhood felt like natural extensions of my home. They shaped my sense of identity, belonging, and responsibility to my neighborhood and my community, which makes this particular concern weigh heavily on me. My close-knit ties to Filipino culture and values eventually shape the work I do today. My research, for example, focuses on Philippine heritage language development to help preserve our languages and cultures and to strengthen connections across generations of Filipino Canadians. And a few years ago, this work inspired me to start a grassroots group called Slice Mango Collective, and through that work, I also advocated against the similar displacement of Filipino-owned businesses and immigrant tenants in Joyce Collingwood. So seeing another Filipino community threatened by displacement feels painfully familiar. The city cannot herald the strength and resilience of our local Filipino community while simultaneously approving a project that pushes longtime Filipino residents out of the very neighborhood that gives that center its meaning. And if I'm being honest, I cannot help but wonder, what if my family and my neighbors are next? As development continues around Mount Pleasant, my working-class parents, those night shift postal workers who are approaching retirement, they live with the constant uncertainty of rising rents and housing insecurity. This neighborhood has been our home for decades. So the possibility that we too could one day be priced out is not an abstract fear. Specifically because of this motion, it is becoming increasingly real. Communities are not defined by buildings alone. They are defined by the people who have invested their lives in them. So I ask Council to protect those people. Please reject the rezoning of 75 East 8th. Thank you for listening, and I yield my time.
Thanks for calling in. Speaker 257, Phelan Tynes McDonald.
Speaker 257 is not on the line.
Speaker 258, Michael Daniels.
Speaker 258 is not on the line.
Speaker 259, Desi Wahuni.
Speaker 259 is not on the line.
Speaker 260, Timothy Wyatt.
They are on the line.
Go ahead, Speaker.
Hello, I'm calling in to speak as a skilled trades worker, union member, and I'm calling in to speak against the rezoning of homes for hotels. I'm actually currently an electrician I've been working on municipal infrastructure for more than 3 years, currently part of the workforce building the Broadway SkyTrain expansion. I did live in the neighborhood of Myron Manor for more than a decade. I personally experienced a struggle finding affordable housing in that exact neighborhood within walking distance of my current workplace. So I've had to move out of the neighborhood for more than a year to leading to needing commuting. So many of the speakers have articulated the ridiculous idea that hotels should be more important than housing. I'd like to make 2 notes on this fact. It's not just tenants that are being displaced, but people, families, kids, children that are having to move, and they're not going to be moving within the neighborhood. It's not going to be feasible for most people to move within the neighborhood they're being evicted from. This is an eviction. If this zoning changes, these families and people make the neighborhood lively and keep it a great place to live, which it's slowly changing. The more small businesses get replaced by chains and stuff and such in such a neighborhood like this. Another point I'd like to make is that Vancouver should be focusing on truly strong and resilient economies, which rely on people, small businesses, local workers, and this rezoning would step directly away from something like that, such as like the neighborhood all of the grocery stores in the neighborhood have been fully replaced by a large chain, which is another loss for the neighborhood. This is just a terrible thing. If this building would be rezoned for Techbro Hotel, as it's called, it's a slap in the face of all Vancouverites that live in the neighborhood and or work in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thanks very much for calling in. Okay, speaker 261, Suzanne Ruzai.
Speaker 261 is not on the line.
Speaker 262 is withdrawn. Speaker 263, Alex Carson. Go ahead.
Hello, Council. Before I begin, I have a point of inquiry here. The last speaker was speaking about information that needed to be submitted in order to be able to speak. I didn't receive any such email, so I was just wondering if there's anything that I need to do to be able to have this count. I don't want to risk it being, not qualified or anything. Is there a process or something that I'm supposed to do? No? All right.
We just need to know if you are a Vancouver resident, Alex.
Oh, wonderful. Yes, I am a Vancouver resident, but I was not provided with an email to ask if I was from this province. I'm just wondering if there was any surface level details that I provided that maybe were a determining factor.
Everything else is on the website like everybody else.
Oh, wonderful. Good to know. Okay. So I'm here to oppose the rezoning. And I did have something that I was cooking up in my head, but honestly, it kind of got thrown out of it completely when I saw signs outside talking about supporting Odessa in Ukraine as they fight against being displaced by the invasive actions of Russia, and about reconciliation and your commitments to it since 2014, allegedly. I find it very difficult to internalize that and to believe it when I listen to the residents of Myron Manor pleading for their home to not be displaced so that tech workers can come and live there for, what, is it a year or two? Seems a little short-sighted to me. When I hear them talk about that and that we are literally bringing in people from outside of this province, which seems to be a determining factor for whether one can speak here, it's very strange to me to believe in reconciliation as a priority of this city when this action here is an extension of the ongoing effects of colonialism. displacing people who live here for people to come in and do work who are not here, to not represent the community, to not represent their interests. It's frankly shameful. I'm trying to remain calm here, but honestly, that made me livid to see that. And then to see the stark contrast being on display here through this rezoning application and the entertaining of it. I spoke here last week about a different issue, and I asked council to remember that people are waking up and they are paying attention more to municipal politics than perhaps you've been used to over the last however long. And I urge you once again to not feed into normalcy bias and to recognize that this moment is different. So I am coming to you with a bit more of a cynical plea than those who spoke very eloquently, passionately, informed before me. Again, I'm asking you to consider the upcoming election in which, if you go through with this and displace another community of their homes, do you think more than 40 people will show up to cut for your jobs and displace you out of your jobs? I think the answer is yes. And so I don't think that for most I can make an emotional appeal, an intellectual appeal, so I will resort to the cynical appeal there. We are paying attention. But I would also commit to that going both ways. If council reverses course, then I would advocate that be listened to, that be taken into account as well when that next election comes. Even if only as yet another cynical ploy. Because I know that you're likely facing pressure from these developers and possibly even from outside people above them. But again, your job is to represent your constituents. And to be fair, we have been asleep at the wheel for a while. Not all of us, but a lot. And that number is decreasing. Again, it is decreasing. The amount of people that are participating in municipal politics is increasing.
It would be
We are
really
not
nice
happy.
if the speaker actually focused on the project instead of whether or not he wants to how Vancouver's going to vote.
Thanks, Council.
Yeah, I'd like to reclaim my time for that. Thanks. Yes, this is very relevant. This is very relevant because you are displacing voters, people who participate in the civic process, people who have come here and made that emotional plea, made that intellectual plea. I can only speak up in their defense as an ally, as someone who is paying attention, someone who was not paying attention. I am actually trying to help you here. So I am not yielding the rest of my time, but I am going to use it for an uncomfortable silence because I would like you to experience just a fraction of what they must be going through every night while they wonder whether or not they're going to lose their home. You have the power to make that decision. Please do the right thing.
Our next speaker is 264 Marie Arcand.
Speaker 264 is not on the line.
Speaker 265 Keir Nickel.
Speaker 265 is not on the line.
Speaker 266 John Edwards.
Speaker 266 is not on the line.
Speaker 267 Matilda Rohr.
Speaker 267 is not on the line.
Speaker 268 John Smith.
Speaker 268 is not on the line.
Speaker 269 Sage Smith.
Speaker 269 is not on the line.
Speaker 270 Nola Boasberg.
They are on the line.
Speaker, go right ahead.
Hi, is there anything you need from me?
No, go right ahead. You.
Nola. I've been a resident of Vancouver since 2019, and I'm calling in to urge council to oppose this rezoning. I want to join my fellow Vancouver residents who, for the past few days, have shared their personal experiences with displacement and unaffordable housing in Vancouver, or just thank them for
sharing that. I don't know, it's been really impactful for me to just listen to this. And I would like to ask council to, in that spirit, vote down this rezoning, which, as we've heard, unjustly displaces a whole building of 40 long-term tenants in favor of short-term rental housing aimed at transient, high-earning visitors. What I love about this city is, and just the Mount Pleasant neighborhood in general, is the communities that long-term residents have built. And it's something that, yeah, as people have said, like, the people are the heart of the city, is like today and yesterday have really demonstrated. And so just kind of like ripping that up for an extended stay hotel, I don't know. If you ask me, it's a pretty dumbfounding financial move and pretty doomed cash grab. So, like, voting down this proposal seems like a no-brainer, but that's probably why I'm not in politics.
Okay. Thanks very much. Speaker 271, Mitchell McFarlane.
Speaker 271 is not on the line.
Speaker 272, Eva Olichowski.
I believe they are on the line.
Speaker, go right ahead.
Oh, they're in person.
Hi, welcome.
Good evening, Council. I am a Vancouver resident, and I'm here tonight to voice my opposition to the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue. As many speakers have already addressed the injustices of the proposal, the threats of displacement, and the failure of municipal and provincial bodies to support tenants during this extended housing. We are often asked to accept loss and cruelty as inevitable steps towards economic prosperity. And yet, as previous speakers have noted, these long-stay hotels do not have the same staffing levels as other hospitality establishments. How many jobs will this proposal create? And how do you weigh that against the rights and dignity of the 40 people who will be displaced? And there are the external factors, the economic trends, cited when governments need to cut funding, but not considered when proposals to destroy homes are on the table. We have witnessed massive recent layoffs in the tech industry, in Vancouver and around the world. Are we expecting Vancouver to absorb all these workers and not just follow suit? Granted, I am not in tech, but I know I'm not the only one here tonight who has lost a job due to the global economic uncertainty this year. With new tariffs, uncertainty around Canadian telecom law, and American policies to restrict access to some software internationally, the future of employment numbers in this sector are at question. At the same time, the federal government has cut the temporary foreign workers program, reduced international student enrollment, and removed many paths to permanent residency for people educated and working in this country, resulting in losses for the sectors which rely on this as a labor and consumer pool. Universities across Canada, including Langara, are reporting losses. Many are issuing layoffs and even shuttering entire departments. We just hosted FIFA, which I am told was a once-in-a-lifetime economic miracle for the city, and yet we still had vacancies in downtown hotels. Given current economic conditions, as well as new policies and their knock-on effects, why should we believe that this hotel will generate revenue for the city? And how could that be worth the public cost for the residents of Myron Manor, for renters across the city, and for a functioning city that is intended for human life? I implore you to reject the rezoning. I thank you. I yield my time.
Thanks for coming in. Speaker 273 is Nita Valiani.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Go right ahead.
Okay. I'm in solidarity with the Myron Manor tenants and oppose the rezoning of 75 East 8th Ave and ask council to reject it today. While I don't live in Vancouver core, I am planning to move there next month, and contrary to what media has made it to be, rent has not gone down to being affordable for tenants. This proposal threatens the homes of approximately 40 residents, including seniors, people with disabilities, an Indigenous elder, immigrants from all over the world, and young families. This number may not seem like a lot to the City Council, but as someone who works with tenants and can see how difficult it is for one person to simply find a new place to live, pay for moving costs, get a security deposit together, and their first month rent, it's not an easy feat. And that's for someone who's not on a fixed income. Not to mention, this will uproot families from their communities, kids from their schools, seniors from their health supports. Tenants do not have the agency to decide where they can live. You take what you can at the budget you have and lose access to the community you need. Also, if this hotel is supposed to home tech workers, why are we pushing for temporary housing for them and not long-term affordable housing? The narrative is to cover up the real reason, which is profit, not housing. So again, I oppose this rezoning and urge you to reject this proposal. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thanks for calling in. Speaker 274, Rita Wong.
Yes, I'm here.
Right ahead.
Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for taking the time to hear my concerns. I live in Mount Pleasant, and I've lived in Mount Pleasant for over 30 years. I love this neighborhood a lot because of the people, like the residents of the Myron Manor. And for me, the Myron Manor embodies what is most wonderful about Vancouver. It's affordable, it's inclusive, it's family-oriented. It's all the things that we should be protecting and taking care of in this city. And I also wanted to acknowledge that we're on Coast Salish lands. And Vancouver was founded in 1886, and that was the same year that this fire happened in Vancouver. And it was due to the kindness and the generosity of the Squamish people who rescued people from that fire that the city is the city that it is. And so in that spirit of kindness, generosity, and just basic humanity and decency, I am asking Council to refuse this rezoning and to be your best selves and to basically be responsible to the people of this neighborhood and this city. This proposed rezoning threatens the lives of many families, and they will not have right of first refusal in a new building. And it is, as many people have said before, rather dubious to eliminate stable long-term housing, to gamble on an industry that is seeing massive layoffs and just not really what we want in the city. So I'm asking you to value community service, the people who build this city day after day with their labor and their care for one another. I'm also concerned about the city's hotel development policy with the loophole that allows for developers to tear down thousands of rental apartments to build hotels in any transit-oriented neighborhood across the city. That can affect a lot of people far beyond Myron Manor, and I would urge you to address that and to prioritize family-friendly, affordable housing. When I moved to Vancouver years ago, I was lucky. I came here as a student at UBC, grad student, and I was lucky to find affordable housing and to actually land in cooperative housing. And that's the kind of housing that we need in this neighborhood and across BC and Vancouver. So I would urge you, if you're serious about affordability, to focus on supporting and increasing co-op housing supply in this city. It is unethical, and it's also counterproductive to destroy people's homes in order to build hotels that we don't need. Destroying affordable rentals and forcing tenants to pay much higher market rents takes money out of people's futures, out of their retirements, their children's schooling, and it threatens their ability to live stable lives. The city needs to prioritize the long-term future of our community and our neighbors over the temporary profits of the ultra-rich. And I urge you to please reject the rezoning of this of 75 East 8th Avenue and to do your utmost to serve the people of Vancouver. Thank you.
Thanks for calling in. Speaker 275, Emma Warner-Chi. Welcome.
Hello, I'm here to express my opposition to the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue. I'm a renter in East Vancouver. I have a degree in sociology from Simon Fraser University, and I'm a farm worker in Richmond. I'm also a member of Dahlia, Friends of the Filipino People in Struggle, an organization that stands in solidarity with the National Democratic Movement in the Philippines and with anti-imperialist struggles across the globe. In the 10 years that I have lived and rented in this city, I have experienced and witnessed countless reno and dem evictions and evictions for landlord personal use. Each of these evictions have caused undue stress, as well as money and time lost in searching for new housing, moving costs, and almost always a rent increase, even as wages stagnate. Many times, it has meant worse housing situations or being forced out of the city entirely. With this in mind, I find it deeply unconscionable to evict over 40 people to build a hotel. We do not need more hotels, and technonads do not need their needs served above the needs of actual residents of this city. We do not need to further prioritize the needs of wealth and capital over the needs of working people in this city. You have heard from so many other speakers, more articulate and more well-researched than I am in opposition to this. You have also heard from the residents of Myron Manor themselves, imploring you not to approve their eviction and demolish their community. All of us were compelled by the blatant injustice of this proposal to show up on our evenings and our workdays to say no to this, because we know this struggle intimately and because this is all of our struggle. There have been hundreds of speakers, and there are thousands more who oppose this proposal. We need homes, not hotels. We need affordable housing, and we need a city council that is willing to protect its residents, the people that they serve. Council, I once again ask you to reject this proposal. And to the residents of Myron Manor, I repeat, this is all of our struggle and we stand with you. I yield my time.
Speaker 276, Conan Leong.
Speaker 276 has withdrawn.
Speaker 277, Alicia McCara.
Hello, hi.
Right, go ahead.
Hi. Okay. Good evening. My name is Alicia McCara. I live in Olympic Village, actually quite close to the site, and I'm calling to oppose the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue. Frankly, I find it morally reprehensible to not only ban, but uphold a ban on supportive housing and then turn around and propose to displace families to build a tech worker hotel. We know that we do not have a hotel shortage. We didn't have one during FIFA, so we certainly don't have one now. But we do know that we have an affordable housing crisis. And as a former tech worker, I can tell you that tech workers do not need hotels. Tech work can be and is done from home. And I am also not sure which tech workers you're envisioning this being for. Tech has been laying off workers for the past couple of years now, with AI replacement only making this work. Making this worse. I fail to see who this is actually being built for. I don't think it's good for the people of Vancouver, and I don't think anyone else is actually going to benefit from it either. There's not going to be tech workers staying there. I do not see this as a viable or valuable project for Vancouver, and so I strongly urge you to oppose this. Thank you.
Thanks for calling in. Speaker 278, Pearl Wong.
Speaker 278 is not on the line.
Speaker 279, Michelle Travis.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Good evening, Council. My name is Michelle Travis, and I am a resident of Vancouver, and I strongly oppose this proposal. It's incredibly frustrating that the city would permit the replacement of any smaller purpose-built rental buildings that have affordable units. Myron Manor tenants are families, seniors, others who have, some who have lived there for over 20 years. Don't let this be one more group of tenants that gets pushed out of Vancouver because of the city's policy context. City staff says the existing apartment building is a non-conforming use, but it was built over 60 years ago. The neighborhood may have changed, but there's no reason why this apartment building shouldn't be allowed to stay put. The Broadway plan does not support hotel use in this particular area of Mount Pleasant, yet the city is considering it. But council has the ability to block it. It's a real problem that the city's hotel development policy says that it does not permit replacement of purpose-built rentals, except for the gaping loophole on the policy that brings us here today. If city staff is planning to undertake a review of the loophole, then why is the proposal being advanced to council now? Council should pass an amendment to grandfather and protect older apartment buildings, starting with Myron Manor. I understand that years ago, the city adopted a grandfather clause for non-conforming retail to protect existing establishments like neighborhood corner stores. That was a smart move, and it's good for neighborhoods. If we've done it for retail outlets like that, we should do it to preserve older, affordable apartment buildings. I urge council to consider this as a way for tenants at Myron Manor to stay in their homes. I've seen proposal after proposal come through council where developers want permission to build taller or larger than what's allowed at a site, and council has figured out a way to amend or waive city policy and bylaws so that non-conforming proposals become conforming. Next week, council will consider a proposal for a non-conforming floating barge in Kitsilano. If the majority on council is considering approval of a non-conforming floating spa barge, then surely council can do the right thing at Myron Manor. I'm asking you to be creative with policy to advocate for tenants. Please protect what little affordable housing we have left in Vancouver. You've heard it before, we don't have a hotel room crisis. We need more deeply affordable homes for working people, not a hotel that displaces them. Again, I urge you to reject this proposal and find a solution that does not involve displacement of tenants at 75 East 8th Avenue. Thanks.
Thanks for calling. Speaker 280, Miranda Huba.
Yes, I'm on the line. Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Miranda. I live in New York City, and my sister Crystal, who is speaker number 7, lives at 75 East 8th Avenue, otherwise known as Myron Manor. I strongly oppose this rezoning as I have firsthand seen the stress and anxiety it has caused my family member and all the wonderful tenants of Myron Manor. I have visited 75 East 8th Avenue many times, and I have seen the thriving and beautiful community. My background is I am a theater artist. I went to school at SFU and started my career performing in many venues in and around Mount Pleasant, including Video Inn, Blim, and the Western Front. As a creative, I find it disturbing to see the demolition of affordable housing that are often occupied by artists and other creatives. Artists and working people living in Mount Pleasant should be able to live where they work, and they should be able to access all the amenities that Mount Pleasant has to offer. 1 block from Myron Manor sits the beautiful Mount Pleasant Community Center, the operative word being community. The residents of Myron Manor should be able to use the wonderful resources that the community has to offer, such as the proposed Filipino Community Center. They should be able to access their church. They should be able to keep their kids in schools that their kids are already enrolled in. They should be able to stay in the community they have invested years in. They are what makes the community great. They should be able to take advantage of the new SkyTrain station after having dealt with months of construction. Ironically, I pay less in rent in New York City, as my apartment is rent stabilized, as a single person than the current median rent in Vancouver. So as a creative from Vancouver, it would not be affordable for me to move back home. So, to quote a famous New Yorker, Spike Lee, I urge council to do the right thing and reject this proposal. Thank you.
Thanks for calling in. Speaker 281, Maddie CJ.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah. Hi, my name's Maddie. I'm a Vancouver resident. I also live in Mount Pleasant, a few blocks away from Myron Manor, and I, along with hundreds of other people during this public hearing, oppose the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue and request that council reject it. You know, as well as we know, that the city is in a housing crisis, an affordability crisis. It is one of the most expensive cities in the world. People who have lived here for a long time can't afford to stay here. I, to be honest, find it kind of embarrassing how many motions have gone through City Council in recent years that shoot down any attempts at expanding affordable housing and then repeatedly allow developments that run counter to city regulations and increase the price of rent in neighborhoods, and they are the ones that pass. It just, to me, implies that City Council makes choices not based on what's best for people that live in the city, but what is most profitable. I don't understand why the City Council would ever even consider building a hotel for tech workers in Mount Pleasant and in exchange evict over 40 individuals, families, into housing that city staff themselves have admitted to the tenants will not be a lateral move. So we know that it's going to be worse renting space. We know that it's going to be worth rent. The compensation they receive is going to run out like within a few months of them moving to new places because the rent's going to be massively higher. It means that people are probably going to have to leave the city if this motion passes. You know, especially because a lot of these people have lived in that building for many, many years. That's the only reason that they have any affordable housing is because the very minimal rent control that we have in the city means that you can't jack up the prices if you have the same tenant, but then as soon as they move out, that building will go up, and then the places that they move, they won't be able to move into because they won't be able to afford it. We just don't need more hotels. We need affordable housing. You hear this year after year, month after month from your residents, and we need you as City Council to actually care about the residents of this city and people who live here now, not just trying to bring in more tech workers and rich people who will be here in the short term and probably, I don't know, go live in their summer home. We have really bad renters' rights in this city. It's really easy for people to get rent evicted, especially under, you know, increasingly hostile new policies from City Council. Please don't make this another example of this. Please preserve the ridiculously small amount of affordable housing left in Vancouver. As you know, a few other speakers have mentioned, it's very confusing to me that you push through the Broadway plan, touting that, the benefits this will have for residents and, how important it is that people have access to like affordable transit and being able to move around the city and mobility. The people that live there, you evict under the new rules that you gave yourself under the Broadway plan. It's just very, very confusing. I mean, again, it makes it clear that the Broadway plan was maybe not for the benefit of the residents, but in fact for gentrification. I ask, as everyone has asked, that the City Council reject this motion. I've been to, quite a few public hearings. I don't really understand the point of a public hearing when the overwhelming public sentiment is against the proposal, and yet they still get voted through. So I hope this isn't another one of those cases. I ask that City Council reject this motion. Thank you.
Thanks for calling. Speaker 282, Rhiannon Mabberley.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Rhiannon Mabberley, and I'm speaking in support of this application. I know that's a word you have not heard very often over the previous 281 speakers. It is worth noting, I know you already know this, I have sat through 2 days of public hearing on and off, attempting to speak not once but twice, and have been unable to, as this process and the breadth of people signed up to speak makes it incredibly difficult to participate. I fear that voices like mine are not often heard. I've heard a lot of people on this call talk about the need for affordable housing, and I don't doubt that in one way. I support affordable housing in our city very deeply. I do question why we are looking to a private landowner to cure affordable housing problem in a city that is made by very multiple levels of government. This is a local landowner who is trying to better a community. I'm a resident of Mount Pleasant. This is a neighborhood that I walk in. One of the most wonderful things about this neighborhood is its varied nature, and it has such a beautiful texture to it of businesses and residents, and that we would limit somebody from improving that we would vote against a local business that employs local Vancouverites for a development that would provide further employment opportunities seems very counterintuitive to the very rights that many of these speakers have spoken so aspirationally about. We all know that cities are made up of vibrant mixed uses. To talk about the need for affordable housing without recognizing that people who live here also need to work here and that we need a vibrant community to support these residents seems very counterintuitive to the type of city that many of these people have spoken about wanting and aspiring to. Again, I speak in support of this application. I support Nicola and the work they're doing in this community. I applaud them for being such gracious, cooperative participants in this process. I do urge you to support this application and support what Nicola is trying to do for this community. And because I know it's late and you've been through 281 speakers, I will yield the rest of my time.
Thanks for calling in. Speaker 283, Sterling Bell.
Hi, yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Yeah. So my name is Sterling Bell, and I'm a director with Pavilion Co-work. We're a locally owned co-working workspace provider We've been growing quite a bit, which is exciting, but our 2 original locations were launched just around the corner here in Mount Pleasant, just steps away from the proposed extended stay hotel site here. Similarly, I can't speak to the displacement of residents. Like, that's unsettling to me. And I can't speak to, the need for affordable housing. Like, I get that in Vancouver. I was a renter in Mount Pleasant for almost a decade. I live in the greater Vancouver area now, partially because of affordability, but I am a local business operator, partial owner, and I'm speaking today in support of the application. Mount Pleasant is one of the most vibrant and fast-growing neighborhoods in the city, in our opinion, and yet it remains the rare Vancouver neighborhood without a single hotel. This is, despite what many have said, this is absolutely the tech hub of Vancouver, which is, one of kind of the Silicon Valley of the North. We've continued to see an influx of tech businesses. Netflix just moved into the neighborhood in a major way. And it's a huge part of the businesses that we serve in our business. And the gap of not having places to stay for visiting, colleagues of these businesses is a real challenge for Pavilion. Creates everyday friction for the local businesses who we serve. So our 2 locations here are home to hundreds of promising businesses, many established, many, great Vancouver success stories, and many aspiring entrepreneurs. And those entrepreneurs are trying to grow, the next big thing in Vancouver. They regularly need to host out-of-town colleagues, partners, investors, recruitment, retention, visiting teams, workshops, events, right? And finding nearby accommodation is consistently difficult, and it's a common complaint we receive from clients. These visitors, are kind of forced to book in downtown or even further outside of the city, simply because there isn't really anything at all close to our site here. So it adds travel time, it adds inconvenience, it pushes these events away from our locations, and it also pushes spending outside of Mount Pleasant and the businesses that we support all around, this area. So there's so much here. I think, a forward-looking site like this would be accretive to what the Mount Pleasant neighborhood is becoming. I think a hotel would complete that picture, and it would give visitors a reason to place to stay, and a reason to stay in the neighborhood they're coming to experience, right? I think the Broadway subway extension, in my mind, makes this a natural fit. Timing and accessibility of the site makes sense in our minds, and I'll leave the council with your time today. Cheers.
Thanks for calling in. Speaker 284, Colin Riley.
Hi, City Council. Thank you so much for letting me talk. Thank you, Councillor Maloney. Thank you, Councillor Zhao. Thank you, Councillor Fry. Thank you, Councillor Orr. And thank you, Councillor Kirby Young, for being here in person.
Podium a little bit.
Oh, yeah, I can be in the podium right now.
There's a little switch there. There we go.
Yeah, but taller than that. Let's keep going. More. All right. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate that.
Okay.
Hi.
I didn't go that close. I just wanted to get there. You go. Awesome.
Hi, my name is Cullen. I am a resident of Vancouver and not California. I am speaking to oppose this motion. I'm speaking in opposition. I do not believe that the residents of Myron Manor should be dem-evicted to make way for a long-stay hotel for tech workers. I believe that I found it quite disturbing. The speaker before me that spoke in support of the motion, that they said that they deeply cared about affordable housing. If you deeply care about affordable housing, then you would care that Myron Manor remain the way it is, as it is currently houses over 40 residents on affordable rents. If we destroy this building, we are leading to the eviction of over 40 residents of Vancouver for something which will not house anyone except for workers on temporary contract visas, people who are not Canadian, or not Canadian, but not residents of our city in the long term. Whereas Myron Manor in its current state houses people who live and work in this city and contribute deeply to their community. I've spoken to residents of Myron Manor, and they are passionate about where they live. This is where they want to live. And if they are demo evicted, they will not be able to afford in the community that they grew up in, where they raised their kids in. They will be displaced and have to find somewhere else to live if they can. Many might even end up on the street if we allow this project to go ahead. I don't believe that we should be putting the interests of developers over the interests of people. I think in this state, it's very clear that the only people that benefit from this going forward is the Nicola group, the developer group proposing this project. The long stay residents will not contribute to our economy, but the people of Myron Manor do contribute to our economy. They shop at the local businesses, and they are a vital part of this community. And I would hate to see them displaced to make way for something that's not even making way for more housing. We are in an affordability crisis at the moment, and if we let this go through, we are choosing to let our housing stock be reduced to make way for a hotel that isn't even really providing jobs for Vancouverites. It's just providing jobs for people allegedly here on a digital nomad experience. Never mind the fact that Vancouver is not, as one speaker noted, a place that digital nomads visit. This isn't Costa Rica. This isn't the Philippines. This isn't Thailand. This isn't a city. I mean, yes, we got nice beaches, but we don't have those tropical beaches. This is not a vacation city for those types of people. Rather, this project is a means to exploit workers. I believe full well that this is that this is mainly targeted at people from outside of the country, people who public transit will be their main use. That is why I believe that we are using a loophole along the Broadway plan, which would give this access to high transit, which would, in my opinion, be better suited for residents of Vancouver. And we are taking away a vital part of Vancouver's housing supply, for which people can use to commute to work in this city, rather than having to move as far as Langley or Delta or Cloverdale. I myself, for a while, lived in Cloverdale and had to make, because I could not afford a car, and I used to have to make a 1 hour and 45 commute to my job. I believe that we need to protect the affordable housing supply in the city so that people don't have to make commutes such as I did, so they can spend more time with their family, more time with their kids. And that we should think about the people of Myron Manor and think about that this is their home. And if we take away their homes, it's not even like they get to return, even if it's built. They are losing it. And I think that's something that has constantly been brought up from speakers opposing this project. I would also like to say that I think as well, it's also ironic as well, we're talking about digital nomads in the tech industry when so many of my friends in the tech industry can't find jobs here in the city. The tech workers are being laid off for the last couple of years. The industry is getting smaller and smaller, especially with the increasing involvement of AI in the industry. Plenty of people that I went to school with have had to leave this city because they can't find jobs or it's been too expensive. And frankly, I think that destroying Myron Manor does not help that issue. And rather, it only makes the problem worse as we continue to destroy Vancouver's affordable housing supply to make way for passion projects for developers that benefit no one here in this city. I conclude my time. Thank you very much.
Speaker 285, Carolyn Pear.
Oh, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Caroline, and I'm asking you, the City Council of Vancouver, to reject this application. I'm a resident of Strathcona, so I live close by, and so the people most crucially affected by this rezoning, or more accurately, that this eviction application, those are my neighbors and my community, the tenants of Myron Manor. So I live close by. I know this community. I know the area. I know this community well. I've lived in Vancouver for half a decade, and everyone can see, and so many people acutely feel that this city is getting more and more expensive and harder to live in. It is getting harder for all the people that actually live here, people that pay rent, people that have to work to sustain their living, Indigenous peoples, unhoused people, and many more. It's important to state that this is not a coincidence or that this is inevitable. It is political decisions like the one at stake here to displace 40 tenants, including seniors, people with disabilities, and Indigenous elder, immigrants from all over the world, and young families, all people who call this place their home and have community and roots here. It's active political decisions like these in favor of short-term Airbnb-style housing for transient tech workers, and most importantly, a decision in favor of companies and against people who work to make ends meet. I should also add that I'm grateful to hear that people previously on this call who reported in favor of this application also seem to be against evictions and care about affordable housing. I think after having encountered so many and having heard so many of the people that will be affected by this eviction, you will have to face the fact that you care for affordability for some people and not all, and especially not people that are most affected by this. So it's political decisions like the one at stake here that make this city harder to live for people that actually live here. To repeat what many people have said, there isn't a hotel crisis in Vancouver, there's a housing crisis in Vancouver. So many people are struggling to find accessible or affordable housing and are being forced out of their homes that have lived here for decades. I echo what so many speakers who reject this decision have said before and stand in solidarity with the tenants. And I believe all of you who are able to make this decision and everybody who's listening here today should be moved by the courage and the powerful true arguments by the tenants and their supporters who you have heard last week, yesterday, and today. And lastly, I want to say that this meeting has been moved so many times, and that has also made it harder. It has moved to specific times that has made it harder or even possible for a lot of people affected by this decision to participate in this supposedly democratic process. I'm grateful to call this place my home. It is in spite of political decisions like this one, and not because of it, and it's because of the tenants, the community members, and all of my neighbors. I yield my time.
Thanks very much for calling. Speaker 286, Navaporn Boone Mazari.
Speaker 286 is not on the line.
Speaker 287, Gabrielle Freund.
Hi, can you hear me?
I do. Carry on.
Great. Hi. So I'd like to speak in strong opposition. I oppose the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue strongly. Mount Pleasant does not need more hotels. Losing affordable housing is a terrible thing for this city. We're already in a housing crisis, and actions like this by the city only exacerbate these problems. In my work as an outreach worker with the Vancouver School Board, I work with adult students and vulnerable people in the Vancouver community. I see every day the impacts of affordable housing being taken away from those who need it. Housing should not be a commodity for the wealthy to profit from. I implore City Council to think about what decisions like this are doing to this city, making it a playground for the ultra-wealthy investors and driving out people who want to live in these communities and work in our communities. This proposal is particularly problematic as it plays into a dangerous trend in the real estate market, which removes long-term rentals in favor of Airbnb and short-term rentals. This creates a city that is unlivable for the people who actually live here. We cannot afford to let this pass and set a precedent for future development. I myself am a long-time resident in Mount Pleasant and East Vancouver, and like many of the people who have spoken at this meeting, it's abundantly clear to me that Vancouver is losing the people who love to live here. And in my work, I meet people every day who come to Vancouver as newcomers to Canada or newcomers to Vancouver. And I'm confident that decisions like this make Vancouver less and less welcoming as people are unable to secure affordable housing that they can settle into. They move from lease to lease. They get evicted. They have to start over. It's terrible. I want to live in a real city where people can afford to have a home they can settle into, making connections in their community. If council believes that the city should take care of the people that live in it instead of selling us out to corporations, they will oppose this motion and save Myron Manor. I'll close by saying that I'm sure council has heard a lot of the same things throughout this meeting, and much of that is due to the hard work of the Myron Manor Collective and the VTU. This might result in what appears to be tedious or repetitive discussion, but I urge council to think about what this actually means. That so many people took time on a Friday night, in this case, to make these comments, wrote their honest thoughts out, and shared their stories. This shows clearly that this proposal goes against the will of the people. Accepting this proposal means that council must accept that they are not representing the people of this city as they were elected to do, but instead representing the interests of the few, the wealthy, and the cruel. Once again, I implore you to reject this proposal. That's all for me. Thanks.
Our next speaker is 289, Zay Hammond. 288, sorry, 288.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Faye Hammoud. I am a renter and worker in Mount Pleasant. I'm here to wholeheartedly oppose the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue, and I ask council to reject it today. The residents of 75 East 8th Avenue are my neighbors, and it is appalling to be witness to the prospect of my neighbors losing their homes. The mere consideration of a proposal that will unhouse the young families and children, elders, disabled people, working class people, and longtime residents of this building in favor of catering to transient tech workers is incredibly disturbing, and is a worrying precedent to be setting with regard to the deepening housing and financial crisis. As I've gotten to know the truly wonderful residents in this building, it devastates me to imagine the ways that this rezoning would impact their lives. Similar to this proposal process, and over the past year, I and the rest of my community witnessed the destructive rezoning of the 400 and 500 blocks of East 10th Avenue be approved. It was just as devastating to watch this rezoning get approved and to watch long-term residents and young families have their housing ripped from them. Every day, I walk down this block of 10th Avenue and feel a profound sense of loss and grief on behalf of the residents who lost the place they made their home and had to scramble to somehow ensure that their families would be housed. I feel a sense of deep emptiness looking at the dirt and rubble of where these thriving homes once stood, and this feeling is exponentiated at the prospect of this becoming Vancouver's new normal. With regard to the compensation being offered to tenants at 75 East 8th Ave under the Tenant Relocation and Protection Policy, I ask Council to consider the facts of the situation plainly. At current market rates for housing across Vancouver, the compensation being offered to tenants would be spent within a matter of a couple months. Additionally, I ask Council to consider the fact that despite tenants at 75 East 8th Ave having been told they're entitled to protections under this policy, they're at the same time not entitled to a right of first refusal in this new building. This inconsistent application of policy is unjust and must be addressed if Council hopes to lead in discussions of city housing with integrity. People who live in Vancouver don't want to feel like their housing can and will just be taken from them at any given moment. I do not believe my neighbors are disposable in favor of a hotel catering to transient tech workers, and I invite Council to join me in this understanding. There is no hotel crisis in Vancouver, but there is in fact an affordable housing crisis, and I believe we ought to be addressing existing gaps in that infrastructure. I disagree with Speaker 282 about the need for this particular space for this tech hotel, as creating this space would necessarily mean stomping out the spaces that 40 residents have already carved out for themselves and made home. How is it fair for them to be evicted so abruptly with little to no compensation to mediate this? I've watched too many loved ones, neighbors, and neighbors become impacted upon the prospect of and action of being made houseless, And the struggle to find footing following this process is a struggle that's wholly unnecessary to put these community members through. I cite, like others, documented evidence and echo others' lived experiences who have highlighted the material impacts of displacement. Impending and experienced houselessness and the destruction of community connection are extremely traumatic experiences, and again, wholly unnecessary to put anyone through. However, I do in particular think about the babies and the elders at 75 East 8th Avenue who, like the remaining individuals in this building, deserve stability and the basic human right of a home to live peacefully in. I urge Council to consider the very many real individuals and faces and stories that are homed in this building and the very, very real impact on these lives an approved rezoning would have. I strongly oppose this proposal happening in and to my community, and I strongly urge Council to reject it. Please do not accept this proposal. Thank you.
Speaker 289, Sandy Campbell.
Hello.
Go right ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to say, open up and say thank you for granting me the opportunity to speak with everybody on this rezoning issue. As my name is Sandy Campbell, I'm calling from Saskatoon on behalf of my wife and daughter Erin Campbell, who's a tenant at 75 East 8th Avenue, and all of her fellow tenants and family. I'd like to start by saying that we strongly oppose the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue. We ask Council to reject the proposal. We're very concerned for our daughter's well-being and the challenges that she would have to overcome in the event that she has to relocate and find housing that is affordable for her. She has been living in the building for 6 years as a single occupant, and her living situation is affordable for her now. If she has to move, where could she find comparable living accommodations or something that will work for her and her fellow tenants? There are many things that trouble us, being from afar, especially. She has found her co-tenants to be friendly, helpful, trustworthy, and concerned about her safety as well as others, a true community. This community would disappear if she and her fellow tenants were forced to relocate, and I've spent a lot of time in that area. It's just beautiful. We love it. We love going there. As a matter of fact, we're going to be there next week. In Erin's case, if she has to relocate, what does that look like? She has to live within her current budget. She's going to have to move to neighboring cities. We don't know. Nobody knows. There's no answers at all. And I'll possibly move in areas of high crime and little safety. And there's a major concern for us because Erin lives by herself, and as a female, getting into whatever area that's not good, that brings along additional risks that happen today. Just no doubt about it. Transportation is always a concern, depending on where she may end up, like many others in their building who rely on public transportation for their everyday life. You got to go to work, you got to go grocery shopping, going to special doctor appointments, dentist appointments, visiting friends, whatever, the list goes on. What would that look like for her and her fellow tenants? That's the question it has to ask if people are displaced. Free times, and I understand the Lower Mainland is tough getting around, but, people lose a lot of free time in their life due to transportation, but, is this correct and right and, responsible at this point in time? So I know nobody knows the answer to these questions, but, I appreciate the opportunity to voice my concerns, but it just seems to me, and I realize business is business, but it seems like real estate, even in our community, the communities right across Canada, the bigger centers in particular, like real estate is changing everything for everybody. And what's the person going to do? It's, the social fallout from this could be traumatic for so many different people, and I urge council to consider the social fallout that could possibly happen, rezoning this property. And, considering all of the input they've heard today, and especially, in particular, the people that are tenants of the building, my heart goes out to them. And I please ask you, sorry, Aaron, please reject the application for rezoning this property for all those that would be impacted by being forced to find new homes and new communities. And God bless everybody. Thank you.
Thanks for calling. Speaker 290, Kira Reese.
Speaker 290 is not on the line.
Speaker 291, Jay Mercado.
Speaker 291 is not on the line.
Speaker 292, Louise Bolivan.
Yes.
Speaker,
Oh, hey.
go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can go right ahead.
Oh, hey. I am a resident of Vancouver, from the Fairview area of Vancouver, and I am opposed to 75-8 for the redevelopment of it being some high-tech hotel. As somebody like myself who has experienced displacement with the Broadway plan of losing my own home, so I can only imagine what these people are going through, and it's just really upsetting how the city has become, and just it's very frustrating. I was a person who also voted for the Broadway plan myself on the basis of that I'm for the subway. Like, I voted, because the subway, I wasn't expecting all this rezoning stuff to go crazy like this, and even losing my own home. So it kind of makes me wonder if in the future, do I actually even vote for another subway extension, as much as I would love to have more public transit, because of all this displacement going around in this city. And as somebody who loves, I do spend regular time in the Mount Pleasant area myself, because I have longtime family friends in the Mount Pleasant area. I also do. I also sell at Rewind and also Sports Junkie. So I'm in that area, a couple of times a month and stuff. And so I really miss, I'm just gonna say, I miss the old Vancouver of how I grew up in this city in the late 80s, 90s. Back when Vancouver was actually great. So I'm just not going to take up that much time. Just, this whole thing is just very stressful. But thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 293 is Emily Luba.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
Sure can.
You can hear me?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Thank you. So I want to begin by acknowledging everyone who has spoken against this motion. I've listened to what I could, and everything that was said has been so important. Secondly, I want to go back to what this motion actually is. It's essentially saying we want a city for rich people, so let's bring them in and make more money for the tech companies that are doing it and displace people in the process. It's pretty clear what the solution is. Michael from the Myron Manor Tenant Collective said it better than I can. He gave 3 things to council. It's clear. First, eliminate this 3.2.1.d subclause, whatever you call it, in the hotel development policy, which says that hotels can just be built whenever. When it's been pointed out that we don't need more hotels. The articles were coming out during FIFA when rich people were coming to town. The hotels were not filling up, right? So what is going on here? What is the purpose of this? The other 2 points were council should just reject. It's so simple. Reject rezoning applications designed to increase property value, such as this one, by destroying housing that we so desperately need. The third thing is stop using the words, stop even saying there's a hotel supply crisis, because it doesn't exist. So if council can't do those bottom 2 points, and I wasn't at that meeting that Michael spoke at, which happened before this hearing began, then answer why. Answer why. Let's see your numbers. Let's think economically here. How much money are people making off of this hotel? I don't have those numbers, and I would like to see them. And if it's about zoning, and you're saying if counselors or city planners are saying if there's something in the zoning, maybe it's within the hotel development policy, and that means that this can happen and they can't change it. Well, who makes the zoning? Who makes all these policies? It is the city. And if the city is blaming the province is blaming the city, it's just government officials pointing fingers at each other, referencing various plans that they make for reasons they can't do things that people are asking them to do. It's insanity. And I try to follow it, but I do not have a background in city planning. I don't have a master's in policy. I don't have any of that. And I really appreciate the incredibly knowledgeable people who, on these topics, as they currently exist, who spoke over the past few days. But I'm also why do we seem to need this to understand what's happening in our neighborhoods? I'm a resident of Vancouver. I've lived in 8 neighborhoods over the past 12 years, and it doesn't matter. Right now I'm in South Van, but it doesn't matter where I seem to go. The same things are happening, and it's all profit. The city is protecting profit of a very few, and now they're saying we want rich people to come here because it's clear that people cannot afford the condos that are currently sitting empty. It is a sick society we live in when there are people outside, when there are people losing their homes, and there are empty units. And that is exactly what's going to happen with this hotel bullshit, because it's designed to say it's a hotel. So it's not even going to be full all the time.
Emily,
and people are not going to be able to live there. It's true. It's fucked. It's fucked. You'll probably say I'm out of order because you always do.
Chair, I'm not here to listen to, I'm not going to repeat it, but profanity on a Friday night. If the speaker wants to express their thoughts, love to hear them.
So the second thing is about...
Please. Okay. It's important we have decorum when speaking here. I realize there's passion, but please. Okay. Speaker 294, Sandy Wolf.
Ooh, can you hear me?
Yep, right. Go ahead.
Hi. Good evening, Council. I am speaking here today to strongly oppose the eviction of residents of Mount Pleasant, Myron Manor, and the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue. I am asking you to understand that there is an affordability housing crisis in our city, and evicting tenants from their homes to build a hotel is unacceptable, disgusting, shameful. We have many hotels. In fact, there was plenty of hotels for FIFA, so there is no hotel crisis. Well, I realize that you are in favor for developers. The people of Vancouver deserve better. You have to stop evictions this time and every time, or you are still contributing to ongoing homelessness problem in our city. You were not voted in to evict people from their homes. Profits over accountability for cutting deals with developers like the Curve. Be part of the solution, not part of the problem of homelessness. You need to make better decisions for the voters who voted you and to stop evictions and save these people's homes of Myron Manor. This is extremely devastating to people and families, and the systems in place that are supposed to help people or displace people, tenants, is never enough to assist them, and especially in this case where there is none. If you don't care about these people and other people who get evicted due to redevelopment, such as this, we will remember this decision come voting time. Your fate is in our hands. Your decision today must be for these tenants, their homes, no evictions, no rezoning, and housing before hotels. Thank you.
Thanks for calling. Speaker 295 has withdrawn. Speaker 296, James Fitzgibbon.
Speaker 296 is not on the line.
Speaker 297, Jess Gutt.
Speaker 297 is not on the line.
Speaker 298, Jalis Cool.
Speaker 298 is not on the line.
Very much. If there are any additional speakers in the chamber, please come forward to the podium. Clerk, are there any additional speakers on the line?
Chair, we have an additional speaker in the chamber. Speaker 199, Brian Baraga.
Okay, we'll just wait for him to the podium.
Before I begin, I want to mention that the content of my comments today are my own and should not be taken to represent any of the organizations I'm involved with. Chair Klassen, councilors, my name is Brian Baraga, and I am a born and raised Vancouverite. I'm a renter, a graduate student at the School of Community and Regional Planning at UBC. I'm currently working as an affordable housing developer. Plenty of pro formas, I can tell you. I'm speaking to you today in opposition to the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue, Myron Manor, and I urge you to deny this rezoning application. I have deep ties to the Mount Pleasant neighborhood. My family are parishioners at St. Patrick's at Main and 12th, having attended Mass there for over 20 years. It is a predominantly Filipino congregation, a place where I've been able to connect with people of my culture, and the local church for the Filipino residents of Myron Manor, comprising a third of its residents. I went to St. Patrick's Elementary School, spent much of my preteen and teen years at Mount Pleasant Community Center, where I met my first girlfriend, and had my first kiss at Jonathan Rogers Park, all locations just steps away from Myron Manor. I went to planning school specifically to be part of solving the housing crisis here in my hometown, here in Vancouver. My class was privileged enough to welcome Councillor Dominato as a guest speaker in one of our classes last year. As a planner in training, I wish to share some critical oversights from the Planning Department's referral report for this application. Regrettably, the enhanced Broadway plan protections from the tenant relocation and protection policy do not apply to this property. The key points I wish to highlight from these protections are that the landlord would cover the difference between the tenant's old rent and the rent in the tenant's temporary home until the new building is finished. And the new rent will either be the same as before or 20% less than the citywide average rent, whichever is lower. According to the 2025 CMHC Rental Market Survey, the average asking rent for the Mount Pleasant neighborhood is $2,844. For the tenants that have lived in Myron Manor for over 10 years, they pay about $1,000 a month. Even if we take the most generous offer of compensation from the applicant, 24 months rent for tenancies over 40 years, about $24,000, this is only enough to last for 13 months worth of rent. For many of these tenants who are on fixed incomes or who otherwise cannot afford an increase in their rent, they will be displaced from this neighborhood and be ripped away from the neighbors and community they've been a part of for decades, something these protections were supposed to be designed to prevent. In addition, I understand that this council approved a revised hotel development policy in April of last year, as is your prerogative. In this policy, the city set a goal of having 10,000 hotel rooms by 2050. As of last month, there were nearly 7,000 rooms in the development pipeline. There's no rush to meet this target decades early, especially when the approval of this application would result in the loss of dozens of deeply affordable housing that the Broadway plan was explicitly designed to protect. In Filipino culture, we have this concept of kapwa. It can be roughly translated as togetherness, but it's so much deeper than that. It's a shared sense of humanity, of a community, that an injury to one is an injury to all. I feel so deeply in the pain that these tenants, my neighbors, my fellow human beings are feeling from their fear of being displaced, and I hope that over the course of the nearly 300 speakers that you've heard over the past 3 days of hearings, you felt the same. In conclusion, I know that all of you have dedicated your lives to public service because you want to see the city that we love and the people in it thrive and not just survive. I am asking you to reject the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue, protect already existing deeply affordable housing, and not displace our neighbors into a housing market they cannot afford. You have the power today to reject this application and ensure that we send a message that displacement of tenants of the city is not something we would do just for the sake of profit. Let's keep working together to make Vancouver a better city for all. Thank you for your time.
Hi, everyone. As a resident of Mount Pleasant and a psychiatrist in training, I am very opposed to the rezoning of Myron Manor. I'm concerned about the displacement of residents who live there currently, especially the various elderly residents with deep roots to the area who rely on affordable housing in a walking neighborhood. As someone who lives in the neighborhood, I'm concerned about the precedent this sets, favoring short-term rentals over long-term rentals. And finally, as someone who works in the mental health field, I have seen the impact of those struggling to find affordable housing after they lose their previously affordable housing, some ending up unhoused, and how that can exacerbate existing mental illness or create new mental illness in the form of adjustment disorders, anxiety disorders, mood disorders. We know we are in a mental health crisis and our shelters are overflowing. I've seen it. There are very few affordable housing options, and those that do exist have very long wait lists. I ask the council to reject this project after considering why we would approve a project that exacerbates these crises that the residents of Vancouver are currently experiencing and have been well studied and we know exist, for a project that is portraying itself as a solution to a project that does not as a solution to a problem that does not meaningfully exist. I know you all care about the residents of the city of Vancouver and the city itself because that's why you chose to become a councillor. But even if you're just thinking about the money, do you believe that the money brought in from these digital nomads, which I truly believe this city does not have a market for, and if you look at what these self-described digital nomads say online, they also do not think Vancouver has a market for, meaning this hotel is unlikely to be consistently booked. So do you think that the money from a few digital nomads and what they might bring to the economy might at any given time will outweigh the money this city needs to spend trying to ameliorate the worsening housing and mental health crises and actions taken towards making those crises worse, leading to more money needing to be spent? Please think about the people will be displaced as a result if this project goes forward, but then also think about the economic realities of the situation. Thank you for your time.
All right, hello and good evening, Council. I'm grateful to be able to speak to you all, although I'm embarrassed to admit that it is after my bedtime at this point. I'm Angelina Polsinelli. I'm a professor. I'm a clinical neuropsychologist. I'm a renter in Mount Pleasant, actually in a building that is very similar to Myron Manor. And I am strongly opposed to rezoning 75 East 8th Avenue. So I want to make 2 points this evening. One, a short-term housing or hotel project is counterproductive to the long-term health of our residents and the needs of our city. And displacing the residents of 75 East 8th Avenue through a Broadway plan loophole to support wealthy corporations sends the wrong message to Vancouverites and is poised to set a dangerous precedent. I'm very fortunate to call Mount Pleasant home, as it's truly a community, and I think you all have seen that by the number of people that have showed up here to speak, either in person or over the phone. And as a result, we are all community members. We are all Myron Manor. We are all facing the same kinds of issues that Myron Manor is currently facing. Building an unnecessary glorified Airbnb for temporary digital workers is a dangerous precedent to set, especially given the arguably nefarious use of a loophole in the Broadway plan. Additionally, greenlighting the rezoning and building of the hotel is counterproductive to the city's needs at the moment, including creating more jobs for city residents and maintaining affordable housing in the midst of an ever-increasing unaffordability in the city. Maintaining affordable housing is what would create appeal for potential long-term residents, people who might move to our city to support what our greater needs are at this moment, people like healthcare workers and tradespeople. Displacing affordable housing to create temporary housing is counterproductive to this goal. This was mentioned by Speaker 196, but I think it bears repeating. One of the supporters yesterday mentioned the inconvenience of not having a hotel in the immediate area for temporary workers as being evidence for building the hotel. I don't believe many of us could argue in good conscience that visitors to our city having the inconvenience of having to take transit for 10 minutes or walk 20 minutes because there isn't a hotel beside their workplace is rationale to destroy people's homes. I will say that I have been a visiting professor. I have been a visiting clinician for months at a time across states and provinces in North America. I've stayed at places that are a transit right away or a 30-minute walk away. It's never been a reason not to take that visiting position. And in fact, it's actually given me a better sense of connection to the place that I'm living at that moment, the connection to the people and a connection to the city. I don't think I'm saying anything the council doesn't already know and doesn't already feel about this proposal to demolish our neighbors' homes to build a hotel. If passed, and I hope there's good reason to be optimistic this won't be passed, the move to rezone this area and build a hotel sends a message from our city government that temporary visitors and corporations matter more than our residents. The people who have been here for years, decades, generations, building families, contributing to our community, and investing in our very beautiful city. The people who elected the city officials because we believe that you have our best interests in mind. The proposal to rezone 75 East 8th Avenue and build an unnecessary hotel would destabilize approximately 40 residents, significantly decreasing their quality of life for a variety of reasons that have all been raised. As a clinical neuropsychologist and community researcher, I'm also acutely aware of the substantial mental and physical health risks that result from this type of traumatic separation from community stability, safety, and home. I've seen people in my clinic with severe mental and physical health conditions triggered by these types of traumatic events. Their life expectancy is lower, they suffer, and their ability to economically contribute to our communities is reduced. That is saying nothing of the impact or the ripple effect it has on families and care partners who are also affected by the burden of caring. So despite so-called relocation and protection policies, the residents of 75 East 8th Avenue have limited options due to market rate of rentals in the area, are facing moving out of their neighborhood, the city, and potentially the province if this proposal is passed. Meanwhile, Nicola Wealth hopes to make millions and probably more in profit, not to give back to our city, not to support our community or our neighbors, not to help the people they are displacing, but just to hold for themselves and build their own individual wealth. I'm pleading with the council to reject the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue and the proposed hotel and to show their commitment to Vancouver families, seniors, and community members. I hope there is consideration that none of us would want any of our family members or friends to be treated the way that the residents of Myron Manor have been treated or put in the situation of losing their homes with nowhere to go. If the hearing ends tonight, I hope you make a decision that allows you to sleep soundly, knowing you served your constituents and makes your families proud of you. Thank you for listening and for your consideration.
Speaker Sam Alder. Sam Alder, are you there?
Hello, Councillor Klassen and all the other councillors. But it's particularly nice to see you again, Councillor Klassen. Thank you for your contribution to this heat wave we're living through. I would have been here
Sam?
yesterday. Yes?
Sam? Focus on the item at hand, and please don't cast any aspersions to
Okay, I'd like to reclaim that little bit of time. I would have been here yesterday to speak, but you scheduled a public hearing on rezoning during working hours. Like I said, or like you said, my name is Sam Alder. I came in today to say that I oppose this rezoning application. I own a condo in the Mount Pleasant neighborhood. I work at a tech startup that is closer to the numerous long-term hotels downtown than it is to the site of Myron Manor. If we ever had any contract workers come in, they would probably stay downtown. So like I said already, I've got a job. It's not my job to come here to make sure that you do your job, which I presume is listening to the residents of this neighborhood when considering whether to allow a rezoning. But your voting records make me not able to trust you to represent this neighborhood. I'm compelled by my love for my city to come in and tell you that hollowing out my neighborhood is going to make this city uglier, more boring, and less wealthy. I shouldn't have to point out that the people who live in Myron Manor work real jobs to pay their rent. Those jobs are presumably within the bounds of the city, unlike a digital nomad who we don't necessarily have any knowledge of who they're working for. I suppose the developer contributes property tax, but we should be realistic. They have a team of people whose job it is to figure out how to pay as little as possible through every loophole they can find. I also said I own my own place, so why do I care about affordable rental housing? Well, for a start, I fully understand what a housing bubble is. I don't presume that owning my own place is a guarantee of having housing because who knows what's going to happen with the way things are going. Secondly, when the big one, the earthquake that is highly likely to hit in the next 50 years, does hit us, who do you think is going to help? My Strata Council can't get its act together enough to approve electric vehicle charging in our parkade. I don't presume that the people who own their own place in my building are the type to extend excessive generosity in a crisis. People who rent tend to help others in a crisis. Community is how we survive. As climate change worsens, there may come a day when all the money in the world won't save you from its impacts. Community, not corporations, will feed you, share their home with you, and get you back on your feet, just as is happening across this nation today, literally today. I care because I don't want to sit back on an inflating house price that is going to burst and leave me with no real safety net. I want the people around me to be well so that we can take care of each other. Do not approve the rezoning of 75 East 8th. It is clearly the correct thing to do if you care at all for our shared future. That is all I have to say.
Thank you.
Vote
Appreciate
against
you coming
this
in.
rezoning.
Okay. Our next speaker. Sorry? Okay. Okay. Speaker Autumn Dickinson.
Oh, hello, can you all hear me?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Yeah, so I live in Mount Pleasant and I work in the tech sector. I oppose the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue and ask council to reject it. It undermines the stability and wages for our local workers and therefore does not satisfy the city's hotel development policy. In the hotel industry, proponents of extended stay hotels talk about responding to, quote, structural shifts in employment by making more opportunities for gig employment. So let's be clear, expanding gig employment means losing permanent local jobs that pay well and replacing them with transient jobs that pay less. We don't need an extended stay hotel for local workers to meet with their out-of-province colleagues. A regular hotel does that just fine without promoting unstable gig work. This evening, we've heard from several local tech workers speaking passionately about the hardships in our job market. Here are some unfortunate statistics to back them up. Employment in BC's tech sector has been in decline since 2023. According to StatCan data, we've lost almost 18,000 well-paying tech jobs for a decline of 4.1%. 18,000 jobs lost. That's a small city's worth of people no longer working in tech. Most of those lost jobs are in the Lower Mainland and here in Vancouver. Also, our pay isn't keeping up with inflation. If pay in the sector had, over the last 6 years, if our pay had kept up with the cost of living, the average tech worker in BC would be making $6,000 more a year than they currently do. And our full-time jobs are being replaced by hourly jobs. Again, over the last 6 years, over 50,000 tech industry jobs have shifted from salaried to hourly. That means now 1 in 4 BC tech jobs is classified as hourly. Again, all this is from StatsCan. And look, you don't normally think of tech workers as gig workers. You think of, gig work as for car share drivers and food delivery workers. There are people who want that for our industry, and, it's one extended stay hotel, but it's moving us in that direction. And it's not just the one extended stay hotel, it's all of the others that will come after this one. There are real harms in using an extended stay hotel to bring gig workers into the tech industry. It's just going to erode local jobs further. And the city's hotel development policy says that it's in place to, quote, generate benefits for local workers and communities. And it assumes that hotels only add to the economy. It assumes that everybody coming in from the hotel is just, adding more dollars to the economy, growing the economy. The hotel development policy doesn't consider hotels like this one, where, we'll bring in some money at the cost of undermining local workers. Therefore, it's a mistake to approve this development under the hotel development policy. So council should reject this application. And if they're not comfortable rejecting it outright, they should direct staff to properly weigh the real economic downsides of extended stay hotels against the alleged upsides. And a few days ago, at the start of this hearing, we heard from a representative from the Mount Pleasant BIA who spoke in favor of this proposal because he wants to bring more money into the businesses he represents. And let me be clear, I want those businesses to thrive. They are some of my favorite places in Vancouver. I've lived in Mount Pleasant for 15 years, and boy, have I spent a lot of money in our local businesses. And I really wish I was still supporting those businesses like I used to, but I've also been affected by the job losses I've discussed today. I just don't have the money anymore for visiting those shops and restaurants like I used to. It's not worth trying to grow visitor dollars into Mount Pleasant at the cost of fewer dollars coming in from established local residents. Again, the best thing council can do is reject this proposal. Second best thing is to direct staff to properly study the job market impact before making a final decision. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for calling in. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. I wonder if this might be an opportune time, because we've got about 40 minutes left before we're scheduled to break at 10 o'clock. And I know we're on the home stretch of speakers. We've got a few folks here, and it would be a shame to not give them their opportunity tonight. So I wonder if council would entertain a motion to extend past 10 to close the speakers list and close the public comments, but refer the questions to staff from councillors, debate and decision to the council meeting on July 28th. And I did email it in. I'm not sure if I included the language. Did I include that? We may need just to add in. We may need to just add in, Chair, the closing comments language as advised by the clerks.
Get push it through.
Sorry.
Sorry, I'm just Pete asked.
Sorry, I couldn't hear.
You want to go on the queue?
Yeah. So anyway, that I'll just finish up, Chair, and say that's for council's consideration. Just because I don't think we have very many folks left, 7 or 8, I understand, and some folks that are here. So it would be nice to give them their opportunity and complete the speakers tonight. Thanks.
I disadvantage you, Councillor Fry.
I'd prefer to just see if we can get this done tonight. There's a lot of folks who've been waiting all day. We've been here for a while. I feel like if we can keep going, let's just keep going and try and finish this off tonight rather than punt the big decision to a different council meeting.
Sure.
That's it. No, and things moving.
Yeah, sorry. Okay. Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll note that we're estimating right now with 7 or 8, we could have some more folks call in, so it could be 10, could be 10:30, hard to say. I know council's had some long hours. I think since we still have questions to staff and debate and decision, and it needs to be a unanimous decision, so it's a high bar for every councillor to support that, and every every councillor should have the ability to be able to vote. So my sort of recommendations, I think it's more reasonable to do debate and decision when everybody is fresh on the Tuesday and hear speakers tonight. So that would be my comments and my submission. Thanks.
Getting some consensus there. Councillor Zhou.
Yeah, I also want to just finish the speakers list. I think the council in the last 2 days finished 1 a.m., 2 consecutive days. So Friday night, so hopefully we can have some time with our family. So let's finish the speakers. Thanks.
Just one moment, sec.
Chair, are we voting?
Just one moment. I want Councillor Maloney she has a question. We have a seconder, but please, Councillor Maloney, just go ahead. I just want everybody to be clear.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to finish it tonight, but I also am very tired like other councillors, and I think I would also prefer to do debate and decision during the day. That's what I usually ask others for, so I think that it would be consistent with my usual approach to not try and do that when we're all very tired.
Yeah, thanks very much, Councillor. Okay, we have the motion on the floor. It has been seconded. Oh, okay. All right, we need to do an amendment to.
I guess it's an amendment to the motion, which is to include.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll put myself back on.
Sorry, I'll just add. Oops, sorry. Sorry, let me do that.
Yeah. Thanks, Chair. I'm sorry if my voice is gravelly. It's been some long days, but yes, it's an amendment, the amendment to include closing comments to that as well. So it's just concluding speakers tonight. And I think the clerk has the new language, so that would be an amendment to the motion. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Are we good?
Yeah.
Okay. We're good? Okay. All right. Let's call the vote on this one, folks. This is on the amendment. No, it's just to finish the speakers. I mean, it's gone all over the place here, but let's get the speakers done here, okay? People have been. Councillor Kirby-Young, Dominato. Councillor Dominato, you need a vote assist?
Yes, please. Favor.
Okay, got it. Great. Okay. All right. That passes with Councillor Fry, and this is on the amendment. So to be clear, which okay. All right. So we're going to go back to that passes with Councillor Fry and Councillor Orr in opposition to the amendment. So we'll go back to the main queue. Councillor Kirby-Young, I think you're done, right? Okay. Let's just table the motion as amended.
Vote in favor, please.
Okay. Okay. So that passes with Councillor Fry and Councillor Orr in opposition. Okay. All right, folks. I'll continue on with the next speaker here, Lillian Deeb.
Hello, can you hear me?
You bet. Go right ahead.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for taking the time to listen to all of the speakers tonight. My name is Lillian Deeb. I live in Mount Pleasant. I've lived in Vancouver for about 12 years now, and I've lived in Mount Pleasant, in my place on East 8th for 5 years now. And I have to say, having lived in different parts of Vancouver, Mount Pleasant was the most welcoming. Mount Pleasant, it was incredible to move into my neighborhood, to happen to get to live in a place close to one of my closest friends in Vancouver, to be able to walk across the street and have my neighbors smile at me and be able to get to know them in the park across the street. Mount Pleasant is an incredible place, and the reason it is so incredible is because of my neighbors. Neighbors like the tenants that live in Myron Manor. They are the reason that I feel safe in this neighborhood. It is really, really horrifying to me to see loopholes that in zoning laws that others have talked about to displace neighbors that are such an important part of making the neighborhood feel safe. I'm here speaking to you on a Friday night because we show up for each other. That's what neighbors are for. I feel very worried if these neighbors, people who live in affordable housing, get displaced in general, but especially if it's to build a hotel for worker for, longer stay, but still transient tech workers. They're here for a job. They're not here for the community. They're not here for the community in the way that my neighbors at Myron Manor are. It makes sense to feel worried, I think, for all of us, that they will not be accountable to the neighborhood in the same way that my neighbors at Myron Manor are because of their incredible histories and relationships with Mount Pleasant. I really, really hope that council will reject this motion because this is what makes Vancouver the wonderful place it is. And if we let this kind of displacement continue to take over, I have seen this neighborhood change so much in the last 5 years. This proposal threatens the homes of 40 residents. We don't need to be displacing people who are seniors, people with disabilities, Indigenous elders, immigrants from all over the world, young communities. The tenants in 75 East 8th are told they are entitled to the tenant relocation and protection policy, but they are not entitled to a right of first refusal in this new building. And upon moving to a new market rate rental, the compensation being offered would be spent in a few months. City staff admitted to the tenants that this will not be a lateral move, meaning tenants will face worse quality of life and likely have to leave the neighborhood or the city if this hotel is built. There is no hotel crisis in Vancouver. The study that claims such a crisis exists was funded by Hotel Lobby Group. Meanwhile, hotel bookings in Vancouver are actually down ahead of FIFA World Cup. The city's hotel redevelopment policy contains a loophole that allows developers to tear down thousands of rental apartments to build hotels in any transit-oriented neighborhoods across the city. In the Broadway Plan area alone, that is 25% of the rentals in Vancouver. This policy should be immediately revoked because it is threatening to all of us who live there, all of us who rely on the community around us to survive. This can be a very difficult city, and I really cannot stress enough that Vancouver would not be the same place it is without Mount Pleasant as it is, and that really, really means the tenants of Myron Manor. So I really hope council will consider all of the incredible speakers who came before me and who will come after me, who have said the same thing. The community says no, we do not want this displacement to take place. Please reject this motion. Thank you.
Thanks. Next speaker, Mariah Main.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Hello, my name is Mariah. I'm opposing the rezoning of Myron Manor. I'm a resident at Myron Manor. I live there with my cat. Myron Manor was the place I landed after a series of hardships, including a significant health battle while simultaneously losing my husband. On a personal level, Myron Manor is my home. It works well for me due to the nearby transit and amenities, and the apartment is great. All that being said, I'm not speaking today with a plea to save my home for personal reasons. In navigating my situation in the last 5 years, I've become accustomed to the fact that the world does not stop because of every individual's personal hardship. I will, however, echo a number of speakers and speak to the benefits that saving Myron Manor will have on all of Mount Pleasant, because preserving homes for long-term residents preserves the essence of our city as it develops. Myron Manor is a vibrant neighborhood in the heart of a community that has transportation, amenities, parks, community centers, and art. It's a cultural hub. It is a place where, as we've heard, its residents love to live, where other Vancouverites love to visit, and where anyone new to Vancouver can come to get a sense of one of our many neighborhoods that make our city unique. Supporting and maintaining long-term and affordable residents in the area is essential to keeping it that way. I understand there are broader goals associated with the Broadway corridor, including increasing access to amenities, increasing walkability, making space for more residents, and increasing jobs. And I understand that business owners are looking at increased profits. I argue that saving Myron Manor is not only in line with these goals, but essential to ensuring that they are truly successful and sustainable by maintaining a sense of community, character, and groundedness that come along with having lifelong residents maintain that sense of community, history, and a feeling of a neighborhood. I think of Commercial Drive, the neighborhood I grew up in. It's a neighborhood that has seen gentrification, loss of affordable housing, and the loss of many legacy businesses that were essential to the community. However, Commercial Drive has maintained a palpable sense of continuity despite these changes. People make conversation with one another on the streets. People know the quality restaurants and cafes and can make suggestions to newcomers. People can share stories about the changes. This is, in large part, due to the considerable population of lifers that hold a sense of history of that neighborhood. We've heard many speakers talk on this issue about how important remaining in this neighborhood is to them. These are the people that will make Mount Pleasant matter to anyone who joins or comes through it. I will also point out that on Commercial Drive, many of these lifelong residents live in affordable housing co-ops, and many others live in standalone homes. I say this to illustrate that diversity in communities is essential, and that the 20-some-odd suites at Myron Manor is not a small loss. Myron Manor holds a significant amount of community history and makes this neighborhood appealing. Right now, wealthy people with interests in the hotel may be blinded by dollar signs, but at the end of the day, it's true that even rich people like to be steeped in a sense of culture. Quality requires substance, so if tech workers from out of town need to stay here to work, they have their incentives. They're getting paid, so they will come and stay regardless. We've got a great transit system, so let them enjoy the transit system to make their way to Mount Pleasant, and let them stay somewhere where they won't water down the essence of a vital cultural hub of our city. Thank you.
Next speaker is Mike Biscar.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Mike Biscar, Vancouver resident, calling in opposition to this proposal. I think this one, from my perspective, seems to be a bit of a no-brainer. Displacing working families in Vancouver for hotels that we don't need. A number of other people have said it tonight. We don't actually have a hotel room crisis. We do have an affordability crisis. We do have a housing crisis. We should be finding more opportunities for working families to afford to live here, not displacing people by hotels that we don't need. My union, the Hotel Workers Union, put out a report recently, Homes Not Hotels, and I think that one of the key pieces of that report was talking about a poll that had been done among Vancouver residents, where people said 3-1 that affordable housing ought to be the priority, and that hotel rooms can wait. And that's after the hotel industry has run this narrative for more than a year that says that we have this hotel room crisis, and voters and residents here in Vancouver we're not buying it, and that seems to be the common sentiment from the hundreds of people that have spoken over the last few days about this proposal in particular. I can't see how councillors could consider approving something like this that's going to leave families out to dry and for something that's not necessary. It seems to be yet another example, I think, if approved, of really kind of putting the interests of developers over working families here in Vancouver. And I think that the councillors who, if you do decide to ignore the many people who have called in or have gone and spoken in person in opposition to this proposal, if you just decide to ignore all of those people and approve it anyways, I think you should understand that workers and tenants are going to continue to stand together and are going to continue to mobilize and fight to ensure that there are no families in Myron Manor that get displaced. So that's it. That's what I got. Thanks.
All right. Thanks for calling. Speaker Benjamin Inglesby.
Hello, can you hear me?
You bet. Go ahead.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Glad to be with you on a Friday night. There's nowhere else I would rather be than speaking against this rezoning. As I said, my name is Benjamin Inglesby. I'm a tenant living in East Vancouver, not in California. My friends, neighbors, comrades live in Mount Pleasant and at 75 East 8th Avenue at Myron Manor. To Mayor Sim and councillors, I oppose the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue and ask this current City Council to reject it. You've heard from over 290 speakers over the course of 3 days, with the vast majority asking you to reject this rezoning application from Nicola Wealth. The speakers have detailed in numerous technical and quantitative ways, but also qualitative, gut-wrenching, heart-wrenching, poignant, and powerful ways how this rezoning, if approved, would change the neighborhood and the lives of people who live at Myron Manor. Nicola Wealth are wealth managers. Their purpose is to generate wealth at the expense of people. In this case, the tenants who live at Myron Manor. So that is the working class, tenants, families, children, people with disabilities, elders, Indigenous elders. Last Thursday, July 16th, as Nicola Wealth presented their case to council, thunder rolled through, just to emphasize the utter and diabolical violence that it is to evict 40 tenants from their home, their neighborhood, and maybe even their city, so the tech brotel can make some white-collar businessmen more money. We've heard from so many speakers over the last several days, and we know there is not a hotel crisis in the city of Vancouver. There is an affordability crisis. There is a housing crisis. You don't need me to rehearse and re-speak the technical aspects of why this rezoning is a sham. The choice you face as councillors is political. The choice you will make is people versus profit. The choice you must make now as councillors is if you can go home and sit in the dark and be okay with the decision that you're going to make. And that decision is, if you vote yes on this rezoning, that you're going to be violently removing the tenants of Myron Manor from their homes. With my remaining time, you don't need to hear me speak more words, so I want to take this opportunity to rehash and highlight some of the most powerful moments that speakers from Myron Manor Collective have said over the last 3 days of this hearing. Speaker number 32, Will, said, "I won't be able to afford the rent with my government pension if we are forced to leave." I'll repeat that again. Will said, "I won't be able to afford the rent with my government pension if we are forced to leave." Aaron from Myron Manor Collective said, At what point do you say people are more important than multi-billion-dollar companies? That's the question before council. May from Myron Manor Collective said, "As Indigenous people, many of us have experienced generations of displacement in the name of progress." Hong from Myron Manor Collective said, "There would be a loss for the community as a whole, with all the residents being displaced." Speaker number 85 from Myron Manor Collective said, "We share food with our neighbors. We celebrate together. This is much more than an apartment. Speaker 102 said the city is dying because no one can goddamn afford to do anything. Speaker 103, Spencer from the Myra Manor Collective said, ensuring our hard-earned money is not going to our futures, but is going to billionaires is what this decision will do. Speaker number 123, Trudy from Myra Manor Collective said, it is forcing my family to rebuild our entire lives from scratch. I'll repeat that last one more time. Speaker number 123, Trudy from Myra Manor Collective said, it is forcing my family to rebuild our entire lives from scratch. I could go on and talk about the technical aspects of why this rezoning is a sham and why it's wrong and why it makes no sense, but you've heard all those arguments over the last 3 days of this hearing. The decision before council now is whether to listen to the residents of Mount Pleasant, whether to listen to the people who actually live in Myra Manor Collective, and whether to uphold the promise that all of you have made at some point and in some form or another to protect tenants from displacement. So to finish, to stand in solidarity with the Myra Manor Collective and to echo an earlier speaker, an earlier Ben who spoke, I want to finish on this note.
That's your time. Thanks, Benjamin, for calling in. Okay, our next speaker is Keith Chan.
Hello, I'm Keith Chan.
Go ahead.
I just want to confirm you can hear me, Chair.
Yeah, go right ahead.
Thank you. I would like all the voices about the opposition to be heard, but there's a very important thing to be heard here, and that is that the city staff have recommended that this project go ahead, and the council should support it. Important voices that aren't heard are the construction workers that will have employment here, the workers in this project that will have employment here. It will bring diversity, it will bring employment opportunities, it will bring tax revenue, and it meets the test of the zone for which this area has been designated. It's not been designated residential. I'm sorry to hear that some people will be
Speaker, sorry to interrupt.
relocating.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I believe you already spoke earlier on this item, so we're going to go on to the next speaker, okay?
I don't believe I have.
We're just checking back and we've got you noted. Just one moment.
All right. I was going to try to wrap up within a minute.
Okay, anyway, keep going.
Okay, I'll try to wrap up quickly. Just refusing the owner and developer is to create a stranded asset. Stranding them is not the way to create opportunities for housing. It's through abundance and bringing in investment and encouraging owners to develop further assets, not stranding their assets. So thank you very much, Chair. I hope that council will take all of this into account and let this project move ahead.
Okay, thanks.
And let the business decisions be made as business decisions.
Thanks a lot. All right.
If they don't work out as a hotel, then that's their business decision. Thank you very much.
Goodbye. All right. Yeah, I think he had spoken earlier. So, Marie, next speaker, Marie Arcand.
Okay, I'm here. Hold on.
You bet.
Just one moment. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, my name is Marie Arcand. I'm a resident in the Fairview neighborhood, and I want to thank you, Mayor and councilors, for this essential public hearing. I am calling to strongly oppose the rezoning of the Myra Manor and the eviction of the tenants who reside there.
I am a resident in the Fairview. Yeah, I agree with the points raised by previous speakers, especially regarding the loss of affordable housing. The eviction of tenants, the Marin Manor, will be absolutely dramatically devastating for all of them. I have witnessed evictions in the past years of friends and the resulting huge stress of relocating. I have personally experienced the eviction of my workplace a few years ago, meaning the potential loss of income. The relocation resulted in an increase of the rent I pay to work in a clinic. I also experienced the dramatic eviction of my ceramic studio called Mission Possible on Princess Street, cutting the community service of a significant art activity for downtown Eastside residents and healthcare workers and many more residents. The space was providing a safe space and contributed to the mental health of all participants. I am now a resident for 25 years of a block that is being rezoned and under a pending imminent eviction. What does living in a good home mean? A safe residence is a human right, and forced eviction is a breach of human rights. What does eviction really mean? I invite everybody to pause and try to understand what eviction means. How does one feel when evicted? Loss of a warm place to live, loss of a home carefully chosen for many reasons, vicinity of a workplace, known neighbors, the loss of a community built over the years, the loss of an affordable dwelling, the loss of amenities, the loss of a lifestyle carefully developed over the years, access to services nearby, and so on. I really invite everybody to think, to imagine being evicted. I have been under a pending eviction for 10 years now, and it is stressful. I can say that eviction is a major trauma in one's life. Anyway, I oppose this rezoning of the Marin Manor, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for calling in. Speaker Emi Balagtas. Emi Balagtas. You there?
Good evening, councilors in Vancouver. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Yeah, my name is Emma Balagtas. I live in Mount Pleasant. I was supposed to be speaker number 61 yesterday, but I had a work meeting. Anyway, I oppose the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue and ask council to reject it today or on the 28th. Before I settled in Vancouver 5 years ago, I lived in tech hubs like Singapore and the Bay Area. I actually used to live in the zip codes of the Netflix and Apple headquarters. I also come from a family of Filipino tech expats and digital nomads. I hold an economics degree with highest honors from a top Canadian university. All this to say, I am in the exact demographic of potential residents for this proposed development. No matter your level of education, which languages you speak, we can agree that the devil's in the details. Overall, there is a severe lack of attention to detail in this proposal. There are more holes than actual substance in it. I would not approve it as an investor. I have two specific points of concern. First, I'm concerned about the long-term public finance and housing supply implications of this project. Page 33 of the referral report for May 2026 summarizes the supposed public benefits of this project at about $5.4 million upfront. Where is the rest of the analysis? As a taxpayer and an investor, I would love to see a short, medium, and long-term cost-benefit analysis using proper economic methodologies and proper simulations of how the development will affect housing supply. I can see that it's difficult to forecast precisely what the public finance and housing supply implications are going to be, given how volatile the economy and global geopolitics are. I also understand that the city is trying to be proactive here in its development strategy, but let's take a step back to think, using basic principles of economics, when we invest in tourists instead of our own people, what happens to public revenues in times of economic crisis? Can we be sure we've saved enough from times of growth? Have we considered the long-term impacts of this proposed development on Vancouver's social capital, which economists, including professors at UBC, have identified as key to a thriving economy? Why don't we strengthen our residents' purchasing power directly by helping them afford where they live instead of relying on such an unstable industry to shore up our tax base? Second, even with a fancy economics degree, I know there's a lot we don't and can't see from spreadsheets. I want to put you in the shoes of my family and me and how we choose a place of residence when we travel, whether that's a hotel or longer-term accommodation. I chose to live in Mount Pleasant because the neighborhood and its irreplaceable people encapsulate the heart and soul of Vancouver, my favorite city in the world. Can you believe it? The Balagtas family chooses places that help us grow, and we do that by looking at the land's history. With the power of search engines today, every time a potential guest searches up the address for the hotel, they're going to see its history no matter how hard anyone tries to bury it. Given the strong public opposition we've witnessed the past few months, and especially the past few weeks, the land on 75 East 8th is already scorched earth. Now, in the words of my ancestors who overcame poverty and taught me what good investments are, ang gaba diri pareho han siling nga ginsisilbi dayon. The fruits of our investments are not necessarily immediate, and we have to think critically about their broader impact. Sometimes the fruit is poisonous, and I think that will be the case with this development. You know, to everyone here, we can help the city grow without pulling the ladder up from those who have built it, like the residents of Myron Manor, who are my neighbors. Salamat po for advocating for yourselves and for the entire city. You are an inspiration to us all, and you should not be punished for fighting for your rights. You are amazing people, not statistics, and you deserve to be treated with respect. You deserve to keep your homes. Council, you cannot see me, but picture this. I am literally on my knees in front of my household altar, praying to all my ancestors and descendants. Please reject the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carly Kyle Moffat.
Hello?
Hi, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hi, I'm Carly Kyle Moffat. I am a resident of Mount Pleasant, and I oppose the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue. I am here to speak for the families that live in and around this neighborhood. I am a very good friend of a resident of Myron Manor, and my daughter, who is 4 years old, her best friend lives at 75 East 8th Avenue. And we love going over to their house, and they love coming over to ours. We live in this community. Our children go to their school just down the road. We visit the community center, and soon we'll have public transit that can take us all over the city. These amenities that you spoke of that will be so wonderful for the visitors are actually also so wonderful for families and the community that already live here. We are so happy to have transit coming in and for this new SkyTrain line to be a real thing. And it would be really nice if it supported communities, the growing of the Broadway line. And this is where that can happen, is by keeping these homes and families in the area. The hotel could find another home for itself nearby. I was walking down 8th Avenue today and saw that the two buildings next to Myron Manor are actually for lease, and they're huge spaces, and they're not being used. So there is space for this proposed project, but I don't believe that it is where these families live. Community is so important, and families are really important. And families need homes, and these homes exist, and families live there right now. And so please find another spot for this hotel. Thank you so much for this time, and I yield my time. Thank you.
Thanks for calling. Next speaker is Reagan Villan.
Hi, can you hear me?
You bet. Go ahead.
Okay, hi. Hi there. My name is Reagan Villan. I am a Vancouver resident. I currently live in the west end of Vancouver, but 21 years ago when I moved to Vancouver for the first time, my first home was in Mount Pleasant. I am here to stand in solidarity with the residents of Myron Manor and to urge City Council to reject this proposal to rezone 75th East 8th Avenue. You've heard from so many people speaking about why the redevelopment and the rezoning of this area would be detrimental to them, not just the residents who live on a fixed income, who have to worry about looking for a new home in a rental market that does not accommodate their immovable income. You've heard from tech workers who talked about how difficult bringing in gig workers would be detrimental not only to their job prospects but their ability to maintain employment in the city. You've also heard about how many empty units there currently are in Vancouver. One of the first lessons in elementary school when we're taught about economics is supply and demand, and that when supply is high and demand is low, the rent should come down, and yet we see land speculators sitting on empty apartments, empty condos, waiting for the day when they can continue to charge more rent. When I moved into my current building, it was in 2019, shortly before the pandemic, and as I watched rent climb and climb and climb, I knew that this unit that I was in would, in a mere 5 years' time, would be more than double the price, and I would no longer be able to afford to live as a renter in the city that I have made my home. To the business owners who have spoken to bringing in more business, I would ask them, do you also plan to give wage increases to the workers who are staffing your businesses when they become displaced and no longer can afford to live in the neighborhood in which they work? Do you plan to offer them paid time for the transit commute that they will have to now take to live in the outer regions of the Metro Vancouver area? Some of those business owners who themselves have been displaced outside of the Vancouver proper into the Greater Vancouver Regional District. I think that the City Council knows very well the price of living in the city. It is really brought home to me when shamefully City Hall decided not to renew its commitment to be a living wage employer. We know that the cost of living is unaffordable for many of us who are living on minimum wage, who are on fixed incomes, and I implore you to think about the absolute violence and the upheaval that it will cause to evict these more than 40 tenants. Again, I will yield my time very shortly, but to the councillors who are concerned about decorum, I urge you to think about what the distress of facing an eviction, of not knowing that if you'll be able to sleep indoors the next day really brings home to people, and why sometimes the emotion of that experience comes out in these rooms. I express cynicism that, the many people who have spoken against this rezoning will be heard because, as our illustrious mayor has said, during one of these hearings where many, many people came to speak against the proposals, that he viewed it as a waste of his time. Don't view this as a waste of time. We've committed the time to be here. We've committed to being here late into the night on a Friday, adjusting our schedules in order to be here, stand in solidarity with the folks who are being displaced. Because it may not be me today, but it could be me tomorrow. And what will it take for you to see that it could be you soon? I yield my time.
Next speaker is Nadia Bolivar.
Hi, good evening. My name is Nadia Rebelo Bolivar. I live in Catalano. I am member of Vancouver Tenants Union. I'm calling to express my strong opposition to the proposed rezoning of the 75 East 8th Avenue, Myron Manor, and to respectfully request that the Vancouver City Council reject this rezoning. I would like to pose several questions for the council members to consider. While I don't expect direct responses, I urge the council to thoughtfully reflect on these concerns. First, what demographic and socioeconomic data does the council possess regarding the resident of Myron Manor? Is the council aware of the outcomes for individuals displaced by previously approved rezonings? How many of those displaced families have secure, stable, and safe housing in Vancouver? Are there established targets for resident retention? Furthermore, is the council aware that housing is a social determinant of health and that displacement can negatively impact life expectancy? Additionally, is the council aware of its obligation to protect the human rights of Vancouver residents, including the duty to uphold the human right to housing? Is the council aware that the forthcoming decision could potentially violate the human rights of residents of Myron Manor? Will this decision result in discrimination against these residents, the majority of whom are racialized individuals, seniors, or people with disabilities? Would the council be prioritizing corporate interests over the human rights of these residents? Does the proposed tenant protection for residents of Myron Manor adequately safeguard their human rights to housing, or could it be considered discriminatory due to the lack of warranties? Is there a risk that socioeconomic bias may disadvantage these tenants in the council decision-making process? Is the city of Vancouver contributing to gentrification, and does the council recognize gentrification as a factor in collective discrimination and potential human rights violations? Are the human rights of Myron Manor's tenants being compromised if the council approves this resolution? And could this action reinforce social division within the city? Do any council members have personal or professional relationship with investors or executives associated with Nicola Wells Real Estate or Lotus Capital Corp? Additionally, do any council members have direct or indirect interest in the rezoning or hold investments that could be affected by this decision? My final question is, will any council members be involved in real estate after their terms ends? I am a tenant and I feel represented by expression that other speakers said, like, we are all Myron Manors and we don't need more hotels. We need affordable housing for all. I respectfully request that the Vancouver City Council reject this rezoning. Thank you.
Thanks very much for calling. Our next speaker is has a 4 digits 9725 in their number. Caller, are you there?
Hi there. I believe that's me, Dan Holloway.
Okay. And do you live in the city of Vancouver?
Yeah, I live at 16th Avenue.
Great. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I used to live on West 7th, just above the library, so I'm very familiar with the neighborhood, and I'm a longtime resident, and I'm just calling to say I do actually support this project. It's a great area, as everyone's talked about. We're all connected by transit, vibrant restaurants, and I think I've had lots of family members and friends coming in to stay with me, and as you all know, Airbnb is not the option it was before, so people would really greatly appreciate to stay in that neighborhood and explore all the wonderful businesses. So thank you very much.
Okay, thanks very much. Thanks for calling. Speaker Sandra Sanders.
Hello?
Hi, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Hello. My name is Sandra Sanders. I have lived and worked on Main Street for 28 years. And in the past 10 years, I own my own shop at 8th and Kingsway. I've lived at 7th in Quebec for 31 years, and the last 6 years in the Quebec Manor, where I am on the board of directors. I oppose development at 875 West 8th, East 8th. So, in my 31 years, I have witnessed and participated in making Mount Pleasant a global destination for arts, culture, design, style, and fashion. This was not done with big money, corporations, or developments. This was done with hard work, talent, creativity, community, affordable housing, and retail spaces. Small businesses and affordable housing help keep that spirit alive. Unfortunately, it attracts developments that erode our cultural value. Family and community is the social fabric and the safety net of our society. We are the first responders. If we can't handle it, then we call for resources. If that doesn't work, we are the last resort. Families and communities save government money, time, resources, and we need help to help each other. If you have never been on the bottom and in need of stable family and community, it could be difficult to understand the need, importance, value, and positive impact communities and buildings like the Myron Manor have. I have seen it for 31 years and benefited from it. Everything is connected. And when we all do better, we all do better. Having residents in our industrial area help keep it alive, safe, and if nothing else, it's free surveillance. And don't worry, there's plenty of vacancies. It seems the better this area gets, the worse it gets. The area around Myron Manor is already a hotspot with social housing and resources. Some days it's like Armageddon, and it's frustrating as much as it is heartbreaking. We need communities and buildings like Myron Manor who are familiar and experienced with our most vulnerable, who literally surround us. With Main Street Station coming, we need the community eyes and ears and experience more than ever. Rapid transit can bring rapid crime. Adding a hotel seemingly will add to these issues. 210 guests with no ties to the community, disposable income, surrounded by bars, possibly lonely and bored. These are things known to lower our moral standards. There are better solutions for our city and our guests. Moving is one of the top 5 stressors, and loss of community can be devastating. No compensation can cover this. Globally, we are shifting and clearly not doing very well. Mental health at a low, loneliness at a low, poverty at a high. This is not the time to be displacing communities and banking on outside sources. Things come, go, boom and bust, and some things aren't the success we hope for, as we've all experienced. Our best bet is banking on our people and our communities. We are barely holding on, and our city's success is within us. We need to protect our city and our citizens for the long term. I will end with a quote. If it doesn't include the poor, sick, or undesirable, it is neither interesting or important. I thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Liz Kuryadev. Speaker? Speaker, go ahead. Speaker, are you there? Liz, is that you? Want to play?
Hello.
Hi, is this Liz?
Yes, hi.
Yeah, we're waiting for you to speak. Go ahead.
Sorry, it was quiet and I couldn't hear you at all. Hi, my name's Liz. Thank you for taking the time to meet on a Friday night. I appreciate it. I wasn't able to call in yesterday because I'm a student and I was in class all day. I'm a resident of East Vancouver and I opposed the rezoning of 75 East 8th and I asked council to reject it this evening. As a fellow renter and a community member in East Vancouver, it is reprehensible to me to displace 40 residents in the middle of an affordability crisis. These are seniors, Indigenous elders, young families, and most importantly, caring, loving, and important people who make Mount Pleasant a beautiful community. They make this neighborhood what it is. They live, work, volunteer, and gather here. This is their home, but the rezoning wants to drop in temporary, ultra-rich tech workers. Tech workers have endless options and expendable income. They can go somewhere else. The tenants of 75 East 8th do not. They are not entitled to the right of first refusal in the proposed development. Where are they supposed to go? New market rate rentals in this neighborhood for a two-bedroom, as of this morning on rentals.ca, are listed for $2,300 to nearly $4,000 per month. Tenants will face a worse quality of life and or maybe even have to leave their neighborhood entirely. I believe in homes and not hotels. There is no hotel crisis in Vancouver, but there is an affordability crisis. The city's hotel development policy contains a loophole, as many other speakers have told us about, that allows developers to tear down thousands of rentals in transit-oriented neighborhoods. We need that existing affordable rental stock. This policy should be immediately revoked. We cannot destroy people's homes, livelihoods, and communities to build hotels. I stand with the tenants of Myron Manor, and I ask you to please reject the rezoning of 75 East 8th for a hotel. Thank you.
Thanks. Our next speaker is Layla Sarah.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, sorry, I'm just parking. Okay. Okay, thank you, Council, for hearing me. My name is Layla Brino Sarah. I live in Strathcona, so not too far from Myron Manor and a neighbor to Mount Pleasant. I'm opposed to rezoning at 75 East 8th Avenue and ask Council to reject it today. As the speaker right before me said, what we want is more homes, not hotels. This proposal would remove 40 units of affordable housing in the middle of a citywide housing crisis. Let me be clear about what that means if the speakers before me were not. That is 40 households, 40 households of neighbors, parents, families, immigrants, and Indigenous elders. I know this is not news, and we are here to stand with every single one of them who might be losing their homes, many of whom have stood in front of you and told you with their words how terrible this experience has been thus far. The relocation support and compensation that has been referenced by the developer and has been presented to the tenants does not turn this into a lateral move. This proposed support isn't a real commitment to appropriately rehome our neighbors at Myron Manor. They will not sufficiently allow these tenants to stay in their neighborhood. These do not replace a home. Furthermore, we don't need a hotel. The only study pointing to a supply gap in the hotel availability in the city was funded by the hotel lobby itself. And we saw during FIFA that this so-called gap doesn't hold up even during a world-level event, sporting event. It's worth noting Nicola Wells already owns a hotel down the street on land that is already zoned for that use. So if there's real demand, there are areas in the neighborhood that are already zoned for this purpose. But that really does beg the question, why here and why is it being fast-tracked? So if the site carries a non-conforming industrial use currently with the residential use of Myron Manor, a mixed-use hotel is not really what the zone is intended for in the first place. So why is the proposal being fast-tracked? When there are so many questions about the zoning basis that remain unanswered. With an election coming up and hotel rooms sitting empty across the city, why the urgency to push this project by Nicola Wells through? As we have talked about, with other speakers have talked about, the said intent of the Broadway plan, as communicated by the city, is to incentivize the construction for housing. Instead, it's being used as an excuse to justify a hotel. Previous speakers have questioned this logic. I'm skeptical as well as the supply-led logic being used here to claim that somehow this serves a housing crisis. But this project specifically does exactly the opposite. So I come here and I echo what Michael said. The first speaker of this public hearing was also a tenant at Myron Manor. I ask council to redesignate the zone and guarantee the right of first refusal. This is not a matter in which council's hands are tied. Council can redesignate this area for general urban use and allow for the first of right of refusal in whatever future development happens here. The developer, again, isn't even applying as an industrial user. So they're asking for an interpretation of the current zoning to build a mixed-use hotel. And this requires that specific interpretation or that specific exemption. So if council is being favorable to interpretations and exceptions, and these are being allowed by council in other means, let them be for affordable housing. Let them not be for a hotel. The city has acknowledged that there's a gap in the rental protection policy. Hotel rezoning in commercial zones are banned elsewhere in the city when they displace purpose-built residential housing. And I'm asking why that principle doesn't apply here. At minimum, any development on the site must include the right of first refusal for existing tenants, and it must include residential use. Relocation support alone is not enough. Rent top-ups do not exist in this proposal, and none are being offered. Tenants deserve real protections, the right to return, the right to remain in an affordable
That's your
home
time,
in the
caller.
city.
Thanks very much for calling in today. Next speaker is Navaporn Bunmazuri. Caller, are you there?
This caller has disconnected.
Next speaker is Jalis Kuo.
Hi, I'm here.
Hey, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
You betcha. Go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Hi. Hi. Can you hear me? Hi, good night, everyone, on a Friday night. I know it's been a long day for a lot of us. I'm here, first of all. I live in the West End, and I'm here to express my gratitude towards every one of us who's here to oppose this rezoning of Myron Manor. I'm also here to oppose this rezoning project. I would like to express my gratitude for their hard work and bravery, and also my empathy and just frustration in general in how unfair it is that we have to worry about our safety. I can relate to this on many levels. I am a person who has been displaced as well because my landlord decided to change my home into an Airbnb. I am also a traveler and I've been a digital nomad as well, and we don't need hotels. Really, I would really like to exercise my creativity when I'm traveling. We don't really need hotels. I also can relate to this because of how safety really is important for me. Safety and stability, just as a human being. I believe all of us here, so the council can understand that. I think we also understand that we don't need more hotel. We need affordable housing. You know all of this. So I'm here to talk about what you don't know, which is my personal experiences, and I really applaud everyone who came forward today, also again on Friday night, to talk about our needs, and also in solidarity with everyone's needs here. It's not a good place. It's a really bad place. It put us in really difficult situations. We need to worry about our basic safety, our home being removed from us. Uprooting can be very, very painful. Maybe struggle, it's a big word for some people here, but let's just compare also the people that shown up today to talk about, I guess, having vibrant growth and diversity and a new business in town. I think to compare convenience to safety and stability, we can really hear the importance and the urgency, what we should prioritize. We should prioritize homes and not hotels. The people that the hotels are trying to attract are of a transient community. I myself also have reside in a very transient community, and the lack of sense of belonging really doesn't add flavor or character to the community. And I think that's what Mount Pleasant and people in Mount Pleasant are really hold pride for. It's so far been a very heartwarming space, and also somewhere where we call home. Placing a hotel, displacing people who have developed their lives. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, displacing for their homes for profit of, I'm having a hard time to comprehend who this project's benefiting. I just want to really emphasize on the importance of safety, because I think that's what
That's
all
your
of us
time there.
can
Thanks for
really
calling
relate
in.
to here.
Thanks for calling in. That's your time.
Again, I'd oppose
Next speaker is
this.
Amber Grant. Next speaker is Amber Grant.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Hey, yep, go ahead.
Great. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thanks, Council members. Thanks for taking the time to listen to all of us. And I'm just here to say that I urge you also to reject the proposed rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I live in Strathcona, but spend a lot of time in Mount Pleasant. And consider that community to be awesome and good neighbors. I'm also a postdoctoral research and teaching fellow in urban forestry at UBC. My research examines urban governance, displacement, and the management of public space in the context of climate change. I do community-based research actually in Vancouver's downtown east side, but I work specifically alongside unhoused folks, people who are precariously and underhoused. And we try to understand how municipal decisions shape experiences of housing insecurity and displacement and exclusion. And one of the central lessons from my research is, of course, and I think this isn't new to anyone here, but displacement isn't just a single event, it's a cumulative process. People lose housing, they move repeatedly, lose social networks, and access to familiar supports. And they become increasingly vulnerable over time. It's important to think about this as well in the context of the climate crisis. As it continues to intensify, these consequences become even more severe for people, who may be already vulnerable and facing housing insecurity. Planning decisions like this get to determine what gets built, and they get to determine who gets to remain in the city as it changes. And I believe that's why this proposal deserves, some closer scrutiny. There's a public record here saying, strong opposition from the majority of the speakers, and I hope that that's taken into serious consideration. To some viewed in isolation, this might be just a single kind of redevelopment proposal, but I think viewed in context here, it reflects a broader pattern of change across Vancouver. Long-term affordable rental housing is increasingly vulnerable to redevelopment pressures, while new development continues to serve wealthier populations. When we approve these types of proposals and what's happening to Myron Manor, what we see is a city being created for the wealthy and the powerful. We're choosing actively to displace young people, elderly people, poor people, queer people, immigrants, creative people, disabled people, the people who are the most vulnerable. I also, like many other speakers, want to address the fact that there is really no hotel shortage in Vancouver. Vancouver, of course, just hosted the FIFA World Cup, and there were significant concerns raised about whether or not the city would be able to host all these residents. But that anticipated shortage, that didn't materialize whatsoever. There was no reality base there, right? And so I think it's really important that council carefully re-examine those claims, that there's this urgency. We need to get this proposal approved because there's this big hotel shortage. It's simply not true. We don't have that problem in Vancouver. Moreover, this proposal is focusing on an extended stay hotel for professionals who are working in the tech sector and biotechnology. This is a population with a substantial amount of wealth and have much more access to housing options via various other platforms. These are people's homes we're talking about here in terms of displacement. This proposal does nothing to address the housing crisis in Vancouver, and I respectfully ask the council to reject it, to reject the rezoning at 75 East 8th Avenue and prioritize protecting the long-term residents who have been here and the working families that are here. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for calling. Okay, next speaker is Sage Smith.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Hi, so my name's Sage Smith, and I oppose the rezoning of 75 East Avenue, and I'm asking council to reject it when they vote. I'm a Vancouver resident. I've lived in East Vancouver for nearly 20 years, and I have worked in the downtown East Side for over 10 years. We have been living through a housing crisis that just will not end. How dare we even consider unhousing even one more person during this crisis? I deeply support the people of the Myron Manor Collective. I am sure that they are tired and they would also like to go home to their families. But unfortunately, they have to be here because they are fighting to keep their home. That is their community. And I am sure when they go home, they are scared about their future, as so many of us working class people here are. I am honored to stand in solidarity with their fight and to witness the civic dedication and involvement we're seeing here today. I deeply hope it is not lost on council on this Friday night that this is truly what democracy should look like, because the people are seeing that a bad decision is about to happen. I have lost my housing before due to violence and due to a rent eviction from a house that now sits empty. I had no protections because of the loopholes that our city has allowed to flourish. I know intimately the stress this causes, the mental and physical health toll that it takes, and the difficulty of finding alternative housing that is appropriate, safe, and that is still in Vancouver. And let's be clear, alongside this housing crisis, Vancouver is also suffering from extremely high rates of homelessness, of mental health crises, and of substance use. And there is not enough support. I say that as a frontline worker since 2009. There is not nearly enough support out there. Unhousing people directly contributes to this crisis, and it is part and parcel of the treatment we are receiving as citizens right now in this city. When we talk about a housing crisis, we need to be clear that we are not facing a lack of housing. There are so many empty apartments sitting empty because we, the people, simply cannot afford to live there, or the housing is not suitable to our needs or capacities. We do not need to take suitable homes away from people. We do not need to destroy communities. I repeat, how dare we even consider unhousing even one more person during this crisis? Please reject the rezoning of 75 East 8th. Thank you.
Thanks. Our next speaker is has a phone number ending 7757.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, go right ahead. What's your name, please?
Okay, sorry, one moment.
Hello? Speaker?
Hi everyone.
Yeah, what's your name? What's your name, please?
My name is Jess Ash.
And are you a resident of the city of Vancouver?
Yes, I am a resident
Okay, go right ahead.
of Vancouver.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, and I'm a renter in the Strathcona downtown east side area. I'm previously an outreach worker and currently a housekeeper and a part-time student preparing for nursing school. I frequent Mount Pleasant daily for transit, errands, and visiting loved ones and neighbors. I'm calling in to oppose the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue and ask council to reject it. More specifically, tonight I'd like to express my sincerest support to the Myron Manor residents and to thank the speakers who spoke in opposition before me. Honestly, I have nothing new to add, and I offer my utmost gratitude to said speakers and residents for shining a light on the power of community. To council, I hope you take each and every word from these speakers to heart, especially those who are Myron Manor residents that are at risk of displacement. Like a previous speaker said, if you continue to ignore the lived experiences from real people, we will continue to mobilize. To the Myron Manor Collective, I commend each of you as you continue this fight. Your neighbors are here alongside you in solidarity. Let's keep building tenant power. In closing, I strongly oppose the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue and ask council to reject it. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with the phone number, last four digits, 2182.
Hi, can you hear me?
I can. Can you give me your name and whether you're a resident of Vancouver, please?
Yeah, my name is Clover Taylor, and I am a resident of Vancouver. I live in Strathcona.
Thank you. Rick, go ahead.
I'm calling to oppose the rezoning of 75 East 8th and ask that councillors reject it today. Accepting this rezoning would mean prioritizing the needs of wealthy developers and transient tech workers over the needs of actual residents of Vancouver. Vancouver has more than enough hotels, but not nearly enough affordable housing. Given the ratio of those speaking in opposition to those speaking in support, it's clear that Vancouver residents do not want this project to happen. Councillors, the right choice is clear. It's the one that upholds the basic human rights of the Myron Manor residents. I oppose the rezoning application and urge you to reject it. Long live working class solidarity and long live the Myron Manor Collective. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker with the phone number, last four digits, 2975.
The caller has disconnected.
Thanks very much. Speaker Annika Hoffman.
Hello, can you hear me?
You bet. Go ahead.
Thank you, council members. As a disabled citizen of Metro Vancouver, I oppose the rezoning of 75th East 8th Avenue and ask council to reject it as soon as possible. Firstly, as we have all heard repeatedly, there is no hotel crisis in Vancouver. I will not restate the reasons for this, as many people who have said it and have said it better than I can state it. The only reason to build extended stay hotels is profit. It's not about the city or its people or even for digital nomads. As we have heard from digital nomads themselves, they don't need hotels, and they certainly don't need extended stay hotels who are run by technology rather than people. This project isn't even giving many people jobs in the long term. Why not build a hotel that's actually staffed by regular workers? Or, better yet, why not build a short lease rental that is affordable, that these nomads can stay in? There is absolutely no need to displace anybody, and if a rental apartment were built in place of this unnecessary hotel, then there would be no displacement. The displacement of people from their communities will have enormously detrimental effects on them and on the communities they leave. City staff admitted to the tenants that this wouldn't be a lateral move, meaning that many will have to significantly decrease their quality of living and likely leave the city to a more rural neighborhood. But what does that really mean? It means people will be unable to take care of their elderly parent, who used to be a block away, would then be cities away. It means disabled people are unable to connect with their friends and neighbors, unable to get the help, love, support, connection, and meaning from life we all need. It means fear and uncertainty for children who don't know where they're going to live, having to learn to ration groceries and stress about money. Kids leaving behind their schools, clubs, friends. I experienced this fear as a child. My mom is a disabled single mom living on disability, taking care of 2 kids. Even with subsidized housing and help from our neighbors and church, there were times it was very hard, especially for her, but it impacted us too. Then my co-op decided privatizing might be a good idea, even though it would mean getting rid of our 2 subsidized units, making my family and one other pay full price or leave. I remember being scared for months. We didn't know what we would do. We would certainly have to leave the city, probably go hundreds of miles to find something that we could afford. And it would have been tiny, and we wouldn't have been able to get the groceries we needed, and we wouldn't have known anybody. But my mom stood up for us, as did many others, and when the vote came, the motion was rejected. They came to realize, as I'm sure you will today, that displacing people for the sake of profit is evil. Lastly, I will say that approving this rezoning goes against truth and reconciliation and Indigenous people's rights. The downtown, East Side, and Mount Pleasant neighborhoods are places Indigenous people went after being forcefully displaced from their ancestral homes. To now displace Indigenous elders from the same neighborhood is abhorrent. I will not stand for it. We will not stand for it. So, if you believe people deserve life, liberty, and freedom of persecution, if you believe that a city is built of its people and that those people should not have to live in fear, if you don't want more people on the streets and in shelters, and if you acknowledge that this is unceded
Thanks very
Indigenous
much, caller.
land.
That's your time. Thanks very much. And our next caller is Hannah Dempsey.
Hello.
Hi, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead. Yep.
Okay. Hi, my name is Hannah Dempsey. I'm here to strongly oppose the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue and urge council to reject it today. I'm so happy to be speaking alongside with hundreds of concerned, courageous, and loving tenants and community members. I hope if any of you approve this project, our voices weigh on your conscience until the end of time. I live in Vancouver in the downtown east side, but for most of my adult life, I rented in Mount Pleasant, building relationships and a sense of home and community. I have experienced eviction the last few years in Mount Pleasant due to landlord use, thrust into and crushed by the current rental market. competing for a dark and dingy, bed-bug-ridden bachelor suite I could barely afford and never heard back from anyway, standing in the line, going down the block to view a tiny unit that would cost over 50% of my income every month. My future felt hopeless and determined for me. This rezoning application will put nearly 40 people in this position, including families and seniors, who will have spent their lives in Myron Manor, demolishing an existing affordable rental building, their homes, displacing them from their community, healthcare sites, schools, churches, destabilizing their lives, futures, families, savings, retirement. You all know the consequences of this. You've heard from many people tonight and in the past few days. You all know that TRPP is inadequate, or at least you should know all this as elected representatives in a city where the majority of your voters are renters. We are not in a hotel crisis. How is this entirely made-up crisis being legitimized when the latest homelessness counts in Vancouver are at records high with more seniors affected than ever? Shame. This hotel is a blatant and desperate attempt for developers to maximize profits, and it will set a precedent, opening the door for other developers to do the same. I'm frankly disgusted at the city's hotel redevelopment policy, revoke it now, and I'm disgusted at city staff's recommendations and flimsy justifications to rezone Myron Manor. Council, if you approve this rezoning, you will confirm your allegiances are with developers, these investment firms for the ultra-rich. You will confirm the promises of the Broadway plan to focus on affordability and minimizing displacement are entirely hollow. And when you run in the election, attempting to promote yourselves as people who care about housing and housing affordability, we will not forget on which side you stood on today. Be on the right side of history and reject the rezoning of 75 East 8th Avenue. Long live Myron Manor. Thank you very much.
All right. Our next speaker is Jin Lee.
Oh, hello?
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
You bet.
Yeah, okay. Hi, my name is Jin, and I'm a concerned resident of Vancouver. About this project, I oppose this proposal for the rezoning of 75 East 8th by the Nicola Wealth and Lotus Capital project. We cannot destroy people's homes to build hotels. This proposed hotel would forever change the character of the Mount Pleasant neighborhood, and for the worst. Close to a third of the tenants are Filipino, currently living within walking distance from St. Patrick's Church and the proposed site of the Filipino Cultural Center. I want to ask, perhaps this council prefers weaving a narrative about the history of the Filipino community rather than focusing on the actual Filipino community who is currently living in and around the area right now. I was speaking at the public hearing yesterday for Holborn's super tall towers as well. This is simply relevant because I oppose that project, and this current proposal has similar flaws to me. There are no affordable homes being promised for the actual residents of Vancouver in both of these projects. I want to ask the council, are you here to support out-of-town digital nomads who don't live here, work here, pay the same taxes here, or is this council here to support residents of Vancouver? While this council is busy looking into this imagined group of digital nomads, the longtime residents of Myron Manor are being cast aside and severely neglected as almost collateral in this project, in the advancement of this project. Let me remind the council who this proposal is threatening. Approximately 40 residents, including seniors, people with disabilities, an Indigenous elder, immigrants from all over the world, and young families. Tenants in 75 East 8th are told that they are entitled to the tenant relocation and protection policy, yet they are not entitled to a right of first refusal in this new building that is being proposed. Upon moving, they would be subjected to new market rate rental, and any compensation that is offered with being evicted from their current housing would be spent within a few months, as this council would know. To finish off, I am not against development nor rezoning in and of itself, but this project does not reflect the needs of Vancouver residents who are facing an affordability crisis. Thank you, Council, for your time. I appreciate everyone being here on a Friday night, but I really urge you to reconsider and oppose this proposal.
Thank you. This is the third and final call for speakers. If you wish to speak to council about this item, please call toll-free 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be displayed during the recess. We'll now take a 2-minute recess for any additional speakers to call or come forward to the podium. Okay, we are back and we have one speaker, Nathan Crompton. Could you let us know you're there?
The caller disconnected.
Disconnect. Okay. All right. Okay.
Here we do have Nathan Crompton on the line.
Okay. Nathan, if you're there, please go ahead.
Yeah, I am here. Sorry about that. Just a second. I'm going to pull up my notes. I'm going to have to do speakerphone even though it says not to. Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, hi. Thanks for letting me speak. My name is Nathan Crompton. I am a resident of Mount Pleasant, and I oppose this redevelopment application. I've lived in Mount Pleasant for roughly 20 years. I've lived 4 blocks in the residential side, of this building, and have seen not just that building, but that block be a site of affordable rental housing for families, for people who work in the city, for people raising families, for people studying, migrants, Indigenous folks, Filipino community members, and people who call Mount Pleasant their home. This application is based on a notion that Vancouver is facing a so-called hotel crisis. This, as many councillors probably know in their gut, is a PR, cynical, fabricated idea on its own, and is especially a cynical idea when held up against the actual housing crisis. The housing crisis is not a fabricated nor PR optic created by the hotel industry. It's an actual real-life shortage. It's a real-life precarity for people who live real lives in housing that's not fake. By fake, I mean housing that's for tech workers who allegedly have nowhere to stay when they come to Vancouver and are supposed to be treated basically with the red carpet, and not just any red carpet, but a red carpet that is used to lubricate displacement and used to justify heightened profits and hotel industry, real estate industry imperatives. So I know there's councillors who are going to vote how they always vote, but I also know that there's councillors who are probably asking themselves hard questions about what it means for their project as people with the ability to represent their city and have only one chance to represent your city, and know that your vote will know that your votes will reflect not just your term on council, but what you have decided for yourselves are priorities as a resident, just like all of us. So I'm happy that there will be folks on council who will vote with their heart and who know that Mount Pleasant, just like working class neighborhoods across Vancouver, are facing an actual housing crisis. I want to take the last opportunity here to just give my solidarity and respect and honor the people who are sticking out their necks, the tenants of Myron Manor, who are standing up for themselves. And by standing up for themselves, they're standing up for all of us. I feel lucky enough to be able to join them, and I feel supported by them just by the virtue of their own struggle. Thank you for letting me speak, and I hope to see a positive, courageous outcome from this council. Thank you.
Thanks. Speaker on the line with the 4 digits 4648.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, can I have your name and whether you're a resident of Vancouver?
Yeah, my name is Andy Gill, and I reside in Mount Pleasant.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to, thanks for the time, kind of echo with a previous caller. We just had arguably the largest sports tournament or sports-themed event over a number of weeks, and there were hundreds, if not thousands, of reported vacancies in hotels, not just in Vancouver proper, but throughout Metro Vancouver. So I'm kind of baffled by this so-called hotel crisis, or not crisis, just the appetite for this. This is clearly development that is perhaps needed for some people's bottom lines and shareholders or whoever the applicants' backers are financially. There's no way this is, a crisis that that echoes reality. I'll disagree with the last caller as far as the housing thing. I don't believe there's a housing crisis. I think we're in a governmental crisis, both provincially, somewhat federally, and clearly here municipally. We have an affordability crisis, and I know Mr. Fry and his politics echo that and have roots in that. This is an affordability crisis. This is not a housing crisis. I think you folks in the council are kind of rocking a hard place here with some of the provincial government's parameters and limitations around short-term rentals. I won't name the companies. Everybody knows the ones that are in the zeitgeist. Again, I can't think of a bigger attraction to our city, perhaps other than Olympic Games, summer or winter, or whatever might come next. And there were several hundreds, if not thousands, of hotel rooms. So I'm baffled by this. I think it's a foregone conclusion. Like that last caller echoed, I hope we're wrong. And I hope you'll see this from a pragmatic, an actual necessity appetite, as opposed to a political, otherwise driven, oriented solution. Thank you for your time, and keep up the good work, everyone. Take care.
Yep. Thanks for calling in. Okay. Seeing no further speakers, the speakers list is now closed. Clerk, has there been a large volume of public comments received on this item since 4 p.m.?
One moment, Chair. There has not been.
Very good. Okay, thanks very much. Seeing that there are few or no public comments received after 4 p.m., I'm now closing the receipt of public comments. A reminder that closing comments, questions to staff, and debate and decision on item 4 have been referred to the council meeting of July 14, 2026 as unfinished business. I remind council that it is very important you do not engage in any discussion or correspondence in regard to the application. May I have
Sorry, Chair. Before you get a motion, can you clarify the date? I think you said
July 14th council meeting. July 28th council meeting. Yeah,
that makes more
sense. Go back in time. Motion to adjourn, second, all in favor, carried. Thanks very much. Good night.